and welcome to Sewing Street. Oh, it's cold out there, isn't it? Oh, chilly. Congratulations to everyone who got snow yesterday. I did. We never get snow in Bath like that. Oh, so lucky. So send me photos in of your snow day. I was so excited yesterday, but luckily got up here all in good place, and I thought I'd wear my brand new Christmas jumper, which my husband said was too bright. I just don't think those words can be applied to a Christmas jumper. Anyway, we've got a fab day for you on Sewing Street. I've got three guests and a brand new technique that I haven't done before, so I'm really excited about that. That's coming up in the next hour. But before that, we have got a great early bird for you. Early bird. I thought it was an Apple Watch, but it isn't. Better than that. It is a magnetic pin bracelet. I was going to say pin cushion, magnetic pin bracelet. It has this blue cover on yours. That's just a protective thing, yours won't. Anyway, look, this is how it works. So, I'm going to put my sleeve up. So you just slap it around your wrist like that, and then it just picks up all your pins. So instead of putting the pins in your mouth, which I tend to, you can put them on here. They're always accessible. Now, normal price, it's already reduced. $5.99. $5.99. That's really cool. Now that, $12.50 as a price comparison. That's amazing. I mean, this is a different brand, but they do the same thing. It's got a plastic strap and it goes around your wrist and it's magnetic. You could use it for little tacks if you were putting up pictures as well as using it for pins. $5.99, what a great extra little gift, stocking filler, little present. You know, if you want a little thank you present to somebody for $5.99. Now, that special price will only last till midnight or until stocks last, which I know because they are flying out. $5.99. So, and the great thing is it will fit round any size wrist because it starts off like that and then you just put it round and it clips. We have got them in various colours, so you will get a random. You might get a red, a yellow, a green one, a white one, a blue one, a black one, or a purple one. I know it looks like it's blue on the top, but that's just a protective film. Once you take that off, it will be silver. It's fab though, isn't it? So much easier. Also, the really good thing is when you're clearing your workspace up after you finish sewing, like your ironing board or something, you can just run it across there, pick them all up. Or if you like me and you've constantly got pins all over the carpet, when you've finished your sew and you want to pick them up, just hold it, if you flatten it out, hold it over the floor like that, and it will pick them all up, which is brilliant because it's so much easier than trying to get on your hands and knees and find them all. So really good for that. But a really useful way, rather than having a pin cushion to actually put all the pins in, this magnetic plate will just pick them all up. Brilliant stocking filler, still time to get them in time for Christmas. So if there's a few people that you want to buy them, or just an extra present, maybe you've got someone coming round for Christmas and you don't normally buy them, you just want to buy them something small, this is ideal. Remember, you will get a randomly selected colour, but they will work in exactly the same way. Which one do you want, Charlie? Charlie wants the big purple one. That's because that's his favourite. Like that's my favourite one as well, but that's from the Quality Street box. Not the magnetic strap. So $5.99, and that price will go back up at midnight. So get them in your baskets now. And don't forget to check out as well, because just because it's in your basket doesn't mean to say it's yours. Anyway, so get checked out on those. Shall we go through what's coming up today on the show? We have got, now at 8 o'clock, we have got Lorraine Penney in the house, who is brand new to Sewing Street. And has gone through all of these stencils. These are genius. You are going to love these. This is called Using Up Your Fabric Stash Show. Well, it's not called that. It's called Stencil Up. But I've looked and worked it all out, worked out what you do. And this is the best way of making your plain, less expensive fabrics into designer. It is brilliant. You are going to love this, so don't go anywhere for 8 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, Alison Reid is with us, who is the fantastic author of the Stitch 50 book series. We've got 3 of her books, and she's going to be explaining. They've all got all of the books have got 50 motifs in them that you can stitch little items from felt. You can use them for tracing, you can use them for embroidery. They are gorgeous. Now, Alison has been on air with them before and you absolutely love them. So she's back today. She's going to be explaining how she's done it. It's always great to get an author in the house so she can talk through her process. So if you've got one of her books, message us in. She'll love to hear from you, and if you haven't, you are going to love them. There's so much inspiration and so many things. Amazing value for money. That's at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, Lorraine will be back with more stencils, because her stencils are not only used for small areas. Some of the stencils just you can do one small motif. Others you can stencil a whole wall or a whole duvet cover or whatever you want, because they're really big ones. So she's going to be back for the second instalment of the show, where we'll do a bit of a recap on what we did at 8 o'clock, but also William Morris stencils. Now imagine making your own William Morris wallpaper, which costs normally like over £100 a roll. Not with this. It is brilliant, and you don't need, once you get the stencils, no expensive materials required. We will explain that later. 11 o'clock, Alison is going to be back with us, showing us how to make the most adorable vintage felt reindeer. Now, we've got instructions if you've already got your own stash of felt. We've got kits if you want to make these beautiful little reindeers. She's going to be doing a full demo, how to do it. And top tip, the kit with all the materials is only £6 more expensive than the materials. Beautiful kit, really nice thing to do with people. Maybe you want to do a workshop with friends, or you want to do some stitching with children. Good thing to do over the Christmas holidays as well. So all of this, I'll show you in a minute, is all available on pre-order. So please do get ahead with some of these items, because I know that we're going to get sellouts on them. And also, with the stencils, we have only got limited stock of those, and once you see them being used and what you can do with them, they are going to fly out, so beware. 12 o'clock, it's Monday, and it's Yarn Lane, of course. Now, we have got special woolly cross-stitch for you. So cross-stitch cushions, we've got a whole host of different designs, different themes, different styles. They're all cross-stitch, but cross-stitch with wool, all cushions. So Angie's going to be with us at 12, demonstrating how to do them, and we'll show them. So that's going to be a fab show. Anyway, so much. So don't go anywhere. It's really cold outside anyway. Go and make yourself a nice big mug of hot chocolate, and you can spend the day with us. So let's start off with stencils, and welcome Lorraine.
Hi.
Good morning and welcome Lorraine to
Thank you. So lovely to be here.
It's great, isn't it? I love these stencils.
Thank you.
They are fab. I mean, we'll explain to all of you in a moment how you use them and what they're for. But how did you get into this to start with? What's the...
Oh, stenciling. My stenciling journey goes back about 30 years when I was at university, and I worked for a stencil shop at the weekends. So I was doing a graphic design course, but then at the weekends I'd work at a stencil shop. And it was just little borders, Greek keys, ivy, very, very simple. But that's how I started in stenciling. Then I forgot about it for many, many years, was a graphic designer.
Okay.
And then about 7 years ago, my neighbour was asking, she wanted a particular wallpaper that she couldn't find. And I said, I'll cut you a stencil.
Wow.
And it just went from there. Okay. It was as simple as that.
And so you design all the stencils?
I do, yes.
And you make them as well?
I do, yes.
That's
I
amazing.
manufacture them all, so yeah.
So it's the whole British homegrown company?
Exactly,
and you design them, you make them, you demonstrate them?
Yeah, absolutely.
So did you start with wallpaper and walls? Is that how it began?
Yes, more the large stencils, which we'll show later. That's how I really got started. But then I realised that there's a lot of people doing upcycling, furniture painting, and smaller craft projects. And then demand started to grow for the smaller A4 stencils. So now I try to offer the designs in a range of small stencils and then the larger ones for the wall. So, there's something for every application.
And then at what point did you realise, I can do this on fabric? Or was that in tandem?
I think I've just sort of over the years just sort of tried different things to stencil on. But the reason for coming on here is that I think about 6 weeks ago, the Larkspur stencil here was featured, because somebody who works at Sewing Street had bought it from a hobby maker show.
Right.
And then you featured it for a very short period of time. And on the show, they were discussing, can it be put onto fabric? And it was like, I don't know if we could do it. And I'm sitting there going, shouting at the telly, you can put it on fabric. You can do fabric. So I thought I'd get in touch and see if you'd be interested in seeing it.
I mean, I'm thinking, I love that as a piece of wallpaper, but I'm thinking duvet cover.
Yes. be fabulous.
Just amazing. And now, obviously, the first thing I asked you earlier was, do you sell the paint? But this is genius. Oh, sorry, my mic's going out. Is that better? Okay. I thought you'd needed, special paint, special materials, but this is genius because you don't.
You don't. I mean, you can, of course, use fabric paint, but I use a fabric medium.
Right.
And you can mix that with any water-based paint. So that could be artist's acrylic paint, that could be emulsion.
So you paint your walls and you use the same paint to paint your fabric?
Yes, and you mix it with a fabric medium. I'll demo that later.
Okay, so 50-50. This is the fabric medium. This is really important.
And that turns any water-based paint into a fabric paint.
So don't use your satin or your eggshell. It's got to be a water-based paint.
And then you mix it, and it does two things.
Right.
One, it softens the paint so it doesn't crack. If you used a normal paint on there and then you started to move it around the fabric, it would crack. So it softens the paint so that it becomes flexible, but also it makes it colour fast so that you can then wash it afterwards.
That is amazing.
So you heat seal it with an iron, and I'll talk through all the steps later.
So you really, this is very important. You need to get the fabric medium, but after that, now on the website on pre-order, it doesn't have an image, but this is what it looks like. Fabric medium. So this is really important. And then after that, you just use your own paint, which I think is brilliant because you could buy a tester pot.
Yes, and even for walls, a small tester pot will do maybe 3 or 4 metres of wall.
Wow.
You
so
use
you
a tiny amount.
Don't need to go and buy your 5 litre tin.
£3 for a tester pot.
Yeah,
and you
can buy some of those really, really cool designer colour ones as well.
Yes, and there's thousands of colours. You can get made up. You can just go in, pick your colour, or colour match to any furnishings you've got.
Of course, yes.
Take it in, colour match, and then you could do your walls.
Which you'd never be able to get. So if you wanted to create, a cushion or a picture or your own fabric or even stencil a duvet cover, you can match it to all your furnishings.
Absolutely, yes. And the small pots, tester pots, are about 250ml. The fabric medium is 250ml. You mix that together, you're going to get 500ml of fabric paint.
Wow. Right, okay, so we'll start off with the smaller stencils in this hour. So these are the A4 stencils. Now, we've got 2 ways of buying these. You can either buy them individually or, better than that, because once you get into this, you are going to become obsessed. We've got a special offer if you buy the pack. So so that's a £10 saving if you buy the pack of 4. So which ones are in the pack of 4, Ben? Oh, it's all the florals, which must be therefore these 4. Okay, yes, that one. Yeah, and I got it right. That one and that one.
Those ones.
There we go. So in the pack of 4, remember you can buy these individually. We've got the Sakura. So is this cherry blossom?
Cherry blossom, yes.
Do you want to see that one on the overhead? Oh, it's not working. Okay. We'll talk through how they're made and how you use them, but I just want to get them so that you can buy ahead. So this is Sakura. So this is a cherry blossom. Now in the pack, obviously, you get the stencil, some tips, but it's all in there. Totally reusable, and Lorraine will explain to you in a minute how to use them and how you clean them and what they're for. So that's where you get the cherry blossom one. Then you get the dahlia one. Now this is great because this one can be used as this is what it will look like, as an individual motif, which you can use across all your fabric or just use once, just here and there. So you could use it as a small item. You also get the ginkgo. That's nice. What's a ginkgo? Is it a leaf?
It's a leaf, yes.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Oriental leaf.
It is very 1920s. It feels
it is,
a bit
yes,
Art Deco.
yes. It's got a bit of that style, yeah.
Gorgeous. So again, that's like you can see it here. It's repeated. This is the whole stencil, but this is what it would look like when it's repeated. And finally, you get the trailing one, the trailing ginkgo. So you can see from this, you can see how it's been repeated. You can use it as a single motif. You could just use the leaf part. You could just use the stem part, or you can repeat it. So that's the pack of 4, £29.85. If you want them individually, obviously you're making a £10 saving. And if you go onto sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live, then on the section coming up in today's show, if you scroll down, you need to go all the way past Alison Reid's first hour, and there they are individually. So individually they are, God, I haven't got my glasses, $9.95. But if you buy the 4, $29.95. Amazing. Right, so that's the first set. We have got others for you, but let's have a go and see what happens.
Okay.
So when we first start off, you decide what you're going to put it on.
Exactly, and it's best to wash the fabric first. The reason is there'll be chemicals and that used in fabric production, and you want it to be as clean as possible so that the fabric paint. Are you limited by what sort of fabric? A higher cotton content, so 100% is great. But as high as possible with the cotton. If you're using something like an organic cotton, you don't really need to wash it. Right, okay. But it's always best to wash it first, and that means that the fabric medium's going to really stick to all the fibres. Okay, so 100% cotton's best? It is best, yes. And then you need to iron it nice and flat. Now the stencils themselves, if I show with this one, have an adhesive backing. Okay. You can see that there. So you need to then peel off the backing. Now the reason for the backing is it holds the stencil firmly in place. You could use things on non-adhesive stencils, you'd use a spray adhesive or masking tape, but this is great because you can move your fabric around and you know your stencil's going to stay in place. Perfect. It doesn't leave any marks on the fabric at all, it just peels off. Wow. It is washable, so if it gets, if you find it's not so sticky, it's generally because it's picked up some dust. Okay. And then you just simply wash it in warm soapy water. Once it's dry, it then becomes sticky. So it's like a plasticky. It's quite. It is. It's called mylar. But I've put a special backing on the back of it to make it adhesive. Fantastic. And then you just wash it to get the paint off and to restore and then it sort of restores the adhesion on the back. So warm soapy water is all you need. So do you need to keep the backing bit to store it, or do you just, put it back in its plastic bag? You can put it back, or some greaseproof paper. Oh, okay. Something on that to store it, and then pop it back in the bag afterwards. So that's easy. We don't need any special sprays. Just peel it off and stick it on. Brilliant. This is trailing ginkgo, so this hasn't got a repeat pattern, and you just move it around as you like. I've got a sample already done for that. Should I put that just there? Oh, that's gorgeous. So simple, make your own cushion cover, or pre-bought. Yes. And then it's plain. Use paint that's you've got on your walls. Yes. That's what I would do. Look absolutely. At that. That's fantastic. Good morning. I must say the stencils you are holding up look fantastic in front of your colour Christmas jumper. Really shows what it looks like in colour. I know, I mean, they are gorgeous. Good morning, everyone. Just to say your jumper through the stencils looks great. Patchwork designs. It does, yeah. Jumpers and stencils, you see. Well, it gives you an idea, doesn't it, what you can do with the different colours. So, that's really simple. So far, we just need the stencil. Exactly. It's all sticky. Put it onto the fabric. Put it on. And then you need to mix up your paint. So it's roughly 50-50, the paint. This is just standard emulsion that I've used here. Just move that out of the way. So you've got your emulsion, and then just add roughly 50%. So you just use a little plastic tray, but you could use a saucer, you could use a plate, just anything that's sort of plastic. These trays are really inexpensive. You can get them at any DIY store. Okay. So although the fabric medium is white, you can see it doesn't alter the colour of the paint at all. And it's 50-50? It's 50-50 approximately, yeah. There's no exact science to it, but roughly 50-50 is all you need. Move that to one side. And then I'm going to use a roller to begin with. So this is a foam roller. Again, you can get them at any sort of DIY store. Just move that one out. So do you use a roller rather than a brush? I'll show you a brush in a minute. You can use either. Oh, so a roller is going to be the quickest way of doing it. You're going to cover a larger area. Well, those foam rollers, I've used them before for doing like radiators and things. Yes. Well, you've got gloss paint on them, you can't really wash them, so that's what I've used them for. But you just buy packs of 10. Exactly. And you don't want the fluffy ones because the fluffy ones hold too much paint. So it's the foam, dense foam roller or a gloss roller. That's what you're looking for. Now the important thing with stenciling is to remove quite a lot of the paint so you're not putting it on too wet.
And I guess it's worth having a little practice.
Yes,
when it's your
absolutely.
first time.
Practice on just a spare piece of paper, or if you've got a bit of fabric that you can have a go on. So as you can see, I'm taking off quite a lot. And then you just gently start rolling.
That's
and then
fab.
gradually build up the pressure.
Until it's all covered.
Yeah.
So it doesn't require any, that's nothing really, I mean, other than this special fabric medium, which is a specialist product that we can get, you know, you can buy on the website. Other than that, it's all quite simple things.
It is, it's very straightforward.
I feel like I could do that. I definitely wouldn't be able to paint those flowers, but I could definitely do that.
You could do this, yeah.
That's amazing.
So then we peel off.
Wow.
And we have the design. Now with this design, you can just move it around. You
Yeah.
can turn it upside down and pop it on there.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't need to be too stylised.
No,
or in
I
any
did
special
spill
format.
a bit of paint there, but the fabric paint, the medium, doesn't become fixed until you've heat sealed it with an iron.
Oh, okay.
So if you do have any little spillages, have some wipes or a damp cloth and you can just rub it off and then you'll be fine to carry on.
I guess because it's water-based paint as well.
Yeah,
it's
you
not
can just
gonna
wipe
mark.
it off. So until you've heat sealed it, you can remove it. So again, just gently start rolling to begin with, and that's sort of sealing the edges but also pushing the adhesive down.
Yeah, so
And then
that the
gradually
paint
build
doesn't
up.
seep underneath.
Exactly.
That's fab. I remember being really into stenciling. I remember stenciling sunflowers and everything on my room, and then sort of stenciling went off a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, it was popular sort of in the 90s. That's when I was working at a stencil store, and there were actually, you know, shops for stencils, which is quite unbelievable now.
No, I used to go in and buy all my stencils. I stenciled everything, but I think the stenciling has really moved on though. Because
it has, yes.
It's not in the way I was doing sunflowers. It's not that anymore. It's like this, isn't it?
And it was all about
over.
sort of little borders around the wallpaper, so it has really moved on. And sometimes you look at things, you wouldn't be able to tell that they are stenciled.
Well, this just looks like designer fabric. I think it's genius.
Yeah, so you're just moving the stencil around, and then you can sort of come back to it at a later point. You can do a bit, hang it up, and then think, oh, do I need a little bit more? Could I put a little bit extra on there?
And I guess you can, from that stencil as well, you could do individual parts if you just wanted to put one leaf on.
You could, yeah. You could use it as a border just along the bottom.
Yeah, see, I'm thinking now, when I've started to see these, I'm thinking the clothes and how nice that would look across the bottom of a dress. I've got quite a few denim dresses, denim pinafores. That would look amazing, wouldn't it, in white? I might go home and start stenciling all my clothes. All up my legs and my jeans.
Yeah, up the side.
Yeah,
with the jeans,
fantastic, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So many applications for the stencils.
Yeah, so you don't, you know, what's great is that you can use it to make fabric, or you can use it to decorate something you've already got.
Exactly.
It's
So you just keep building
do.
it up until you are happy with the design.
Right.
And the other floral, the motif ones work in the same way. We've got the dahlia there that I've just...
Yeah, I love the dahlia.
Yeah, we've got a sample of it, the green one there.
Yeah, let me show you this. And we've got some of the fabric that Lorraine's using, we've got available as well by the half metre. I'll show you that in a minute, but look at this. Look. I mean, now, we could now be on, right, so this fabric, designer fabric, $7.99 for half a metre. Well, it's not, this is just our plain fabric, but look at that. So that's just the one dahlia motif that you get in your pack of 4, but by using different colours.
And I haven't really planned that. I've just dotted them around.
That. And so you make your own fabric and make it into things. But also, I'm thinking, you know, if you've bought yourself plain cotton duvet cover, make sure it's 100% cotton, but they're very inexpensive. Lay it flat. I mean, how great would that look?
Yeah, really simple. It's only going to take a few minutes.
And once you've got the stencil, that's it.
Yeah.
You know, you don't need another one.
No.
Beautiful.
One stencil.
So that's the dahlia. Have we got
we've got behind, that's Sakura.
Yeah, so this is Sakura. This is in the pack of 4 or available individually. That's gorgeous. So
2
colours. How do we do 2 colours?
You could use a brush for that.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find. I'll find the Sakura for that one.
Right, we've only got 20 of the multi-pack set left. And now when you look what you can make with it, oh, it's around the other side as well. Oh, that's a different design on that one.
Yes.
Like that one. Gorgeous.
Maybe
But you say that's the great thing. You don't have to think, oh, I'll only use my designer fabric for the front of my cushion. You do it all over. So there's only 20 left of the pack of 4. Watch out. And we haven't even been through all the other things. That's just the first pack of 4. So if you want to do multicolour, I guess, same way.
Yes, I'm going to use a stencil brush this time. So this is a flat bristled stencil brush. So you can find these in various places. Search online for a flat bristled stencil brush. Must be flat, not pointed, and sort of the bristle's quite dense.
Okay.
And it's a very similar technique to the roller in that you do have to remove the paint.
But you can see that paint does go a long way.
Oh, it does, yeah. Yeah, you don't need much at all. So then you can either do a stippling technique.
Okay.
Or you can do a swirling technique.
And that's where you can then do the different colours. So you can have one colour for the stem.
So I think I've got 2 colours on there, haven't I, on the
cushion?
Well,
you've got green on the stem and then purple on the flowers.
So if I just mix up another colour.
So that's that one.
Let's have a look.
So we've seen those 3. So have you... Oh, no, you showed us the leaves, didn't you? We've got the...
I think somewhere we've got a cushion. I think that blue one has got the ginkgo leaves on the back.
Yes, look. There we go. That's the ginkgo. So that's... Yeah, Ben wants this one. You have to make your own. You can't have this one. That's that stencil. But on this cushion, I mean, that's beautiful,
and that's
isn't it?
That's a metallic emulsion.
I didn't know you could get metallic
emulsion. You can
emulsion.
get tester pots of metallic emulsion. Again, it's about £3 or £4. Mix it with the fabric medium and you've got metallic fabric paint.
I mean, that is, if you went into one of these really designer stores, we're talking $49.99 for that cushion. Just make your own. And I think what's great as well is that if you are a sewer and you're a keen sewer, you can make it even cheaper because you can just use the fabric that you've got and make it into a cushion. But if you're not very confident about putting the zips in, these cushion pads, the cushion covers, really inexpensive to buy. Gorgeous.
That's the second.
So the pack of 4 stencils, I mean, you're getting this, the ginkgo leaf, you're getting the Sakura, the cherry blossom that Lorraine's doing at the moment. You get the dahlia, and then you get the what are they called? The trailing ginkgo, which is the one that Lorraine just demonstrated for us. Now, if we've got more people who have got the pack of 4 in their baskets than we've got in stock. So if you want them, you need to check out. Remember, to do this, you just need the stencil and you need the fabric medium, which is really important. Now, on the website, there isn't an image, don't know why, but this is what you get. And remember, Lorraine says it's 50-50, so you use half of this and half of the paint, but it goes a long way. You're going to be able to do a lot of stenciling with one pack. Obviously, once you get super keen and you do everything, you might need another bottle, but it does go a long way.
It does, because it will make up 500, so half a litre.
Yeah, so that's a lot of paint, because you don't need much paint. But so you won't need any other specialist materials. If you'll need to go and get yourself some foam rollers and brushes. Now, there's only 25 of the medium left, and there's 30 in baskets. So you really need to get this. But please do check out $7.50. But what that $7.50 allows you to do is use all of your own paints, as long as they're water-based, tester pots. You will then be turning it into fabric paint, which makes the paint flexible, doesn't crack, and washable. Okay, so somebody's just asked, how long does the paint stay usable once you've mixed it together?
Oh, indefinitely. If you seal it, if you keep it in a pot and put a lid on it, then
it's just like normal
paint. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can mix up batches.
So yeah, so you keep them in little jars or something.
Exactly, and of course it's one fabric medium, but you don't need to use it all on one colour. You can make
lots of them,
small pots.
But if you decide
colours.
you want to come back another day, then you just. And I presume the fabric's machine washable afterwards.
It is. So what you need to do is once the paint is fully dry, put a piece of paper over, medium iron, no steam, and iron it for a few minutes. Once you're sure there's no paint coming off onto the paper, then just go over it again with the iron, and that's heat sealing it, and then it's washable after that.
And that's it. So you don't have to wash it to seal it, it's the ironing.
It's the ironing that seals it. So don't try to wash it before you've heat sealed it with the iron. That's the important step. But it all comes with instructions. So
10 left, 40 in baskets. So we're going to have to try and get some more. We will
see if we can do that.
We'll ask later. But if you've got it in your basket and you want it, then you need to get checked out. £7.50. There are only 10 left. Oh, right. Show me what you've done. That's 4 left. 2 left. Gone.
That went quickly. So that's a Sakura in 2 colours.
Oh, that's so lovely, isn't it?
So you can go really bold, you can go subtle, just have a little play around with different colours.
I would be a bit rubbish at that. I'm not very good at less is more. I'd go, I think I'll just be putting another colour in. And then...
Yeah. Well, that's the beauty of it. You can just really go to town on it.
I know, right, need to walk away. Have too much. That's brilliant. I love that stencil. So that's the pack of 4. Right, we have another pack of 4 as well of repeating stencils. So that must be these. So again, these are all A4 size. Now, this is the image of all 4 of them. So the first one we've got is Juliet. And I've seen Juliet. Here she is. So that's the Juliet stencil, and that's what Juliet looks like on a cushion. That's using that metallic emulsion, which I've never even heard of.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
There's so many different paints you can get.
Well, I always thought metallic had to be a gloss paint or a oil-based.
There's water-based. Yeah.
So that's Juliet. So you get Juliet in the pack. You then get Tree. I've seen Tree. Tree. Love the tree. I'm feeling, I'd have my whole house matching. I'd need this on the walls. I need it on all my furnishings. Yes. And I can now. So you get the tree. There's already 25 of this set in baskets. Number 3, Dragonfly. Now look at this. Look at that.
That's you can use gorgeous. It as an individual dragonfly, just one, but then it's got the repeat on it, so you can create that repeating pattern really easily.
It's just gorgeous. And you've used several different colours in this, now that's quite clever.
Yeah, so I've just put a base coat down of the blue, and then I've added touches of gold and green on top.
Gorgeous. But you know, you can be as creative as you want to be.
Absolutely.
Or I've got time to be. You can just do it one colour.
Yeah. And it's going to be unique, because although someone's going to have the same stencil, they're not going to use the same colours.
No. And this is just a plain cream cotton cushion cover.
Yeah, just a canvas cushion cover. Really inexpensive.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Ben loves that one. That's number 3. And then the 4th one is Matsu, which
we have got.
I've got a piece of fabric here with it. Let me show you.
So it's quite an oriental.
This is very oriental. Design. Look, that's what Matsu looks like. Again, I think that might be a little metallic emulsion.
It is, yes.
Let me move my medium out of the way. Beautiful. So again, what's great about this? It is a repeating motif, or you could use you could just use the circles individually.
Absolutely, yes. You can take parts from it.
So from the pack of 4, there's loads of different things you can do. So that's $29.85. So remember, you are saving calico. Lots of people are asking if we can do it on calico. Yes, of course.
Yes.
Calico's 100% cotton.
Yes.
Yes.
That's absolutely fine.
Needs to be 100% cotton or high content, but it will absorb better. You'll get better results if you use 100% cotton. But calico, yes, of course, as long as your calico is 100% cotton. But I've not ever seen calico that isn't. Anyway, that's the pack of 4. They are available individually, but you will need to go onto the website, sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live. So if you want just one of them, but you are saving £10 by buying all 4. And I honestly think once you get into this, you've had it. You've had it then.
It's addictive.
I know, I'm addicted to that, and I haven't even tried it. Right, there's only 5 of the floral pack of 4 left. The ones that I just showed you, that's 4 There's only 4 of this pack of floral ones left. Okay, so dragonfly.
Yeah. Should we have a go with this one?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
again, we've got, I'll put it on the angle, which is quite nice. Now on the back, it will show the registration guide. We've got a dragonfly available, and I can show you how
on the cushion,
the actual,
you mean?
No, the actual stencil. There we go. So the back has got this little guide. All the stencils that have repeating pattern have the guide on the back, and it shows you where the registration points are. So if you follow that, you're going to get the repeating pattern.
Ah, okay.
But you don't need to use that. You could just ignore these dots
so do you
here.
mark them on the fabric then?
Well, if you see, I've got the dots here.
Yeah.
So if I'm just doing one motif, I can ignore those and just use that part. I'll put a bit of masking tape over them.
Right.
If I want to repeat the pattern, these are the key points that you need. So I'll do this first one, then I'll show you how it lines up.
Yeah, I just wondered whether you mark the repeating points so you know when you...
You are marking it with the paint as you stencil. So we'll go back to using the roller. A roller is the easiest if you want to cover quite a large area. If you then want to start introducing more colours, that's when you can bring in a brush. So again, I'm taking off the excess paint.
Oh, this is such a mindful, this is like your wet afternoon, craft afternoon, isn't it?
And it's so satisfying.
And you know what a great gift as well? Because if you've got somebody who's a bit crafty but maybe isn't so much into sewing, they would love it, because you could buy them even a plain cushion cover to go with it, or anyone who does love sewing, to be able to make your own fabric.
See, I can't sew, so to buy the ready-made duvet covers, pillowcases and that, and
that's
then
what I'm thinking. What a great gift. Buy somebody a
deal.
duvet cover, the stencils and the fabric medium, and then they can just get on with it.
And just do their own. Or if you've got any fabric lying around, you could just stencil it up. You may not even use it straight away. You might just do batches, and then you've got them there sort of for the future.
Well, exactly. That's the great thing. So if you've got some fabric, you could just think, right, well, I'm going to spend this afternoon, I'm going to do all the stenciling of it.
Yeah.
And I love the idea of using, we'll show one in a minute, where you've got a neutral fabric but then stenciled in white. I think that looks...
Yes, that's the meadow coming up, which is a really versatile stencil. So I'm just going to add touches of blue in there.
Oh, so you don't have to wait for the other one to dry?
No, you can just go straight on top with it.
And like, you know, you could, if you wanted to be sure, I think I'd need to do this, I'd have a little practice.
Yes,
what it was going to look like to put those different colours on.
Exactly, practice on some paper, but also practice the stenciling technique so you know how much to apply.
Yeah, I guess you can practice on paper, you don't need to use your fabric.
Exactly, and also practice the lining up for the pattern so you know exactly where it is. Have some wipes or a damp cloth handy, so because you do get it on your hands.
Oh, cool. Yeah,
just so in between lifting the stencil, you can just clean your hands.
All right, so now, that looks amazing.
So we've got that, and now to line up, as you can see, those are the points that line up for the repeating pattern.
So the dots you've put on are part of the next pattern.
Exactly, and that gives you the pattern repeat.
That's what I thought, because I didn't realise they were part of the pattern. I thought, how do you mark it and then remove it? But they're part of the next one.
Exactly.
So you don't even need to think about patterns.
You don't need to think about it, and as you get into it, it becomes quicker. You know where the sort of line up is.
Absolutely gorgeous. And I think it's one of those things that once you've got the stencils, you start then looking around your house.
Yep.
Thinking, oh.
So then you can start doing furniture, tables, lampshades.
Oh yeah, because it would look lovely on a lampshade.
It would.
You wouldn't even need to cover the lampshade. You could just buy one, because a lot of them are covered in like a cotton type fabric.
Exactly. And the nice thing about the adhesive stencils is that they curve and they will stick on a curve that you can't do with a standard stencil, because you'd have areas lifting. The whole backing is adhesive. Wow. So you can smooth it onto circular surfaces. So you can do vases with some sort of glass paint, something like that.
So someone said there's one on pre-order that says dragonfly on its own, but it looks like a border. Is the picture wrong, or is it a new border?
Have a look.
It's the wrong image.
Oh.
Sorry for that. The one that says dragonfly is dragonfly. Is the one that Lorraine is demonstrating. It's the wrong image. We'll be having words with upstairs. So this one that Ben's put on the screen now is the dragonfly that Lorraine is demonstrating with. Ignore the image, it's wrong. There we go.
So there we got the repeat, and then.
But so could you also, I'm thinking, if you've got like a sofa, something that's upholstered that you can't take it off, could you stencil and then iron that?
Yeah,
like
I guess you could. Yeah, providing you can get an iron onto the surface, you can do any surface.
If you had an upholstered chair and you wanted to stencil on, be much better than covering it, wouldn't it?
Yes.
You'd cover your whole chair with dragonflies.
Yes, lovely.
Do you have to cover it with a cloth when you
iron it? I use just some thin paper to begin with.
Okay. Just
to make sure the paint is fully dry. I mean, if you can leave it 24 hours so you can be sure that the paint is fully dry before you start ironing it. If you're impatient like me, use some paper.
I would be impatient. But so anything that's like a lampshade that's pre-done or a chair.
That's okay. You could use some fabric as well, some thin fabric if it's easier to iron through. It's just to protect the iron really from picking up any paint. That's all you need it for. So as you can see, you just keep moving it into the next position, which is there, and that will give you the full-on repeating pattern.
And sticking it over something you've already done isn't removing the paint either, is it?
No, because you're not putting much paint on, you're taking off a lot. Every now and again through your project, just check the back that there's not any paint on there that you've lifted. Give it a wipe down, so some wipes or a damp cloth. Just wipe the back. Just make sure the back of the stencil is clean.
Fab.
And really, you don't need.
So where do you come up with your ideas? Obviously, because you design and draw them and cut them out and everything. Where do you get your ideas from?
So many places. I mean, this dragonfly is based on an antique Art Nouveau piece of jewellery, a brooch.
Really?
So I love looking at sort of buildings, so architecture, cathedrals. I love all the designs in there. You can see patterns everywhere.
Well, they do have a very
in nature as well.
feel to them as well.
Yeah.
And then do you start by sketching them, or is it all
I
done on the
sketch
computer?
them, and the thing with stencils, you need what's called the bridges to keep the stencil in place. So you can't have like a donut shape, a ring, because it falls out. You've then got to put your bridges in. So I start off just designing the overall image with as least many bridges as possible, and then I'll test it and then add the bridges in.
To make it reasonably stable.
Because I don't like stencils to look like stencils.
Yeah, I know, but that's amazing because they don't. You know, now you've said about the bridges, I think, oh well, yes, but when you look at them, I mean, if I look at the paper behind you, you'd never know that was a stencil.
Yeah, and it's putting the bridges in.
Where they
need to be. I mean, this is William Morris Larkspur, and it was a woodcut.
Right.
So it would have had those sort of bridges in there anyway. So that's pretty authentic to the original design.
It is just stunning.
So there we go, repeating pattern. So that's they all work in the same way. There'll be the guide on the back, shows you how you line it up.
So all of the ones in this pack are the same. If I show you the back of the Juliet, so you can see here where all the repeating pattern is, so that if you want to create this, then you've got those marks, or you just use them individually. But can you see that, like, the marks, the guidelines are little parts of the patterns?
So if you don't want to repeat, just put a piece of masking tape over them. Yes.
Okay. It's brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely love that. So £29.85, that's for the repeating pack. So in the pack you get Dragonfly, you get Juliet. Love that motif. Where's that? What's that based on?
I can't remember that. It's quite an old design. Yeah. I think it might have been some Victorian wallpaper.
It is like, yeah, it's like a scrolly design. Yeah. Gorgeous, isn't it? Then you've also got the tree, and you've got Matsu. Right, so let's do which one are we doing? The meadow. Where's
Meadow, yes.
I love this. Where's it gone?
Oh.
Where's meadow?
Oh, I think it might be underneath Matsu. Oh no, it's to the side of you.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
It's fallen off. Now, I saw this one earlier and I thought, yeah, this is definitely going on my dress. This is the one. So this is what I mean, where you can use your plain fabrics and do it in white. Look at that. So this stencil pack contains everything needed, and I'm thinking, you know, when you pay quite a lot of money for a border print and we say use it for a bottom of the skirt, you can join it together, you can get a ready-made skirt, and I'm thinking denim dress, it's just those colours, isn't it?
Yeah.
Would look amazing. I mean, and that's just single colour. If you wanted to do it in the technique of Lorraine was showing, you can have all different colours. You can have the green stems, you can have the coloured flowers. I mean, that's beautiful, isn't it? We'll go through we have got all of the fabrics here available by the half metre, which I'll show you in a minute. So this pack, £39, but you've got everything in that pack. Have we got the stencil pack for that one?
We have here.
Okay.
Because they're all individuals.
Right, so all of this you get in one pack. I mean, obviously yours will be packaged differently with all the information in it. But in this pack, this is amazing value. £39, and you are getting all of the stencils to create that. Well, there's an image of it all, but this is what you will get, all of that. So you've got different grasses. They come like this, so you can use them individually or you join them all together. You've got grasses. Oh, I love that one. Look. Beautiful. Oh, and I like this one, the wild grass. So you can create the whole meadow, or you can use them individually. So you're getting a lot there for £39. Oh, that's pretty, isn't it? That's like bluebells.
Bluebells, yes.
And look, a little butterfly. So how do we go about working out the positioning of this one then?
Okay, well, this one, it's really up to you how much you put on.
Or,
you
or how little.
Quite sparse, or you can really go heavy with it.
So with this one, where you've done here, you've just spaced them all out.
Yes, so I tend to start with the tall ones first.
Okay.
And then start bringing in the smaller ones, and then the grasses at the bottom, just to finish.
So I mean, fantastic. But I'm thinking on a wall, you could have this all along the top of the skirting board, couldn't you?
You
so
could,
it's like a wildflower meadow in your house,
or in a kitchen if you haven't got tiles, just a backsplash all the way along. That would look really lovely.
Gorgeous.
Or a bath.
Or the bottom of a duvet cover.
Yes, yeah. The lovely thing about stenciling is that you can use it where you couldn't wallpaper.
Of course.
So in any damp areas, like a bathroom or a kitchen, because it's paint, you don't need to worry. You can just pop it on.
And you know, if you had like even in the bedroom, cushions just for the bed with these wildflowers on, beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this would look lovely at the bottom of a duvet cover. Again, you can buy a really inexpensive duvet cover and just stencil the bottom of it, and it's going to
I'm thinking denim, look beautiful.
Yes, it
denim.
would, yeah. So shall I give a little demo of that? So again, it's the emulsion paint, again, mixed with the fabric medium. I'm going to use a roller this time. I'm not using white on this, I'm using a pale blue.
Oh, nice.
Or you can go really bold with it.
Well, I guess what you can do is get your emulsion out and a scrap of the fabric, and you could do a little dot of each colour on it to see which one you wanted before you commit to the mixing.
Yeah.
Or you can really go for it and have green stems.
Well, I didn't mention...
Yeah, denim jacket, Ben, that's a good... Oh, yes.
On the back of a jacket, it could look nice,
denim jacket would look amazing.
So you can just sort of lay your stencils out.
Yeah, so I guess you could lay them all out in advance.
You can lay them all out, and then it's all about layering. And something I didn't mention is make sure you've got some paper underneath, just for any of the paint bleeding through. And if you're doing a ready-made cushion cover or pillow or a duvet in between.
Oh, of course, so the paint doesn't go through.
Yes, just pop the paper in between. And
that's quite nice, because also you don't have to be, they don't have to be the full height.
You can vary them
down a bit.
Yes, yeah. So one stencil, you could have it tall in one section and then bring it right down in another section. I think I may have done that on the sample. Use the grasses twice.
Yes, you have. One's one height, one's the other. They're like wheat, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, I love this.
So it's just a sort of silhouette of a meadow scene.
So you can, and also I guess what you can do afterwards is it's just asking to be embroidered. So you could stencil it all.
Yeah.
And then I'd embroider over the flowers like lazy daisy and French knots. You wouldn't even need to do the whole thing, but when I'm looking at some of these flowers, if you put lazy daisies all on some of these flowers, or a bit of satin stitch, you can really make it ping then.
That would be amazing. If
but this is
does
where
that, I'd love to see it.
But this is where it's, it depends on how much time you've got, how creative you want to be, what you prefer doing.
Yeah, and you don't have to do it all in one go. You can stencil small amounts and then come back to it and add more. Or you can look at it and think, oh no, I think it needs a little bit more.
Now we've got more people who've got this stencil in their basket than we've got in stock, which has happened with everyone so far. You put it in your baskets, you need to get it checked out. I mean, this is what I love about it, is you don't need to be artistic. You just need to have an imagination. And if you think, well, I don't know, just do it all in a straight line across the bottom. All it's going to require is for you to have the stencil. Lorraine has done all the artistic work for you. So
you can't go wrong with this stencil.
For us. We don't need to be artistic, which is great, because if I had to draw these, I'd have to label it so you knew what they were. Grass would not look anything like that. And then you can have something completely unique. And you might have one idea for this stencil, but once you've got it home, you'll start wandering around the house and thinking, well, actually.
Yeah. Just little corners that just are a bit blank, that just need a little bit. You don't need to put much on at all.
I love
it's just
this.
a subtle little look. So once you've done all your tall grasses and flowers at the back, you use the two grasses just to fill in at the bottom to make it look a little bit more dense.
Yes,
and again, you don't need to use the full height. You can just use a small amount of the grass on there.
It is beautiful. Little message. Wow, what a fab project. I have so many tins of paint left over from DIY. I can now use them for my sewing from Christine. Absolutely. I have so many testo pots.
Yep.
From that really posh company, but that I never pay for, and then I get them mixed.
Yes.
But loads and loads of them.
I'm the same.
Absolutely loads, because I need 5 shades of white or grey, despite the fact they all look exactly the same. Ben's got some gold paint. Well, there you go, Ben. Well, you can use your gold paint for these as long as it's water-based, though. It does need to be water-based. So all those little tester pots you've got round the house, you can use them for your sewing. You can mix colours.
Yeah, the bottom of everyone, when you use a tin of emulsion, there's always a little bit left at the bottom, isn't there?
Yeah.
Even if you don't want to use it, fill up a small pot, add the fabric medium, and then you've got it there.
And label it.
Label it as fabric paint.
Yeah,
bedroom for the future.
Fabric paint, you could label it. Good for the environment. So much better than that as well, isn't it? Because the stencils you're using over and over again. So if you've got a little bit left, put it into a little pot, label it, and then when you want, mix it with the fabric medium so it's all ready for your stenciling later.
And then you're not keeping that big tin of paints with that small amount at the bottom.
A big tin of paint and nothing at the bottom of them. And for some reason you don't throw it away, even though there's nothing in it. But
I know.
Keep them with your fabric medium. As long as you put them in, you keep them airtight. You could get you can buy plastic jars with screw tops.
Yeah, even if you just use an old jam jar.
We've now got twice as many people who've got this in their basket as we've got in stock. So if it's in your basket and you want it, because you're going to make your house amazing, then you need to get it checked out.
So I'm just going to add there's a butterfly and a dragonfly.
I love the little, was there a dragonfly?
There's a dragonfly and a butterfly, and they're just for adding little touches at the end.
I didn't see the dragonfly, it must be still in my bag. Oh no, that's the dragon. Is that the dragonfly?
That's a dragonfly,
yes. That's the dragonfly.
And I'm going to use a slightly different technique.
That's just the little dragonfly. You see, so when you've got this one, even if you don't use it in the meadow, you could use it everywhere.
Yeah, you could use it anywhere. Yeah. So I'm going to use the end and dab it on because it's quite a small stencil.
And you might go over the edges.
You might go over the edges, so it's easier just to dab it with the end of the roller.
Oh, that's just great. And then then you can embroider all the little marks on it as well. Make it really 3D. little dragonfly. It's gorgeous.
So it works well just as a stencil on its own or as a base.
Well, that's what I like about this pack is that you've got all of these individual stencils.
Yeah.
But then they go together to become this amazing wildflower meadow. I love it.
Might just peel those off.
But it is the sort of thing you'd start off with being quite careful and then getting very carried away.
Yes.
I would.
Yeah. Yeah, take a step back every now and again just to make sure that you haven't done too much.
My wildflower meadow now needs mowing.
Go and make a cup of tea or coffee and come back to it and refresh your eyes, definitely.
I'm not very good at that.
So we would just continue. Which ones haven't I used? I've got the poppies.
You haven't used that. I love that one.
What's that? The bluebell.
Bluebells.
That's a bluebell.
Love the bluebells.
I mean, they're very simple interpretations.
But like I can see, you know, like now you're building it up. It's not measuring, is it? It's just like, oh, well, that's fine. I'll put it there. It's brilliant. And I like the way with the butterflies you put more paint on those, and then they stand out more.
Yes.
It is brilliant.
I mean, you can use like when you're going onto a dark fabric with a lighter colour, you could use a hairdryer, quickly dry it, and then leave the stencil in place, quickly dry it, pop some more on just to build up the colour a little bit more.
Oh dear, it's great, isn't it? I'm definitely converted. I want this one. Can we have one? Have we got one left, Ben? Can you get it for me?
And you could have a couple of people doing this, you know, if you've got quite a big area to do, you know, because they're individual stencils.
This is a lovely way to, you know, that you can do with groups of people, or if you're working with children.
Oh, children would love this, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And they can't go wrong.
T-shirts, you know, clothes,
yes.
Everything. Plain white T-shirt, covered in butterflies and dragonflies. Denim jacket though, that's what I reckon. Go to a charity shop, get denim jackets, jeans. You can have bluebells all up to your knees.
There we go. Which one haven't I used yet? I think the poppy.
Okay. Right, we've got 2 minutes left. I'm just going to run through the stencil. So this stencil that we've got, £39. Remember, you get all of those different elements in the whole stencil that you can do. So you can use them all together to create the wildflower meadow, or you can use them individually. This is a sample that Lorraine has made in advance. Now there's only 8 left. So look, this is the fabric, a big piece of fabric. That's half a metre. Look, 7 left. And there's 29 in baskets. It's beautiful, isn't it? All the fabrics that we've shown are available by the half metre as well. We'll probably run through those in the next hour, because Lorraine, 5 of them left. 7 in baskets. 27, sorry, thought they must have all fallen out. 5 left. Lorraine will be back with us at 10 o'clock, and then we're going to go through more of the stencils, all of the individual ones are loaded now onto the website, so they're available to buy. So Lorraine's going to be going at 10 o'clock through the more complex ones, like the William Morris beautiful one that's on the wall behind us, where she's done it in paper. Again, it can be done on walls, paper, fabric. We'll be going through all of those then, and we'll go through the fabrics. But if you want to get ahead, because you can see now how quickly these stencils are selling. Right, the floral pack of 4 there, the one that we started with, there are only 3 of those left. And there's 14 of you with them in baskets. So 11 of you are going to miss out if you will try to check out. The other repeating one, we've only got 10 of those left. 8 left. And there's 20 in baskets. And the wildflower meadow, 4 of those left. So if you want to get ahead, have a look on the website, go on to sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, scroll down from there, and you will be able to see all the others, so you can get ahead. Thank you so much, Lorraine. That's been brilliant. We'll see you back here in an hour's time for even more stencil fun. And please do get checked out. I will be back with you in a couple of minutes with Alison Reid and her fantastic motifs. I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Hi everyone, I'm Eva McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Whoa, so we've had about, if you were with me the last hour, how fab was all that stenciling? But now look at this, I've got beautiful felt. I'm just going to bring it in and just give you a little treat to see. Look at all these gorgeous felt items, all hanging on trees. Aren't they absolutely stunning? Now, you can't see me at all. I am in a felt forest. There we go. I was in the felt forest. Now, they all come from these amazing books, written, designed by Alison Reid, who we are lucky enough to have in the studio with us today. Good morning, Alison.
Good morning. Hello.
So tell me, how did this all start? Because they are gorgeous.
Thank you very much. Well, started a few years ago now, and I was sitting in my bedroom with a box of felt, and I thought, that box of felt needs to do something with it. So we just started doing some little drawings of dogs, which is the first Stitch 50. And the first one I made was the little Schnauzer, and it just sort of grew into a little collection.
So how did you start as a sewer or a designer?
Okay, so my background is I worked at John Moores University, which was formerly Liverpool Polytechnic, for 20 years. I worked in the fashion and textile department, so did lots of sewing. But prior to that, I trained as a weaver. That's my background.
Did you?
Yeah.
How cool.
So my experience from being a weaver, the one thing that I take away from it is I learned about patience. Because I would
I bet that wasn't one of the modules. We'd be learning patience.
I know. Well, you would be sitting at a dobby loom and you would be threading up probably about 4,000, if not more, ends of yarn, well, thread.
Yeah.
And it would have to follow a particular sequence.
Wow.
And if you went wrong with one of those threads,
then it didn't
the
work.
whole design would be thrown. Yeah.
Fantastic. So you went from being a weaver to teaching at the university.
Stitch. Used a lot of embroidery machines, did lots of different sort of projects using stitch on the machine. And then I just started to veer into hand sewing, and I think it's kind of becomes a little bit of a natural progression, I suppose, because you spend so much time on a sewing machine, and then all of a sudden you think, oh, I need a bit of a change, I need a bit of a different direction, and I just started to hand sew.
But they do different things, don't they? Yeah. And as much as you can do free machine embroidery and all these different things, hand embroidery is difficult to replicate.
Yeah,
when you want
very
to do
much
it.
so, and time consuming.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is where the patience comes in.
But you can do it in front of the telly.
Of course you
Which
can.
is the best
if you've
thing
got
about
good
hand
light
embroidery.
and your glasses on. Yeah.
So you started off with dogs.
Dogs, yeah.
Which I have got.
Yeah.
Here, look at this. So in the book, we'll go through the book page by page, but I'm just going to move my trees a bit. So this is dogs. Look at them. They've all got a real personality.
I know.
They're fun, aren't they?
Yeah, and they're all different. The bit I love the most whenever I make anything is when I put those eyes on, and that is when they come alive. That is the moment.
Oh, okay, that's the end. It's the eyes. I'm just moving them aside. So these are examples of all of that. They're just gorgeous, aren't they? I feel like they'd make brilliant Christmas tree decorations, wouldn't they?
I know,
I don't know why, they just would.
People have said that in the past.
Oh, brilliant gifts as well.
Yeah.
So those are all the dogs. Let me show you the book. So this was Alison's first book. lovely, really lovely quality hardback book. Oh yes, sorry, I forgot the overhead isn't working. So, yeah, I'm going to move across to
over
you.
here,
Because I want to be able to see the pages of this book, then you can talk me through it as well.
Yeah,
even better.
nice. Great.
So let's go through there we go, the whole book. So we start off with all the materials, how to use them. So these are your kind of basic techniques.
Yeah, and the thing is with all of these books, and because it's a series, what's really nice about it is I think once you've bought one book, it follows the same format.
Right,
so
okay.
It's got using the design guides, it moves on to sort of, materials, tools and techniques and stitches. So they follow the same sort of pattern, so you become familiar with the way that they're put
and
together.
And you've got lovely stitch guides for all of the different
yeah.
embroidery stitches. So if you haven't used them all, it's used them before. Oh, now we're split into types of dogs. That's good.
Yeah.
Morning, ladies. I love Alison's book. I've made 11 dogs so far from Carol in Wiltshire. Wow! Oh, Carol, what have you done with all your dogs?
We need to see them.
Yeah, send us a picture. So they're all, and so on every page where each dog you've got about the dog, like history, what you need, you've got the templates, and then how to make them.
Exactly.
It's very simple then, isn't it?
Yeah. The illustrations, I've also done all of those
as
well.
Have you?
Yeah, yeah.
Gosh,
so when
very talented.
Thank you.
Weaver, artist, designer.
Patience.
Yes, patienter.
Yeah. So when I was sort of doing my research behind the backgrounds for each of the dogs, I looked for something that was perhaps a little bit fun and quirky, and I took that element that sort of informed me
look at his
of the
face.
illustration. Yeah, he's a little smiler, isn't he?
He's just gorgeous. The Cairn Terrier. Oh, that's lovely. Oh yeah, he is Toto from the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, yeah.
Skye Terrier. I've never heard of a Skye Terrier. That's nice. A Boston Terrier. I know that one. Oh, that was a Staffy. Staffies are very popular, aren't they? And the little Yorkshire Terrier.
And there's little eyebrows.
Oh, he's gorgeous, isn't he? And a Border Terrier. I've got a friend who's got a Border Terrier. A Scottish Terrier. Oh. Then we move on to all the toy dogs.
Toy breeds, yeah.
Pug, always favourite. King Charles Spaniel. Ben had one of those. Havanese, I've not seen that one. Chihuahua. Poodle. I'm going through them reasonably quickly, otherwise we won't be able to do all of them. Just to give you an idea of what you get in the book. Utility dogs. Dalmatian. Chow Chow.
Chow Chow.
Oh, that's really cute, isn't it? French Bulldog. They're really popular.
They are,
aren't
they? Yeah, yeah.
He's lovely. The Bulldog. The miniature Schnauzer.
So he was the first one.
He was number one dog.
Yeah, the first one to be born.
But the templates are great because it really gives you, so you can easily see exactly where the expression is. You'll be able to do this.
Yeah.
A Beagle. Oh, look at his little face. Lhasa Apso. Pastoral breeds. Okay. The Border Collie. Yeah. Oh, look, he's actually running.
I know.
Isn't
yeah.
he? Briard. Originating from Brie. Never seen one of those. German Shepherd. Commodore. Love that one.
Yeah, dreadlocks.
He's got dreadlocks. Old English Sheepdog. Absolutely gorgeous. The Rough Collie. He is a bit lion, isn't he?
So with the templates as well, what you could do is you could blow those up on the photocopier and make them larger. So you make some cushions.
Oh, of course,
Yeah.
Really big ones.
Yeah.
Working dogs. Akita. We're going through, there's loads here. So
50.
the Corgi. Boxer. Bull Mastiff. The Great Dane. Look at his face, I love him. The Great Swiss Mountain Dog. And then we've got gun dogs.
Gun dogs.
Labrador Retriever. I'm waiting for my dog. It's coming in a minute. Irish Setter. Golden Retriever. Pointer. There it is. There's mine.
Oh, so cute.
There's mine. In fact, my Cocker Spaniel is that colour as well.
Oh.
She's like a red one. Oh. Weimaraner. Barbet. Oh, that's the water dog, isn't it? And then all the hounds as well. Dachshund. And I guess, which is great, you can make them in any colour as well.
Yeah, you could personalise them. So if you've got, say, you know, a basset hound, for instance, you could sort of translate his markings onto the body.
Yes,
if he's slightly different shades, you know, if you've got different coloured felt in your basket, then just make him up to match your own.
Look at his little smile. He's definitely smiling.
Little smiler.
The whippets. You've got there are 50 dogs. You've got everything here, haven't you? Absolutely lovely.
That is Woody.
Oh, and that's yours.
Isn't he cute?
Yeah, really gorgeous. That's lovely. It's just a joy, isn't it, to look through and make a lovely present for somebody. Anyone who loves dogs and a bit of fur, it'd be really nice.
Nice Christmas present.
So let's go through the other two books, and then I'll bring them over.
Yeah.
So which was the second one?
Okay, so the second one was cats.
And then we can go through how to do them.
Yeah.
So here's you've got all the cats.
I've got, I think should be another cat one somewhere.
Oh yes, I put the cat on the shelf.
Yeah. So we've got that one.
Yeah, we'll just turn it around. So these are all the cats, but in real, not in the book, in the real. Oh, they're lovely. And these are all felt.
All
they are
felt.
Beautiful. So when people make them this size, what do they use them for? Are they just like little decorations?
Little decorations, yeah. Put them on a shelf, make bag tag, little tags for your bag, brooches, all sorts of different things, really.
So that's some of them, and let me show you the rest. I'll lay them down so you can see them because they're easy to see. Ooh, I nearly took the birds out then. Right, there we go. I love this one.
So we've got a mixture here. We've got small cats and we've also got the big cats.
Oh yes, not just domestic. We're not just domestic cats.
Yeah,
we've got lion cats. What's this one?
I can't remember. We'll have to look in the book.
Have to look in the book. I love that one. He's lovely, isn't he? So those are all the cats. We'll have a quick look through the book. So the book is done in the same format.
Exactly the same format, yeah.
So you've got all of the information about how to make them.
Yeah.
How to do all the different parts for them.
Yeah, and with the cats as well, I suppose there's different sort of variations that you can use to make the eyes.
Okay.
So I did on some of them actually get some little bits of clay and just moulded them, to that sort of little oval
to get them
shape.
Get them just right. So small cats, I love the illustrations and the photography for them. It's brilliant.
Yeah, they've done such a fabulous job, David and Charles.
Yeah, they are. I mean, these are beautiful books. These are lovely to read as well. They're not just about the design. Every cat has got its own introduction about the type of cat, and the instructions are really good. The Bombay cat. So there's
Here
loads.
he is. He's a British long hair.
There we go.
There he is.
He's beautiful, and and this is great because you can really make it into
your
cat.
own. Yeah.
So once you've got the templates, you can choose. And I love the idea of making it into a cushion.
Yeah.
The Burmese. So this is just giving you a quick flick through all the cats. Love the Devon Rex. Oh,
he looks really grumpy, doesn't he?
He's a really grumpy cat, isn't he? I love that one. I didn't realise there were so many cats.
Yeah, and there's just so much more than this as well.
Yeah, this is just a small sample.
Just, when I started to research into it, somebody said to me, "What, you're writing a book on cats? Cats, they're all the same, aren't they?" But it's like, no.
And not only that, because all cats come in all different colours as well, and markings. These are lovely, aren't they? I couldn't even believe that there were so many of them. I have heard of the Maine Coon because they're massive, aren't they?
They're huge, yeah.
And the Manx with no tail.
With no tail, no. Equivalent to the Dachshund, I suppose.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Oh, because he's got really short legs.
Yeah, little munchkin. How cute is he?
Never heard of that one. The Norwegian forest cat. I like that one.
Yeah, he's nice, isn't he?
Honestly, never heard of all of these cats. I mean, some like the Persian I've heard of, but not heard of the ragamuffin cat. I related to the rag doll. Oh, he's got a little heart-shaped nose. No, I have heard of a ragdoll cult.
Yeah.
Because they're all floppy, aren't they? Russian blue. And the Siamese.
Siamese, yeah. Chitter chatter, they like to talk. Very verbal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's so many of them. I've heard of the Sphinx.
Sphinx.
The Tiffany cat, the Tonkinese, the Toiga.
Turkish fan with different coloured eyes.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then big cats.
Big cats.
So we've got the caracal, the cheetah, lynx, leopard. Oh, I love him with all his little spots.
Yeah.
Panther, the puma, snow leopard. Oh, he's lovely, isn't he? I like his face. And the tiger. So that's all the cats.
That's the cats.
Wow, there's a lot of cats. And then the final book, so the latest one.
Yeah, which is birds.
Is birds.
Yeah.
So should we bring in the bird trees?
Okay, yeah.
Look at the bird trees.
Oh, let's turn this one round. He's pop him over there that way.
So look at all the birds. Well, all the birds sitting in the tree on the bird trees. Look at this one. Look at the peacock. These are gorgeous.
It's the variety of the colours as well with these. There's such a lot, isn't there? Which, you know, when you think about it, the amount of felt colours that are available today, you know.
Yeah, and we've also, we'll show you in a minute, we've got a pack of all multicoloured felt so that you'll be able to do all of these. And you don't need much felt for them either.
No, only sort of small amounts, unless, of course, you're going to make a cushion.
Well, yes, if you are, then you'll need more. So that's one bird tree.
Yeah, shall I move that? And
there's the other bird tree. So all of these birds, all the birds on the trees, oh, he's turned around as well, are all in the book. Gorgeous. So what have we, I'm trying to see which ones we've got on here. Oh, we've got a blue tit.
Blue tit, yeah. What else have we got?
There's a parrot.
Yeah,
a mallard duck.
Oh, and some budgies up here.
I like the duck.
Yeah, with his feet.
With his feet. Look at the mallard duck with his little feet.
Yeah, cardinal.
Oh yeah. That's kind of like the American robin, isn't it?
It is, yeah, that's right. Very popular there.
Budgies. Oh, these are lovely. So those are the birds. Let's have a look through the book and then you'll be able to see each one in detail. I'll move the trees. These are just fantastic. I like the fact you've got trees to put them in. So again with the birds, all the technical
Same
details.
Format, yeah.
Few extra things like florist wire and cocktail sticks. They have legs.
Yeah, raffia. I mean, I have used wire as well for some of these birds. So you just mentioned the duck, was it?
Yes.
And his feet and legs are made of wire.
Oh, okay.
So we are sort of like talk through here in this section about how to make those legs, or just the simplistic version, which is using the cocktail sticks.
Or just no legs.
Just that will be mean.
That will be one of them. Yeah, just no legs. That's the sitting down version.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah. So as well, I use raffia and also another product called eyelash yarn.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
I know that.
I mean, if I sort of move that round, if you see this one, which is the quetzal, can you see the little sort of tufty bits on the top there? That's the eyelash yarn.
Okay.
Because I didn't really want to use real feathers.
No, but the eyelash yarn is quite knitted jumpers in that.
Yeah.
Fab. It's really good for crocheting cacti.
Ooh.
That's why I've got a ball of it, for doing all the fluffy bits on crocheted cacti I intend to make. So here's all the different birds. We've got the eagle. I love these, and these really have got so much personality.
Yeah, they have, haven't they?
Bird of paradise. The blue-footed booby. Brilliant. The jay. Blue tit. I saw that one.
Yeah.
Bluebird. The detail in these are just gorgeous.
Thank you.
Really detailed, and you know, you've made them very realistic, but also have got a real character to them as well.
Yeah.
That's what I like. And there's a picture of all the birds.
Yeah, these are fabulous, aren't they?
It's a beautiful book.
It is.
I mean, as well as being great and easy to follow and all the template, it is a beautiful book. I think $14.99 for 50 birds with all this detail as well. I love the cardinal. Look at his little face. Chaffinch. So we've got like British garden birds. We've got American birds.
Yeah, all over, all from all over the world. Yeah.
Cockatoo, the crane, cuckoo. Ah, oh no, I've seen him.
There he is.
I like that because you've got like layers of wings for him.
Yeah.
Dove. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? That's what you need to make for weddings.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be really nice, wouldn't it? Nice thing to do.
They'd be nice on top of the cake. Duck.
There he is with his feet.
The duck with his feet. And egret.
Yeah.
Now he's got eyelash on as well. Fairy wren. I've never heard of a fairy wren. Oh, it's from Australia.
Yeah. Apparently they're really sort of popular there.
Falcon.
Pocket
He's
rockets.
lovely, isn't he? There he is.
There he is. Yeah. Again, lots of detail. I've also used embroidery thread on some of these as well. If you can see the markings on the
yes,
on his body.
Look. Love the falcon. Absolutely gorgeous. The detail in that. I think, but because they're felt, you know, it's not going to fray. It means that you can spend your time on the embroidery.
That's why I love felt, because you can just cut it and it doesn't fray. You've not got to worry about an overlocker or. Yeah, it's just sewing raw edges together.
But you can then spend the time on the embroidery.
All the details.
Love the flamingo. Flycatcher. Goldfinch. Very pretty. I love the goldfinch. Got nice colours. Goose. He's cute, isn't he? Why do you hate geese, Ben? Because I hate geese. Guinea fowl. Hen, obviously. Got to have a chicken, haven't you?
Yeah.
The closest living relative to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just not quite as fierce.
No, a bit more friendlier looking. Hasn't got the big teeth.
No. Or the eating people. Hoo-poo. Hoo-poo. Oh, these are all the farmyard ones.
Yeah, they're great, aren't they? They're just gorgeous.
Brilliant. Hummingbird, that's beautiful, isn't it? Really, really pretty. And the kestrel, like that one. Kingfisher, that's lovely.
Little tiny legs on him as well. Little tiny legs.
I know, he has got tiny legs. Kiwi, kookaburra. Yeah, it really is completely worldwide, this book, isn't it? The lorikeet, that's nice, isn't it? Love the lovebirds. The macaw. Owl. But you can see, like, what a nice teacher's present.
Yeah, that's
teachers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Get brownie points for that.
You would do, wouldn't you?
An owl. There's the peacock. The peacock's stunning, isn't it?
There he is. Yeah.
Yeah. Should we just turn him round? Let's have a look at the peacock.
Can you get him on? There he is.
Oh, look at that. It's gorgeous, isn't it? With all the eyes all over. Beautiful. Pelican. Once you start with these, you see, that's how you'd keep going through, wouldn't you?
Wow, that lady's made 11.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised. Penguin. Love the pheasant. These colourful feathers. Puffin, always a favourite. Quetzal.
With his eyelash on.
Robin.
Yeah,
lovely.
he'd be nice now, wouldn't he?
Really like the robin. Gorgeous, isn't it? Roller, not seen that one before. Swan, obviously. His little feet. Toucan. Tragopan. Never heard of one of that one. King of birds.
Yeah.
The chiraco. The turkey. Brilliant. Vulture. And the wood pigeon.
Yeah.
Oh no, the last one. The woodpecker. Is that the last one?
That's the last one. Yeah.
Gorgeous. Oh, there's so much in these books. I mean, for $14.99, you know, you are getting all of these instructions, templates, all the written background behind them as well. They're just adorable.
And they're just nice as being a hardback as well.
Yeah, they are nice.
Yeah,
because then they're easy to work, much easier to work from.
And also to fold out whilst you're actually working. It's not, you know, sort of flopping closed all the time. So yeah, it just sits really nice while you're working.
Fab.
Yeah.
So how do we make one of these then?
Okay, right.
I'm going to move back to my desk. Oh, I'll just do the felt. Must remember
don't forget the felt.
The felt, really important. So there are 45 pieces of felt. I'll do it on the other head. 45 pieces of felt in here. You've got all sorts of colours. You've got all of the blacks and greys and whites, the neutrals and browns, but then you've got yellows and golds and pinks, purples, blues and greens. You've got all the colours you need. There are 42 different pieces. $13.99. It's a wool blend felt, so it's beautifully soft. It's absolutely perfect for making any of these. And you are getting 45 6-inch squares in 45 different colours. So now please, if you want this, you do need to get this checked out. Whenever we've got it on air, it does sell out.
And can I just say as well, all of the birds here, in fact all of my little felt creations are made using this felt. Yeah.
Oh right, so once you've got this, that's it then.
Yeah, you've got your whole palette, haven't you?
Well, it's the fact that you get 45 different colours in here for $13.99.
Yeah, which is really good.
That's amazing. And all of the birds are made with this. So obviously if you want to make loads and loads, you will need to buy several packs, but this is a really good starting point.
Yeah.
Okay, right, we've done felt. So
okay. So
where do we start?
Where do we start? Okay. Oh, my microphone. Right.
Well, first of all, you've got to decide which one you're going to make.
Right, well, we're going to do the robin, as he is kind of the moment, isn't he?
He is definitely
being
of the moment.
Christmas time. And I do have another one here that has been made up.
Okay, so that's the finished robin.
That's the finished article.
Oh, he's gorgeous.
There is also one on the tree as well. But what I've done with this one, actually, I've sewn a little brooch back onto the back of him. So it would be a really nice sort of little, you know, little gift for somebody, maybe for Christmas, especially as it's been a robin and, you know,
it'd be really nice
at this time of year. Yeah. So that's him made up. So if we just start out then, first of all, with the first stage. And what we have is, if you can remember when you were just looking at the books previously, you've got your templates.
So you just trace those?
So yeah, you could just trace those off and trace them off onto a piece of card. So you've actually got something that's a little bit more stable to draw around. And on each of them, it actually advises you how many you need to cut. Now, this has just got the type on it because I've printed them off from my computer. But you could just sort of handwrite that on yourself.
Just label them. Because you're going to use them again and again, aren't you?
Yeah,
so keep them in an envelope.
Yeah, I mean, I use like little, you know, like little money bags, little envelopes you get. And I just pop all of my patterns in there, just right on the front, and they're all in, I'm very orderly, all sort of like, you know, sort of like in sort of alphabetical order. So if I needed to make it again, I can just go find it and then just make it up again.
Right.
Okay, so that's your little templates all cut out. And of course, what you can always do as well is, if you were a bit sort of unsure about maybe what colours you were going to use, you just refer to the coloured page. So where are we? With the actual, you can find them very quickly. There we go. So you can see that the colours are all sort of like really visible there. So once you sort of like cut out your shape, your template, you can relate it to the coloured pattern. But in the book, the coloured felt that you need to use is also marked on
so
there.
It's quite easy to work
It's very,
out,
very straightforward. Yeah, very straightforward. Okay, so you've got all your bits and bobs. You've cut out your pattern pieces there carefully, and also, as you will all be keen sewers, remember to use your paper scissors and not your little cute dinky embroidery scissors, which end up getting blunt, don't they, so quickly. Yeah. So the next stage would be to draw around each of your templates, okay? Now, when I've been on here before, I've mentioned this because it's a little bit of a bone of contention with me about what to use for marking out your pattern. And I find that with sort of fabric marking pencils, they kind of drag across the felt and they can distort it, and you sometimes might get sort of like an odd looking drawing on your felt.
That sort of drag. They stick.
So all I actually use is a fine liner, to be honest with you. Just use a simple fine liner pen, but make sure that it is a fine liner and it's not a big Sharpie. So it's sort of like you get a big sort of like really thick line, but just something sort of, you know, you might have in the house, just knocking around, and just very lightly just draw around each of the templates. So you can see on here, all right, there's all the different templates that have been drawn on all of the appropriate coloured pieces of felt, right? That's the second stage. So we'll pop those back over there.
Okay, so draw your template, draw them on the fabric.
Yep, okay. Now, the third stage, this bit here, is where you need to cut out all of your pieces. So you're just going to sort of very, very carefully sort of like cut around the edge, and if you've got any bits of sort of black felt marking pen that you've sort of left on there, just make sure that you're trimming that off, because you don't want that to be visible, do you, when you're actually sewing these little pieces together. So just make sure that all of that gets removed before you put them together, before you sew them together. So you can see there's just a few little sort of bits, little bits of trace fine liner there, so we just trim that off and get rid of it, just remove it. And you can see that this felt, it just cuts.
It's beautiful felt, isn't it?
So beautiful, it just cuts, you know, so easily. I mean, another thing I have started to sort of like explore as well is just using a bit of iron-on, you know, like the Bonder web stuff that you sort of like pull the grease proof off. Sometimes you may need the felt to be a little bit more sort of stable. Perhaps if you're using, I don't know, cutting the beak out, or a very, very small, you know, piece of felt, and it sort of like starts to disintegrate, doesn't it, as you're sort of cutting it.
So a bit of Bonder web.
Yeah, so a little bit of Bonder web on the back can just sort of like make the fabric a little bit more stable. But I don't tend to like to use a lot of that only on the smaller pieces, because
this felt is perfect for it.
It's just
because
beautiful.
It cuts nicely, but it's soft.
It's just gorgeous, yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And also it's the colour palette as well.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. So those are all of your little bits and bobs there that you've got, and you've cut those out. So then we're going to move on to the next bit, and this is where things start to sort of like take shape.
Now we can start sewing.
Yeah. So what we've got a front there, and we've also got the back. Now, because you've cut these two pieces out here, these main bits for the body, obviously one is going to go on top of the other, marry up, and you're going to stitch around that. But can you see what's starting to happen on here? I've layered up all of the pieces of felt that I've cut out, position them carefully where they need to be, following the image in the book, okay, carefully. And also you'll see in there, just choose a random one. Okay, so for instance, let's see, being picky now. Okay, macaw. If you can, you sort of zoom into that little section there a little bit, perhaps. No? Okay. All right, you can see sort of, there we go, great. Can you see all the sort of different markings there? Those relate back to the stitch guide at the front of the book. So here's the key to the stitches.
Oh, okay, and then those are...
Yeah, so you've got your running stitch, you've got your blanket stitch, seed stitch, back stitch, which is just resembled as a straight line. You've got lacing stitch as well, and you've also got a French knot. There are different stitches used in each of the books. So for instance, with the cats, you'll be taught through how to sew the whiskers on, all little bits of little details, information like that. So if I just go back here to this design guide, you'll be able to see that there's a little running stitch in certain parts. There's bits of, you can see blanket stitch on there. So all of the stitches are marked in the book on the design guide, which indicate what you need to do when you're sewing them up.
So when you sew them together, do you pin them first?
Right, okay. You can pin, you can use a pin if you wanted to. However, sometimes what I do is I maybe just sort of blob a little bit of glue on the back in case it's a sort of very small fiddly little piece that's moving around a little bit, and a pin can sometimes become a little bit big and sort of, you know, dominating while you're sewing. So sometimes I find it easier just to blob a tiny little bit of fabric glue on the back to position each of the pieces. Brads. Okay, I'll just take this one out. It's minus an I now. Brads.
Brads are for eyes. Now we have got brads. I haven't got them on the table on here.
No.
I'll have a look.
I think I've got a little bag of them somewhere, but I've got that one there anyway. But brads are basically, they're used in paper crafts a lot for decoration, and they do come in lots and lots of different sizes. These, I think, are about a 3mm size brad.
Yeah, I'll have a look. We do have them somewhere, but I'll find them.
If you're at home and you have got some of these and you want to use some for eyes and they're not the right colour, sometimes you find you get a lot in gold.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know why, but easiest thing that I find is just get a pot of black nail varnish. And just paint it. And the other thing I quite like about the nail varnish as well is it kind of gives a nice sheen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's like got that little bit of a glisten. But basically the way that they operate is it's got two sort of like prongy things at the back.
Okay.
I don't know whether you can see that.
Like a what were they called? You used to use them as like for paper, didn't you? And then you open them out.
Yeah, like when you were in an exam.
Yeah,
and you had extra.
Together.
Yeah.
Oh, there they are.
Yay!
Hey, Ben found the brads.
Well done.
Yay. Well done, Ben. I looked. So obviously it didn't look very well. So if you want brads, we have a pack of them here. $3.99. There we go, $3.99 for the pack of those. So these are perfect for eyes.
They are, yeah. And basically all of the projects that are in all of the books use the same sized brads for the eyes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if you need those, just $3.99. Pop those into your basket because they're worth having.
So how many's in that pack?
There are 100.
Oh,
wow.
Okay, 100.
That's so perfect for 50 birds.
Yeah, because with the birds, a lot of them only actually have one eye.
Yeah, they're all one-eyed birds.
So, so yeah, basically the way that they operate, they've got the two prongs at the back. Now what I tend to do is get like a thick darning needle and just sort of like push that through at this point here. If I just use my cocktail stick to sort of illustrate for you. Just push that down, your darning needle, and make a hole, because what happens is once you start layering all of these little bits of felt together, it can become quite thick.
Right,
so pushing the brad through can become quite difficult, and you don't want to sort of you know, break the back there or sort of distort it and bend it in the wrong direction. So after you've used a thick darning needle, just make your hole, and you're just going to pop that through, and then very carefully, just get that on the screen, open out the two backs, and you can see how that's been held in place, and it's not going anywhere. And you know what I was saying about the eyes earlier on? Hasn't he just come alive?
I know, there's something about that, isn't it? You put the eye in, and then they become alive.
Yeah. I remember when I was at art school, actually, and I was given a project, and we had to make a shop front window, and I chose to do fish.
Right.
So we had a famous department store in Liverpool at the time called Lewis's, and they were really famous for their window displays because they went all out, a bit like Liberty's, but maybe not as grand. But I remember going up there one day to the display department on the top floor, and they just gave me loads of stuff, and they gave me these really large sort of silver discs that were on a piece of string. So I used those for the scales on the fish, and these fish were huge, they were massive. But the first time I ever realised that the eyes were what brought something to life was when I made those fish at art school. Back in the early 80s, yeah.
But so, it's true, isn't it? And I think also the fact that you're using something that you're not having to cut a piece of black felt.
Yeah. Well, that's it, because, I mean, you can imagine, can't you, sort of cutting out something as small as that. I mean, there are options available, I suppose, and you've probably got these here.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know, those sorts of, what are they called? Like, sort of...
Yes. Well, like rivets, aren't they?
Yeah. But I mean, these have got all different sizes on, so you could just rotate it to probably...
Yeah, because some of the packs of rivets you get have the tool, but that will do all of them.
Yeah.
But I think using like brads or little buttons or
it's
rivets,
so much easier, isn't it?
That more natural look.
And also because, you know, you've got a nice bit of a shine there instead of the matte for the, you know, that you would have for the felt.
Cute.
Isn't he cute?
But that's what I mean, you see, like something like that, if you didn't want to put the legs, if you were going to use it for brooch,
doesn't necessarily need them, no. So, okay, we're at that stage now.
We're at that stage, okay.
Right, and you can see also as well that I put on all of the little markings there that sort of illustrate maybe feathers and you know, whatever a robin might have, just to also give them a little bit of texture as well. Rather than it just being sort of like the flat felt, you've got this little running stitch or stab stitch, which illustrates, you know, just gives them a little bit of texture. So I just pop that one back in.
So with most of with all of these, they have a plain back.
Yeah.
But I guess if you use them as a decoration, then you could do both sides.
Yeah, I mean, that's I suppose that's a good point to bring up, actually. Say if you were making them for a tree, Christmas tree, and maybe they sort of move around,
or
don't
Easter,
they?
You know, or you just want to hang them up in your house.
Yeah, you could just do the pattern front and back, just cut out two lots of all the extra little additions.
Also because the felt doesn't have a right side.
Exactly.
You don't even have to reverse it.
Yeah, well I know, that's the joy of it, isn't it? It's great. Okay, so what we've got, just turn this round. The legs here, all right, the robin has cocktail stick legs. I just thought using cocktail sticks, really cheap little way to sort of replicate the legs. But not only that, you know, they're kind of cute, aren't they? You know, sort of like small and like really like little spindly things. But obviously they're not the colour that you might perhaps want them to be. You could leave them just in the natural shade. That's completely up to you. You know, it's totally your discretion. But what I've used on here is just a felt tip marking pen.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And just literally had to go over it a couple of times because I think the cocktail sticks do have a sort of maybe a little bit of a coating of some sort on them. But I've just gone over it a little, you know, a couple of times just to make sure that, you know, I've got even coverage. I mean, the other thing is maybe paint, or if you do happen to have a lot of pots of nail varnish, you know, at home, you could just sort of like paint them in the nail varnish again. So we've got them, and they're all done.
So is the front and back just blanket stitched together?
Yeah, so I'll just talk about that now, and I'll just take some of this out just to illustrate it a little bit. Stuffing. Now, there's all sorts of different alternatives that you can use for stuffing these days. I mean, I tend to like to use this polyester stuffing just because it's nice and soft, and it's easy to use as a stuffing. Some people use alternatives such as cotton wool. Yeah. True. So, you know, you get those bags that have just got sort of like a whole big wadge of it in rather than the
soft toy filling's quite nice because once you've got a big bag, it lasts for a long time.
Well, it does. I mean, I think my bag that I've got of this, I think I've actually made these whole 3 books, and I've still got some of it left over. So it does go a long way. Okay. And the other thing is probably it's best not to overstuff as well, because once they sort of you stuff them too much, they sort of start to lose their sort of shape, don't they? So don't overstuff. So this is just a polyester stuff in there. So what I've done, and you know, unfortunately, I can't sort of like really make the whole thing up in the time of the hour because these things can, because I am so particular, they can actually take me all day.
Yeah. Yes. That's because you're very particular.
Because I'm really particular. So, for instance, you know, if I do a bit of sewing, it gets knotted. I think, oh, I'm not happy with that, so it all has to be unpicked, and then I'll start again. So, that's why I've taken it down into stage by stage, because it's easier for me to show because you'd be bored. I'd just be still here cutting out and drawing around and doing goodness knows what like 4 stages ago rather than getting to this stage now. So if you remember earlier on, okay, we had our little bits, we had the back and the front, and as you quite rightly said, you know, you could do the same on the back as well as the front. So if you can imagine now, marry up those 2 pieces, front and back, and then you've got your blanket stitch. And I'll just do a little demo of that.
And you're using normal sewing thread?
Yeah, this is just normal standard 120s sewing thread. That's a bit of my weaving.
Like 50 weight
yeah.
then.
That's just normal sewing thread. Now different people have different sort of preferences as well. Some people might want to use the thread single and some might want to use it double. I don't know why, but I always like to use my thread doubled over. Maybe because it's a little bit more stable, it's a little bit more secure. Put a little knot in the end of it, and I'm just going to talk through a bit of a blanket stitch now.
Okay.
So if I just get back to Robin, wherever he is. We're on T there, so there we are, right. If you can see on the design guide, if I just sort of like link you back to this particular little section here, can you see there's a gap? The blanket stitch is running around the edge, but there's a gap here. You've got like a little cloud. That is the stuffing. So remember, you've got to leave a little bit open somewhere for the stuffing. For this one, I've actually done it, left the gap down the bottom. You see that?
Yeah.
But on the design guide, it's here. But as long as you've left somewhere that's easily accessible to sort of like stuff your bird, that's fine. The worst thing is you sew all your blanket stitch all the way around, you think, oh, I need to stuff him. So don't forget to leave a gap. So if I'm just going to illustrate blanket stitch, and it's a really straightforward little stitch. I've got my thread doubled, I've got my 2 pieces sort of married up very carefully there, so I've got the 2 edges running side by side, and I'm just going to go up through the top bit first, okay? And then what I'm going to do, I'm using my fingers there to pinch and hold, just because that's what I'm used to doing now. You could actually hold your pieces together using some dressmaking pins. So I'm holding them together, pinching them there. I'm going to take my needle up through the back. All right, so we've gone up through the other side. I'm going to take this end of yarn here, or thread rather, and I'm going to wrap it round the needle, and then pull it away. Okay. And then using an even sort of like spacing between each stitch, I'm just going to carry on with that particular technique. So I'll just run through that again. My needle is going up through the 2 layers of felt around the raw edges. I'm making it nice and even, spacing. So the needles come up, I'm taking this end of the thread, that's getting wrapped around, pull the needle, and it's as simple as that. And I'm sure many of you watching will already know how to do a blanket stitch anyway, but I just thought it would be quite nice for me
but
to
you've
just...
got actually like more of a knotted blanket stitch
Yeah,
there, which I
yeah,
quite like. And
yeah.
So you're rather than the traditional one, you're getting a little knot on it.
That's right.
Which gives it maybe a bit of more strength.
A bit more strength to it. So you would literally just carry that right on round, remembering to leave your gap for your stuffing. So if I just come back now to my last stage, you need to stuff your bird. Now I use different things. I sometimes use a pair of scissors to stuff him. Use a pencil with an eraser on the end. That's another good thing to use because you can get the grip on it. Or something like this skewer that you may just have in your kitchen drawer, and you can see that works quite nicely as well. On some of the little creatures, you might be best as well to maybe take a small amount of the stuffing, roll it round, and make a sort of my hands are a bit cold. Make a sort of pea-sized little shape. Can you see that? And if you've got sort of like smaller little nooks and crannies that you need to stuff, doing that, using that technique, just sort of like helps to,
particularly like the beak.
Yeah, get into those sorts of areas. So he'd be finished now, because I would finish that off. I would use the same technique that I just used previously and carry on with my blanket stitch around that edge, which means that then he's all nice and secure. Okay, I need my legs, and because you've used the blanket stitch, it's kind of they're quite easy to sort of like just sort of like push in. He's gonna
just between the stitches.
Yeah. And you can have them any length you want. You can have some maybe longer, you can have some shorter. That's completely, your preference. What you might also want to do as well, just so that you know that that's going to be like really secure in there, is just bob a little bit of glue onto the end of it, and then get your darning needle so the glue's not going to go everywhere. Make a hole and then push it in.
Perfect. Oh, well, thank you, Alison. That has been fab. I'm just going to run through the books again. So The Birds is the book that we have on screen at the moment. I'm going to move over to this side. There we go. This is the bird book. Remember, 50 birds in there. So all the birds that we went through, you've got everything that you need in there, all the templates, all the instructions. They are gorgeous, aren't they? I mean, Alison was saying you can use them for decorations, hanging up. You could stitch a load together for bunting. They could be brooches, make them bigger, turn them into cushions.
Yeah.
Swan cushion would be gorgeous.
Oh, that would be beautiful,
wouldn't
it would
just be lovely. You could even use them single-sided and applique them onto things and not have them stuffed. I mean, there's so much. It's only your imagination that limits that. Absolutely beautiful. Look at it. I am like in an aviary. Now, the best thing for making these birds is this pack of felt, because I think it's amazing value at $13.99. You are getting 40.
Yeah, I think you said 45 there, yeah.
45 6-inch squares in 45 different colours as well. Now, this is the felt that Alison actually used for making all of the birds in her book. So it's a wool blend felt. So it's beautifully soft, but nice and stable as well. So it cuts really well.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Felt. So you will need the felt. $13.99 for that. Don't forget the little brads for the eyes. Now you can use these for cat's eyes, dog's eyes, bird's eyes. And there's 100 in that. Now, as the bird's all single-sided, that's 100 birds.
Yeah.
Only $3.99. We've got the cats book, 50 cats. Again, you can use them for small decorations, use them as little brooches. gifts for people, lovely thing to hang on a present or as an extra little gift, or enlarge them, use them for applique, make big cushions with them. They are stunning, aren't they? And finally, don't forget the dogs. Stitch 50 dogs. There's a breed for everyone here, and the great thing is obviously you can personalise these, so you can make exactly your dog. So find the breed, the one that's the same as yours or closest to you, and then you can change all the colours so it fits exactly. So we'll see you back in an hour, Alison.
You will, yeah.
And you've got a brand new kit.
I have, yeah.
The
Exciting.
The little reindeer.
The little
so you're
reindeer,
be,
yeah.
Demonstrating. So we've got a complete kit to make it, and the instructions as well.
And instructions, yeah.
Well, thanks. That's been brilliant.
Thank you
so
very
inspired.
much.
I'll see you back here now.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere. Lorraine, this Queen of Stencils, is waiting in the wings. She will be with us in a few minutes' time. She's going to talk us through, if you missed her 8 o'clock show, the beautiful set. This is all about stenciling fabric in a really easy way, and you can also stencil paper as well. She's going to be going through the more complex stencils, the ones that we've got, the William Morris stencils behind me. So if you haven't seen the first show, you'll love it, and if you have, you are going to enjoy these stencils. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hi, my name's Helen Rhiannon, and I am a bridal wear fashion designer based down in Swansea in South Wales, and I also teach people how to sew, which I have done for the last 15 plus years. And what first got me into sewing was in school. I think I learned to sew in primary school by hand, and then in secondary school I had a really fantastic textiles teacher who was very old school, Mrs. Shepherd, and she taught me everything I knew and taught me really, really well. And it's something I've carried through with everything I've ever done going through to university, and then when I set up my own business, and teaching people as well. So those kind of old school traditional methods. So yes, it was all down to her really sparking that little bit of imagination and creativity, which was lovely. So the sewing tip that I would recommend is something that I just rave about all of the time, which is notches. Notches are used on all patterns, whether it's a bag to a soft toy or dressmaking, but notches are there for a reason. They're on your pattern to help you match everything together. So your pattern is like a big jigsaw. So notches are key to being able to put that back together the right way. And always use the tip of your scissors, so just a little snip of 0.5 mils, and those notches will help you put your whole project together much, much, much easier than if you ignored them.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account. and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there! Welcome back to Sewing Street. So if you were with me at 8, you will have met Lorraine, the Queen of Stencils, who just transformed the way I'm thinking about fabric and how I'm going to decorate now. She went through all the stenciling in that hour, and we will recap some of the smaller stencils then. But if you weren't there at 8 o'clock with us, this is Lorraine. Hello. Welcome, welcome. So we'll just do a quick recap. So you you design the stencils.
I design them, well, other than these William Morris ones.
Well, yeah.
I mostly design the
and
stencils
you
and I make them.
actually manufacture them all as well yourself, which is
I
brilliant.
do.
So the stencils can be used for paper or fabric.
That's right.
And originally you started with paper.
That's correct, yes, and it's just sort of progressed. If you get into stenciling, you'll realise that you end up wanting to stencil everything. So you'll do one thing and then think, oh, I wonder if I can stencil that out, you know.
Yes, so people just stencil their walls, they just put them straight onto their walls.
Yes, so this goes directly onto a wall, paint, tiny amount of paint, little tester pot will do about 3 or 4 metres. And then you can do the fabrics as well and just create a coordinated look.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Or just one wall, that's what I like.
Yes, a feature wall.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
But they work with, so the same stencil will work with fabric.
That's right, it's the type of paint that's important.
So you have to mix just a water-based emulsion with your special
fabric medium, yes.
The fabric medium. Now this one is hanging behind you, the marigold.
Yes.
Right, so the marigold stencil. Now when you get yours, it will be sent rolled up. It won't be like this. That is the marigold, isn't it?
Yeah, and because it's rolled up, you need to leave it to lie flat for a short while, just so it all flattens out.
So should I take it out? So yours will be rolled up, but mine is, oh, I've ruined your label now. I just want to show you. So do you get both pieces?
Well, I'll explain that. That's a top edge stencil for getting in close to ceilings.
So this is a big stencil. So this is £39. Now, once Lorraine shows you what you can do, if you think about pieces of fabric, maybe you've got plain fabric, best to use 100% cotton or a very high content cotton fabric, just because it will take the paint better. Once you've stenciled it, you heat seal it with an iron and then it's ready to wash and you can just use it. So look at this one, this is the marigold stencil, but you imagine plain fabric, stencil this, use it for your makes, tablecloths, bed linen. It can be as small or large as you want, and it can be repeated as well. So these little leafy bits, cutouts, that's the repeating.
Yes, and then there's a guide that comes with it
that shows you how to repeat.
How to repeat it, yes.
And Lorraine went through that when she was on air at 8. We'll explain it again, but that's used for the repeat. And then you also get this piece.
So that is for getting close to the ceiling. So So it's the other way round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's hard. I'm looking at it back
And you
to
would
front.
put that tight up against the ceiling or the coving.
Yes.
And then you get a nice sharp line at the top.
Or if you
Or it's a border.
Or to the top of a piece of fabric, or
Yeah.
a border.
Could just be a border on its own.
And so if you want to see what it looks like, have a look. It's behind Lorraine. Can you see there? That is.
I've gone the
this
wrong way,
one
haven't I?
here.
It's this one, isn't it? Yeah.
This is what it looks like. Unbelievable.
So that's not repeating that way. I've just done that as a vertical border, which of course
that
you can
could
do.
be table runner.
Yes.
Or bed runner.
Absolutely.
Just like that. So just think of all of that spare plain fabric you get, and also, you know, how much money you're going to save. You've got the stencil, you can then do your walls, you can do all your fabric, and you only need plain cotton fabric for it.
Yeah, that's right.
So how do we do this then?
Okay, so I'm going to use some fabric medium.
So the back of the stencils are sticky.
It is, yes. Sorry, need to say that. It comes with the backing, as you can see on there, and you peel it off and then discard the backing. You don't.
So that's
need
just
that.
a peel off backing.
Yes.
So you don't need any special sprays.
No,
it just sticks.
It all stays in place. So you can see I can move the fabric around and my stencil just stays in place. You don't need spray adhesive. You don't need masking tape. The backing completely keeps it in place. The backing is washable as well, as is the whole stencil. So if you find that it's not sticky, it's because it's picked up some dirt, it's picked up some dust. You just need to wash it in warm soapy water. So I tend to put them in a shallow bath with some warm soapy water, leave them soaking for about half an hour, and then the paint wipes off really easily.
And then you can just use them again.
Yeah, so I'm just going to use an emulsion paint. I'll just move that out of the way so you can see.
So if you're doing it on walls, you just use a water-based emulsion. If you're doing it on fabric, you use the water-based emulsion or any water-based paint mixed with the fabric medium.
So the fabric medium is white, but it doesn't change the colour of the paint at all. So you mix it roughly 50-50.
And then once it's mixed together, you can keep it as well. Keep it sealed in a sealed container, but you can then keep it and use it again and again and again.
That's right. And for covering the really large areas, I recommend using a dense foam roller that you can pick up at any DIY store. Let me see if I've got one that hasn't got paint on it, and you can see what it exactly looks like.
Oh yeah, you had a pack of them, didn't you?
Yeah, so that's the type of roller.
Okay.
So it's not a fluffy one, it's the foam type, often called a gloss roller. That's what you need to look for. You can get bigger ones, these are the mini ones. So
ideal for painting radiators.
Yeah.
And you end up buying a pack of 10 and using like 2 of them.
Yes.
So ideal for this, but they need to be the foam ones.
So the important thing is to load up your roller, but then remove the excess paint. And this is a step that people often miss. They put the paint on
and then
really
you've got
wet.
too much.
Yeah, then you've got too much paint, you risk it bleeding through. So it's taking that off. So once you've positioned your stencil,
let me move my bits out of the way. There we go.
you just gently start rolling. And I start off quite gently, so I'm pushing the stencil into the fabric so that all parts of the stencil are going to be sticking down. It also sort of seals the edges as well.
And do you roll it all into, is it like doing a wall where you have to roll in different directions?
I tend to go in the direction of the leaves there. I'm going lengthways rather than going that way where you might risk lifting it slightly.
Oh, okay. So it's not about like coverage then, it's more...
No, not at all. I tend to just go over bits as I feel like it really. But you can also then build up the colour in certain areas so that you've got more colour in some areas than others. And I should say, always have a piece of paper underneath.
Right, because it will. So if you're using something pre-made, I mean, these are perfect for pre-made cushion covers. So if you don't want to sew a cushion, you don't want to put a zip in, buy a pre-made cushion cover, put some paper inside, and then you can stencil on top of it. I mean, and this would be fantastic for on its own for a cushion cover.
I think we have got some over there. I think they might be to the side there. I've got one that's got larkspur on one side and it's got marigold on the other.
Not that one. Right, I'm going to have a little look.
So I'm just building up the colour now, putting a second coat over it. And it's a good idea to have a piece of fabric that you test it on first, just to see.
Yes, I found it. It's in a bag.
Look. Have we got them?
Yeah, it's in a
brilliant.
bag. Oh, that's absolutely perfect, isn't it?
So again, they're just ready-made.
So look at that.
Cushion covers.
Look. So this is just a pre-made, like kind of a cream cotton canvas. And look at that. That's beautiful, isn't it? So what you do is the paint that you've painted your bedroom with, you use that and then you've got perfectly matching, or just by little tester points. You can even get, even the really posh designer paint, buy a small tester pot, mix it 50-50 with the medium, and look at that. I mean, it looks like designer cushion. And I'm thinking as well, if this was mine, I would then, if you want to, you can embellish it with embroidery. So the centre of here, wouldn't that look amazing in gold French knots? Or you could work some of the stems. Now Lorraine has done this one in just one colour, but she's done lots of others where she's used more than one colour. So you can do stems and flowers all in different colours depending on how much you want, but that is just stunning. So this stencil, £39, you can create individual ones, you can create cushions, you could repeat it, and I'll get Lorraine to show you in a minute how you do the repeating. So you can create a whole large piece of fabric. I mean, imagine making a tablecloth with this. Go and buy yourself a white cotton tablecloth or meter of fabric and hem it and use the stencil. So is that one done?
Yes, so I'm going to peel it off. They're quite big. You can stick them to anything.
So that's great.
You can just pop them on your wall out of the way while you organise yourself.
Wow.
Move that over.
I mean, it's so precise.
And then.
So this is now if you want to repeat it.
Yes. Now the thing here, I haven't got enough fabric here to show the full repeat because you would have another piece.
Yeah.
Up there. But the guide shows you exactly where you need to line up. So
the small little cutouts that you will stencil, you then match up the next one with, so you don't need to do any measuring.
So it's the leaves to the side and the little centre piece of the flower. They're your registration points.
So you don't have to think about measuring or making sure it's straight. So if you wanted to, maybe you're doing patchwork and quilting and you want some you've got just plain fabric, you could stencil 1/2 meters, each one in a different colour. Then you've got the same fabric, the same print, but just different colours. And then you cut it out and use it as normal. That's why this is so fab, so that you can do ready-made items like bed linen, table linen. You can stencil lampshades. You could do chairs, anything that's already upholstered, because all you have to do when it's finished is press it. So anything that's pre-made you can do. Or if you want to use it as cut fabric, just get your quilting weight cotton and print it. I like, I would have thought originally, I would do it on a white fabric, but using coloured fabric works really well.
Oh, it does, yeah. So just experiment on a small offcut just to see how the paints are going to work. And the beautiful thing is you can sometimes see fabrics or wallpaper and you like the design, but the colours aren't quite right.
Yeah.
The beauty of stenciling is you can have it in any
I know,
colour.
and it really has come on, I think, since I was stenciling in the 90s, and it was just like borders. Everybody did borders. You either got wallpaper borders, didn't you?
Yes, and you put the border along the dado rail or the
Yeah,
picture rail,
all of
wouldn't
that,
you?
did
Yes.
loads of those.
Yeah.
But now it's become very like beautiful designed whole pieces. I mean, I'm thinking I'd like to stencil a whole wall in that.
And you wouldn't know that it's a stencil. People look at it and say, is it a stencil? Is it wallpaper? How's that done? And you get a great satisfaction from it to say that you've hand painted your wall, you know.
And then you make matching things. That's what. So once you've bought your stencil and it's done, you can reuse it over and over again. I love this marigold. So this is from an original William Morris design.
It is, yes. Yeah, one of his famous designs, a really popular design.
And it is beautiful, isn't it? But I do like the way you've got the paper one behind you, because I'm thinking that's just table runner.
Yes,
isn't
so
it?
that's just using the repeat vertically, going down rather than going across and down.
If you did that all in a nice sort of deep spruce green on a white fabric, that's Christmas table runner.
Yeah.
And I suppose because the repeat marks are at the bottom as well, then you can line it up.
Yes, so you can line up at the top and at the bottom. I think 'cause we haven't got enough space on this fabric for you to really see.
But that shows how
you would then
you can repeat
line
it without
up
having
there.
to think.
Yes, but it's
or
all on
measure.
there.
I mean.
Yeah, and as you go on with the project, you realise where you're lining up, and it becomes sort of second nature to do it.
No, I think that's really
continue.
clever that you've done that, because otherwise you would have to think, well, how does that match up?
Yes, no, it makes that seamless pattern. You can't see where the joins are.
It's
completely
absolutely
seamless.
fab. I love that one. So it must have been quite hard when you think about, well, I'm going to do some William Morris ones. How did you choose?
Well, some with lots of different colours are going to be quite difficult, and I do have some that are multi-layered, and that really is sort of more advanced stenciling.
Okay.
But Marigold and Larkspur, because of the way they were designed originally, sort of woodcut prints, they've already got these gaps, which are called bridges. So they lend themselves really, really well to stenciling. Yeah. So the design is pretty much authentic to the original. Just a few little extras that you need for stenciling.
Okay, just so it joins together properly. I
yeah.
mean, it is beautiful. I'm thinking, if you had to buy that as fabric, what that would cost.
Yeah. And the wallpaper is
£100
a roll or something like that.
And wallpaper is horrible.
Yes.
To do.
Yeah.
So you just stencil the
And imagine
wall.
you've got a £100 roll of wallpaper and then you get some bubbles in it.
Oh, I know.
You know.
But you just stencil the wall. And then you stencil the curtain fabric.
Yes, yeah.
So you could buy just plain curtain fabric.
Yes.
And make your amazing curtains.
Yes, that's right. You could just do one edge like that
Yes,
with that
just
one.
the leading edge.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Because actually, so if you have a look on the image on the website, can we see that? Oh, look.
Yeah, that's an all over.
Oh, that's stunning.
So that's the whole repeat.
Wow. I mean, that looks like very, very expensive wallpaper.
Yes. And if you use an expensive paint, we were talking about the high-end paints, and they're worth using because they've got a lot of pigment
Yes,
in. So it's going to be easier to stencil. But you're going to get the look of designer expensive wallpaper for a
I like the
fraction of the
idea
price.
as well with that stencil on the wall is you could then stencil the curtains the other way. So you've got cream curtains there and you could stencil them with the grey.
With the grey, yes.
So it was the other way around.
Yeah, just reverse it. Really good.
That's lovely. We have got the fabrics, because I know a few of you have been asking, because we've put together a little selection of fabrics for you, which kind of work, the colours sort of work with the stencils. They're sort of, because the stencils are really, particularly the William Morris, beautiful designs. I think they need these sort of softer tones.
Yes.
You can use whatever you like. So here we go. Now, the code, a minute. Is DO, yes. So this is available by the ½ metre, so which means if you want more than a ½ metre, it will be sent as you as a cut piece. This is Cadet Blue. So if you want to use one of the stencils for this, obviously you've seen Lorraine using it with like a neutral colour, but it looked really nice with white as well. But you will get sent as a whole cut piece. So if you're thinking tablecloth, I'll do the blues first. BCLJ64. This is gorgeous. This is, what's this? I was going to say this is a real beautiful duck egg shade. And this is, this is allowing you to get the stencil to speak for itself. And I think with this colour is that you can use white to do the stenciling, but you can use darker colours and prints as well. This is such an on-trend colourway. This would look beautiful with the wildflower design that we had in the earlier show, which we will show you at the end. So that's the blue, and then we've got one that's a bit brighter if you want something with a bit more depth, KXLJ98. This one is Sapphire. $3.79. This is 100% cotton quilting weight. This is our standard quilting weight cotton fabric. So if you're, and also, what you can do if you're making something and you want to use this colour, you could use it plain and then stencil some and use the two together so that you get an absolute perfect match, and use different stencils on it. So you can have the whole quilt in the same fabric but stenciled with different patterns. This one, JELJ96, this is a really lovely, it's bamboo, but it's kind of a neutral green. Yeah, the colour is bamboo. It's not bamboo fabric, but it is like a beige mixed with a green. Works really well with these stencils. Then we have ISLJ 85. That's another really lovely soft green. That's called khaki, but that's kind of like the stems of meadow wildflowers. 379. And then the final one is sage, which it is really. Sage, more like a sort of a yellowy grassy green. So if you've got the stencils, or you're thinking about getting the stencils and you want some plain fabric to do them on, you know, 1/2 metre will do a cushion cover or 2 cushion fronts from it. So if you think about, oh, I want to have a go of those, just use some, you can just use white as well with any of these. It would look really, really good. Right, that's all the fabrics.
Okay.
So larkspur.
Oh, we're doing larkspur next. Okay.
Yes. We
Right.
don't know, that's what Ben wants to do.
Okay.
Which one were you going to do?
Forget-me-nots.
We'll do forget-me-not.
Okay.
And then we'll do larkspur. Now this is forget-me-not already done by you.
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's the bamboo fabric, is it, that I put that one on? Is that the bamboo colour?
Bamboo,
Yeah.
So just a warning on larkspur, which is this print here, that stencil is selling very fast at the moment. So as soon as Lorraine starts demonstrating, it's going to go. So if you want that stencil, you need to get ahead with it. This is forget-me-not. So this is what happens if you stencil a whole metre of fabric.
That's white emulsion.
Just white emulsion, obviously mixed with
Mixed
the fabric medium, using the forget-me-not stencil. That's what you get if you stencil a metre. I mean, that is stunning, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really effective.
That is designer fabric, and it works so well with just the blue. But just think about dressmaking as well. Either do the fabric, or, you know, if you've got any clothing, amazing.
If you've got some old plain clothing that you're thinking of throwing out,
I know, and you just want to update it a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do this all over your denim jacket, this one, couldn't you? Yeah. The whole thing. Right, so how does this stencil come?
Are we going to do on the wall? Take it onto the wall?
Let's do. So that's what it looks like on the fabric. So I'm going to swap over, and Lorraine's going to show you that it's the same technique, but obviously your stencil is so multi-use because you can use it for walls, wallpaper.
Yes, yeah. See,
or
you can go onto wallpaper and then put the wallpaper up, but it's easier just if you've got a nicely plastered wall, just paint it your base colour. So here, the base colour would be the dark grey, and that's got white emulsion on top.
Fab.
And a small tester pot, 300, 250 mil, that's going to do about 3 or 4 metres of wall.
Oh wow, so
it's
you really don't need much paint at all.
Yeah.
So paint your wall in the base colour.
Yep.
Or buy your fabric in the base colour.
Yeah.
And then this is how you do it.
Okay, so I'm going to use the top edge stencil first to show you how it works.
So this stencil's the same as the marigold. It comes with a top edge and a main piece.
So the marigold, forget-me-not and larkspur all come with the top edge, which is for getting in close. If you imagine your ceilings there,
yes,
you want to get up nice and close to it. You don't want to be using a really big stencil for that, or you go tight up to your coving. So that works really well. And
or your duvet cover.
Yes, you can use it
to go
border.
right up to the seam.
Yes, that's right.
Of your duvet cover.
Yeah. And they're quite nice, just little filler stencils as well. If you've got little gaps where you want to fill in, like at corners, and you don't want to use the whole big stencil, the small one works quite well because it's easier to bend into the corners. So I'm just loading up the roller with the paint, taking the excess paint off, and that's the important thing. And then I go this side. Can you see me if I go this side?
Yeah, you can see.
So I'm just rolling it on.
And this is a really good way to see as well. So if you're doing it on fabric, it's the same process, the same technique. It's just that you're on fabric instead.
And because it's adhesive backed, it stays in position. It's not going to go anywhere. It doesn't leave any residue on the wall. It doesn't remove paint.
That's good, isn't it?
It's quite a magic.
It is magic.
Backing.
And if you wash it, it goes sticky again.
It does, yes. So it will feel like there's no more stickiness on it when you wash it. You've got to wait till it's completely dry.
Okay.
I have had customers that have ordered a second stencil saying, well, I've washed it and it's not sticky. And then a day later, they've gone to it and go, oh yeah, it is sticky again. And then cancelled their order going, yeah, I've just realised.
Oh, yeah.
My daughter actually said to me the other day, she was doing some stenciling, and She went, you didn't lie. They do go sticky again.
Why would I lie?
I didn't lie.
Oh, that's just gorgeous.
So then,
I just love
you will line up
Yeah.
here, and you would continue across your wall, or around the whole room if you're doing the whole room.
Yeah, well, obviously.
And just do your ceiling first before you get into the main stencil.
You could do the whole ceiling as well. Get completely carried away.
If you just want a border, you could just do this top part,
okay.
you know. And again, it's something you don't have to do it all in one day. You can...
No, so if you mix up your... Well, I guess if you're doing it on walls, you don't need to mix up your paint with the medium. You just... But as long as you keep it in a sealed container.
Yeah.
I like that. That's a nice colour.
Or if you've got two people doing it, one person can be going around doing the ceiling, and then someone following behind filling in the main pattern. Pull that one off. So you can see I'm not being gentle pulling it off. It just pulls off. It doesn't remove the paint. It doesn't leave any residue. So you would just continue with that all the way around your room.
Okay.
And then we would grab the main stencil. I left that one over there. There we go.
So what's this one based on then?
This is just a very
This is
simple
something
forget-me-not
fancy
design.
drawing.
Yeah. So as you can see, the main stencil lines up
Yeah.
there.
So you've just taken out any of the guesswork, the complex stuff you've done.
So you've got that seamless pattern
Yes.
that looks like wallpaper. You can't see the joins. And it really is very, very easy.
It's
You
just
don't need
lovely.
Yeah. No messing around with spray adhesive
No.
or masking tape or anything like that.
Oh.
And if you're doing like a light colour, like here, a light colour on a dark background, leave the stencil in place, give it a little blast with a hairdryer, and then go over it again, and then you'll get a crisper white.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
yes. Or just go over some bits, so some bits become whiter
or
than
you
others.
can just pick out areas.
Oh, I'm a bit now. I'm now thinking. I bet you're all out there thinking the same as I am around your house. Oh, now that would be nice. Or if you've got a chair, I've got a couple of sort of fabric covered chairs that could do with recovering, but actually I might just stencil them. You just need a bit of love. But clothing, jeans, bottom of my jeans definitely need stenciling.
Providing you can get an iron onto the fabric afterwards.
Yeah. That's all you have to do.
All you need to do. Pull that one off. And then you would just continue.
Oh, it's just so satisfying. That's the best bit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And then you just continue round.
And then you just
lining
match up.
Yes.
This is why I think it's quite difficult to stop. Imagine it getting to 3 a.m. going, I'll just do this wall. And then before you know it, it's 6 a.m. and the whole house has been stenciled.
And you don't need to be too particular about
Is the
lining
whole
it
of your
up
house
either.
stenciled?
It's not, no. Some of it is. Some of it is. I've got about 3 rooms maybe stenciled.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's all.
Ceilings?
No, haven't done ceilings, no. But I do have a demo wall that I test them on.
Oh, okay.
So that's continually changing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or floors?
Yes, you can do floors.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And then I guess you just varnish them after.
You can just varnish them. And again, it's more about using the right paint. You can stencil anything, you just need to make sure you're using the correct paint. So if you're stenciling onto, say, an outdoor patio, you're going to want to use a masonry paint.
Outside, yeah?
You can use them outside, yes. So if you've got some sort of concrete flagstones that are looking a bit dull, you can stencil them.
Ben's really excited now. He's getting overexcited in the gallery. Yeah, that's it. In the summer, you can go outdoors and stencil your patio.
You can. Or an outdoor wall.
Yeah, or an outdoor or fence.
Yes.
Look amazing. You need to,
Yeah.
maybe a fence might be a bit bumpy.
But again, it's using the correct
Yes,
paint.
shed. Obviously, you won't be able to wash off some paints from your stencil.
That's right. As long as you use a water-based paint,
Yeah.
you're going to be able to.
But you can varnish it after.
So,
Oh,
there
so
we
you can
go.
just see it building up.
Yes, and you just continue
Until you get to the
around
end.
with it. Yes, yeah.
That's
all done.
gorgeous. Love that. So that one is the Forget-Me-Not large wall stencil, but obviously it can be used for fabric as well. And in your pack, you get the two pieces. You get the larger design that you're going to be using for repeat, but you also get, which is a brilliant extra, that you get that piece that you can do for the edges. So if you're doing up to the ceiling, or maybe you're doing a piece, something that's pre-made, maybe you want to just do like the edge of a cushion cover, you can use that piece for that. £39 for that. Please do check out if it's in your basket. Larkspur.
Okay.
Because this is gorgeous. So this is another William Morris
It is, yes.
one.
Yeah.
Do you want to come here?
Okay, should we do fabric or onto the wall?
Oh, I don't mind. Let's do the wall because it's
Okay.
easier to
All right.
see, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
Because
I'll just change the paper then.
okay.
I'll need to change the paint colour as well.
There we go. So with this one, where you can see it's behind me already, that it's already been done. Again, remember, it's exactly the same technique. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. That's not your house, Ben. I just don't think that is your house. But that's amazing, isn't it? But you see, you think, look at that chair, you see. You could stencil directly onto that. You could just do the side. I think I would do the sides of those arms.
Yes, yeah.
In the stencil. I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? So it's the Larkspur large stencil, $44.99. Do you get the edge piece
This
as well?
comes with the top edge as well.
So
which I
this
think
is
we have
a
somewhere.
big stencil. You can see Lorraine sticking it up there.
Yeah, you need to spend a bit of time. When the stencil arrives, it will be rolled. So leave it, if you can, for a day flat.
Oh, okay.
Got a little bit there.
What, just underneath something or just?
Yeah, just underneath something, just so that it flattens out, because the flatter it is, the easier it is to apply to the wall.
So it works in exactly the same way as the others. Obviously, it's just larger, so you've got to take a bit of time sticking it on to make all those
lots
little
of bits.
All those bridges are down.
Yeah, and this is where the adhesive backing works really well, because there's so many little bits with this one, it just sort of holds it all.
Well, I think also with stenciling fabric, you know, it's different to a wall, isn't it? It really needs to stick.
Yes. Okay. Right, I just need a lighter colour paint for that. Move that one out of the way. If I could just grab that paint over there.
Yeah, you can, sorry.
Which one? We'll go with this. There we go. So again, standard emulsion paint, little tester pot, any water-based paint. You could even use artist's acrylics if you prefer.
Okay, because it's water-based.
Anything that's water-based, yeah.
And then you can mix that in.
Yeah, so again, important thing, remove the excess paint. Don't go straight from your pot onto the wall, because it's going to be too wet. It might bleed through.
Right, so it might bleed through and take
Yeah.
ages to
and
dry.
you also want it quite dry on there, so that you can then move to the
And of
next
course,
point
without
without picking up the paint from
right.
behind. So
have a little practice first. So if you didn't have a roller, could you use a paintbrush, or does it have to be a stencil brush?
you could use a stencil brush. It's going to take far longer using a stencil brush. The roller really is the quickest way to do it. And obviously a pattern like this that's got more holes in it, it's going to take longer to sort of cover the whole area. But again, you can have a couple of people rolling at the same time on the one stencil, because it is big enough for you to work.
Yeah, that's true.
From
But
both sides.
I mean, but this is not just about the finished result. This is about the process as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So then you will need to go back and load
It's
up the roller
not just
again.
the destination, it's the journey as well, isn't it?
And that first peel off, the first reveal
I
is
know.
so satisfying.
And that's why I think you'd be up all night until you'd finished doing it. But I mean, I think, you know, if you bought a bed linen or curtains with this on, you know, if you can buy quite inexpensive ready-made plain cotton curtains, can't you?
Yeah.
Imagine what they would cost if you bought them as this fabric. I guess if you just keep your fabric nice and flat and tape it down. And yes, remember, if you weren't watching early, if you do fabric, you need to pre-wash it, because it has certain chemicals and fixers in and stuff, and the paint won't stick as well. But you do need to pre-wash your fabric.
And just wash with detergent only, no fabric softener.
Right. Okay.
Because again, the fabric softener is going to coat the fabric.
Right, yes.
Yeah. So you just want it as clean as possible before you start applying the paint.
I mean, obviously, if you decided to stencil your armchair or your lampshade, you won't be able to do that. But
and when you're working with a lighter colour on a dark background, if you can get a really good quality paint, it's going to be easier. But you can also leave the stencil in place, give it a blast, as I said earlier, with a hairdryer, and then add a little bit more, and then you'll
just
be
do
building.
if you want it more intense.
Yes, that's right. Obviously at home your walls aren't going to move.
Yeah,
the way
exactly.
this one does.
So what happens when you get to the edge of a wall?
Because it's bendable,
Oh,
you just go into the corner, and then
Right.
maybe a bit of masking tape holding it up.
yeah.
It's handy if you've got someone that can help you just hold it in place. But also the top edge stencil can work quite nicely in those little areas.
okay.
Because you're only using a small piece then. You can just fill in.
Yes,
and don't worry
yes.
about even following the pattern, just fill in.
Just
little
fill it, yes,
bits.
so it doesn't need to be the same.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could bend it around the corner
You can bend it, yes.
so that
yeah.
it looks, that would be amazing.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
That's just beautiful, isn't it? I love that.
So
And it's very interesting to see it in two different ways. It
Yeah.
becomes a completely different thing, doesn't
Exactly.
it, in the other
It's,
colourway?
yeah, different colourways have different impact.
Gorgeous. I love that one. So that's the Larkspur one, $44.99. So it's a big stencil, but remember, you're going to use it for fabric. You're going to use it for your walls. You're going to use it for your pre-made items as well. You've got everything you need there. I mean, you will need to buy the rollers, but because they're already sticky, you don't need to buy any special sprays. It's just ready to go. If you're using it with fabric, you will need to mix it with a fabric medium. But if you're using it for the walls, just use a water-based paint.
Yeah. Or on fabrics if you've got fabric paint.
Yes,
You can use that.
Use that.
Yeah.
But they're just gorgeous, aren't they? Love that one. We can swap back over now.
Yes.
Should we go back through the original ones? Oh, well, what we've got left anyway. I'll need to just...
Oh, the small ones.
Yes,
We
so
did.
the Meadow
Right.
stencil set. Have you got a picture of that one? That was... hang on, I'll just go and get them. There they are. We've got 4 left. I'm back. So that's the Meadow one. We have only got 4 left of those, and there were 26 in baskets, 27 in baskets, and only 4 left. So you do need to check out. It is absolutely stunning. Shall I show you what it looks like on fabric? Now, this stencil is fab because all of the different grasses and flowers all come as individual stencils. So it's not like the ones behind me where you stick the whole thing on and it's repeat. They all come as individual stencils, which is fab because then you can decide, look, what order you put them in and what height. So all of those individual grasses and flowers, you can put them in at different heights and different places depending. I know, and just think, backing fabric for a quilt, that's a good idea, Ben. Plain backing fabric for a quilt. There you go. You can make it. You could even stencil it after you'd quilted it if you wanted to. Right, there are 29 of these in baskets and we have 4. So you need 3. You need to check out of this one. I think it is. Well, it will sell out in the next few minutes.
Yeah.
So when you did this one, you just arranged them.
Yes, I'm just on paper here, but I just placed them, and then these 2 grass ones are quite nice to then put in front as I've got them there.
Because
so you sort of just build it up and then add the dragonfly and the butterfly.
We should put this down because it's easier to see on your overheady thing. And that is the Cadet Blue. One of these left. And 29 baskets. That's my favourite one. I love that
Very
one.
delicate. So again, it's starting with the tall ones, place them, and then work your way down, and then just fill in the bottoms with the 2 smaller grass stencils, and then just pop the butterflies and the dragonflies just to fill in. Fantastic.
I want that one for the bottom of my denim pinafore. I've decided where all of these things are going in my house already. So 4 florals. So that one, the meadow, is sold out. Now Becky, do you know where the rest of these are? From the first hour. Right, we'll show you them on the screen. Oh, they're in there, sorry. Right, so these are the 4 florals. There are only 2 of these left. And there are 20 in baskets. So in the pack, you get the dahlia, the trailing ginkgo, the sakura, which is the cherry blossom, and this one, the ginkgo motif. Now again, you use them for fabric, you can use them for walls as left. We've only got 2 left in packs. Have we got them individually? Right, so we've only got 2 of the packs left. Loads of you with it in baskets. 24 in baskets and only 2 packs. And the good thing about the pack, 1 pack left, and you save £10 if you buy them as a pack of 4. You will save £10. So if you want them individually, can we go through those? Because the pack's gone. So if you want them individually, like that's the dahlia. Now I'm trying to find
there's the dahlia
Lorraine's
fabric.
going to hold up. She's made, Lorraine has already stenciled some fabric using the dahlia, but look, all in different colours.
That's just one stencil.
That's
just
so
moved
cool,
around,
isn't it?
And I didn't measure or anything. I just dotted it around.
I know,
you
but I think if you had a plain cotton robe,
anything.
That would look amazing, wouldn't it?
At all.
So
or
that's
just even the
individual
centre of a cushion, just one on its
just
own.
one. But if you had, I'm thinking a plain cotton robe would be gorgeous in that. Or you just stencil the fabric. Any fabric. Once you've got your stencil at home, you'll start stenciling everything, and then just press it so it's all ready to go. Fold it up, ready for your next project. So that's the dahlia on its own, £9.95. Gorgeous. Let's do the trailing ginkgo. This one you did earlier, didn't you?
Yes. Don't know whether. Here we go. Should I put that?
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Like that.
So this is a cushion Lorraine's got here that she stenciled earlier using that. And again, this doesn't have repeat lines. You just
pop it where you need it. So you could just maybe use one motif.
Right.
You could have it as a vertical or horizontal border going along, or just randomly dot it around.
Okay. Just to sort of until you feel like it's
exactly,
filled.
It's good to sort of step away from it.
Yeah.
And go back to it with fresh eyes.
And what's lovely, I mean, that could be exactly the colour of the walls in your house, the same paint, and then that's just stunning. I love that. I'd want to embroider it as well.
We were saying earlier, using up that paint.
Yes, keep it.
That's always in the bottom of the tin, and you don't know what to do with it, and you keep hold of it. If you add some fabric medium, you've then got a fabric paint.
And it's all ready.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. I'd end up like painting people's names and everything. It would just get far too much. The ginkgo leaf. This is Ben's favourite.
Got that.
So this is, yes, Ben said if he had one individual, it would be this one. Lorraine's got a cushion there that she's used that motif. Again, that's a pre-made cushion. So now you can get, I didn't even know that till today, metallic emulsion, because remember you've got to use water-based paint with them. That's a metallic one.
Yeah, so you can mix a metallic emulsion with fabric medium and end up with a metallic fabric paint.
That is dead posh.
So again, you just dot that one around.
Yeah, and again,
you need
use it singly, you can dot it around. So that's the ginkgo one. And then the final one that's in the pack that we've got individually is the sakura, which is cherry blossom. really.
Yes, it is.
And then this is what it looks like. I like that. So if you were watching at 8 o'clock, Lorraine was showing us how you can do 2 colours.
Yeah, so you can use a stencil brush.
That's
Flat
when you
bristled
use
stencil brush, yes.
So you can't, so I guess if you did brushing with a normal paintbrush, it starts moving the stencil.
Yes, that's right. You want to sort of dab it on or swirl it. You want to keep your stencil in place. But you could do, if like here, the main colour is sort of the purple, you could do one colour and then go over the top with another colour.
Oh, okay.
So you could do part of it with a roller just for speed.
Right.
And then spend a bit more time doing the little details on top.
That's lovely. Or you just do it in one colour.
Yeah.
Whichever. Right, so that's those. We've also got a pack of repeating stencils. They're smaller than the big ones that we've been doing before, but they are repeating. So this in the pack, you get the tree, you get Juliet, you get dragonfly, and you get one other one, which must be in here.
Oh, Matsu is the one that's
Which one am I
missing
missing
from that. It's the Oriental style one. So it's this fabric there.
That one there. Is it in there? Oh, I don't know. I'll just go
I've
through
got
these.
too many stencils.
I know, I've got too many. We've lost one. It'll be here somewhere. So, there we go. Right, so in this pack, now these are cool because these are repeating. Again, you can use them individually, but like the tree one here, can you see it's got the little cutouts of the leaves? Those are the positioning for the tree. So Lorraine's got one that she's got. Getting 2 colour. I like the 2 colour. I like that one.
So that one I used that was with a roller. So I just did the green leaves first and just kind of left the branches. It doesn't matter if you overlap slightly with something like this. You don't need to have a definite brown branch, green leaves. It's quite nice that the colours sometimes merge together.
Yes,
to
make it a bit more natural. Yeah. On the back of each of them, you'll see here, it shows you, so the repeated thing, it shows you how it works, where those leaves are and how they then join up. So it's not like sort of marks where you've got to be careful not to paint, they actually overlap into the next one. So in the pack you get the tree. You also get Juliet, which is lovely. Where is Juliet? Oh, there you are.
I've got that Juliet. One, and I've also got
2 Juliets.
2 Juliets.
Yeah. So that's Juliet in blue.
And then
Juliet in gold.
Juliet in gold, yeah. So that's again gold emulsion.
And
added fabric medium.
And that on the walls would be amazing, wouldn't it?
You could just use it anywhere. Lampshade we talked about.
Yeah,
anywhere.
That's true.
Because of the adhesive backing, if you want to do a lampshade, you can just roll it round. It will all curve in place.
So this is still in the pack. Remember, by buying the pack, you get 1 free because these are normally £9.95 each. Love the dragonfly. Oh. Right, hold that. I'll go and get the dragonfly cushion. Now on the website the dragonfly image is wrong. We've had words, no idea why, but the image is wrong. This is the stencil you will get if you by the dragonfly, and this, look at that. So what colour did you start with this one? Because again, this is double.
That was the sort of
hold that
petrol blue colour.
Yes.
So the main part I would have done just the petrol blue to begin with, kept the stencil in place, and then with a brush I've added touches of the gold and a little bit of green to the sides.
It looks really effective, and you get so you can just use one, but it has got the repeating bits. So
if you ignore those circles at the side, the sort of dragonfly head, I guess, you could mask those off if you just wanted to do one.
Right.
But if you're doing the repeat like this, then these are the points where it all lines up and gives you that repeating pattern.
Really stunning as well. I mean, I think, create your own fabric by the metre. It's like the most original fabric. And then the final one that's in this pack of 4 is this really cool, I was going to say modern, but it's maybe a little bit Art Deco. Is it Art Deco?
It's sort of an Oriental design. It's basically Oriental pine tree. That's what
it's
based on, but very abstract.
Right, you've got some fabric. Yes, it's called Matsu. It's not Katsu, it's Matsu. That's a curry. It's called Matsu. But look at what the fabric
That one's really easy just
and
to
that's
line
on
up.
our sapphire cotton fabric that we've got available by the half metre. I lovely to see the stencil used on fabric. I have a Morris stencil from Hobbymaker, great quality, flexible but not flimsy. Great designs.
That's good to hear.
They are beautiful, and it is really nice to see that you can use them for fabric.
Yes, yeah. So one stencil, multiple uses.
But I think it's that sticky back as well that makes the difference, because it's not like on walls with fabric. It would move.
It would
more,
move.
wouldn't
Yes.
it?
Especially if you're doing a lot, you're going to have to move your fabric to do your next part. So you want to be sure that you can put it in place and move it around, and it's not going to fly off. So yeah, it keeps it all in place. I can say if it feels that it's not sticky, it's because it's picked up dirt or dust and it just needs a bit of washing out. Leave it 24 hours.
And leave it to dry.
Leave it to dry. That's the important thing. Yes.
So you get 4 in the pack, and it's basically 4 for the price of 3 because you saved £9.95 on those. Right, now the Morris stencils are getting very low. So Marigold Flower, which is there behind Lorraine, that's what it looks like out on the walls. There's only 2 of those left. 10, sorry. But there's 27 of you with it in baskets. So this is what it looks like if you made it into a cushion. Look at that. How gorgeous. Do your walls, matching cushions. Let me turn it over. That's Larkspur. So that's Larkspur on one side and Marigold on the other. 10. How many? 9. 9 left. And 29 in basket. So if everyone checks out, 20 of you are going to miss out. You need to get it in your basket. Now, if you haven't shopped with us before, there's only 1 P&P per day, it's £3.95. Once you've paid that, once you've checked out, you can then check out as many times as you want between now and midnight. You will still only be charged the one £3.95, because what happens is that we close your basket at midnight, we put the P&P on then. So don't think, oh, well, I'll keep it in my basket because I might want something else. Doesn't matter. Check out now, because there's 20 of you that are going to miss out. And then you can keep on checking out if there's anything you want later. So that's that one. Then the William Morris Larkspur one, Ben's favourite. There it is on paper.
I think it's my favourite.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
There's just so much going on.
I think that's what I like about it.
You can just look at it for so long and just see different things in it each time.
There's movement in it, isn't it, and depth, and it's beautiful. So that's it on the. So all you need to do is, if you do it on a wall, paint your wall first in the background colour and then stencil on top. If you're doing it on fabric, think about the colour that you're using. Maybe you'd like some curtains in it. You buy, much cheaper. You could even use curtain lining, or buy ready-made curtains, and then you can print on top. And you can buy curtain lining if you want to use that in all different colours, not just cream, or use it on got to get the right side, on pre-made items like this cushion cover. So you don't even need to make the cushion. $44.99. That stencil you can use over and over and over again, because you wash it, it gets stickier again, you can wash the paint off it, and it is fab. Just remember, when you get it home, it will be rolled up, so lay it out flat. That's fab. Brilliant. Well, thank you, Lorraine.
Thank you so much.
It's a brilliant show.
Really enjoyed it.
So hopefully you'll come back again soon.
I hope so.
With more
designs. There's lots more designs to come.
Is there?
Yes, so many.
What sort of thing are you working at the moment? Where are you?
A lot of Art Nouveau stuff at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, which is quite exciting. I've got more William Morris stencils that are almost ready to go. So yeah, there's always plenty of designs.
Well, you were talking about multi-layered, so I'd be interested to see those.
Yes.
Is that the next level?
Yeah, exactly, yes. So once you get confident.
Okay.
It is really quite straightforward. It's just having a design and then having another stencil that goes directly on top that you put another colour on.
Oh my God. Yes, look forward to that. Well, you have a lovely Christmas.
Thank you.
Thank you for introducing me to this. I want to have a go now, but I'm not sure I'd be very good at stopping, but I'm thinking my jeans. Yes. My jeans need flowers on them. So that's brilliant. Hopefully I'll see see you in the new year?
That'd be great. Thank you.
So thank you so much for joining me with Lorraine. I mean, how inspirational is that? You know, I'm sure you're looking around your own wardrobe and your house thinking, what can I stencil on? Please, if you've got it in your basket, do check out. We have almost sold out of them. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time with Alison, and she's got the most gorgeous felt decoration of a reindeer. We've got instructions and we've got kits. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here very soon.
Hi guys, I'm Becky Alexander Frost and I own a pattern brand called RJF Makes. RJF Makes is my initials, which is Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, and most of you might know me as Baffer in the studio when John and Vic say our Baffer when I message in. Favourite thing to make? I think people know me by now. I like to make bags, as you can see. I've got a few bags behind me. Most of my patterns are bags, however there is a few craft style patterns available as well. Claim to fame, I used to previously be on another sewing channel with John and Vix and the team. And basically I used to work alongside some famous pattern designers testing for them. What got me into sewing was my mom. When I was 5, I was standing next to her while she was sewing some bridesmaids dresses for me and my sister, and basically I asked if I could learn to sew. She said I was a bit immature, still immature by the way. She said I'm a bit young to learn, her words, and basically she said maybe when you're a bit older. So when I turned 8, I basically learned to hand sew, and by the age of 11 I had my first sewing machine. I'm now in my late 30s but still act that 8-year-old. My favourite tools or top tips. So I have 2 best friends. One's called the Bulky Sea Maid, which is this, and one is called Quilter's Tape. This will help anybody, the Bulky Sea Maid will help anybody if yours got something bulky going underneath your presser foots. This will stop any stitches from jumping and basically missing a stitch. Now this is my best friend when I come to put in zips, and you'll see me use this a lot, I mean a lot. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Who wants to make a reindeer? We have got Alison back with us. If you were with me at 9 o'clock, you will have seen Alison demonstrating her fantastic books on cats, dogs and birds. So welcome back, Alison.
Thank you.
So today it's all about the reindeer.
It is very Christmassy.
He's gorgeous, isn't he?
Thank you.
So is this brand new?
He's brand new, exclusive to Sewing Street.
Wow. So if you love Alison's designs, if you've seen her books and love them, then brand new, exclusive to us, the vintage Christmas reindeer. Now, we have got two different options for this. We've got two different options with this one. So tell me why you designed it. Why the reindeer? I mean, obviously a reindeer's for Christmas, but you know, all the different animals, because you love doing all these different animals.
I'd just done some drawings in a sketchbook, to be honest, and he was the one that stood out to me, and I knew it was coming back here, and I thought, the reindeer wins it. So
yeah. Well, he kind of works for this because he's quite cute. He's got a bit of personality, isn't he?
And he's also got a slight sort of vintagey theme or sort of feel to him, I think.
Yeah, I do. I don't know why, but I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you want the instructions on their own, $9.99. $9.99 for just the instructions. I mean, obviously it tells you inside what you'll need, all the different materials, the felts and the ribbons and everything. So if you want just the instructions, it's even got templates and everything. It's all in there. Oh, look, the Christmas tree's come back. That's amazing. It's moving as well. Hi, Ben. You thought no one was going to see you. He's just realised that he's in the shot. That was the magic of Christmas. But it's come back. Anyway, I look so much better now that I've got the reindeer. So that's the instructions just on their own. In there is listed all the materials you need. So if you've already got felt and you want to use all your scraps, then you can. However, we have a complete kit. Now this is amazing value, the kit. So in the kit you get the instructions, but you also get the pack of felt. And this is this beautiful wool blend felt, so it's really lovely. You've got a bigger piece of the beige.
I think that is that
the Campbell
teddy bear, I think.
Or
that
ginger.
Colour
It's like a ginger colour. You've got bigger pieces of that, and then you've got the smaller pieces of all the other colours you use. So this is this lovely wool blend felt. So you get that whole pack. You get ribbon, because the ribbon is used to time up with. You get the ribbon, and you get jingle bells, because every reindeer needs a jingle bells. So $15.99, and that's the whole kit, or the instructions online for $9.99. So I think that kit is an amazing value for money because you get a lot of felt in there. So Alison, how do we make a vintage Christmas reindeer?
Okay. Right, so if you were watching earlier, or maybe you weren't, but obviously you could do a catch-up.
Yeah, have it facing you.
Yeah. Okay, so the way I've put this pattern together is basically in exactly the same format as my books follow. So on the front, you've got your nice picture of what your outcome's going to be, the glorious reindeer, and here he is in person.
Oh, he's lovely.
Would you like to have a look at him?
Yes, I do. Yes. He is lovely. Look at him. So you can see now you can see the size. He's gorgeous, isn't he? Look at his little face there. That's the expression I love when he's got the spots on him. But it is a real vintage look to him.
He's sort of got 1950s look, hasn't he?
I know.
Yeah.
He is good, and he's so neat and perfect. And you can make, you've got all the instructions there. You can make your own. You can make your whole family of them.
Little tiny one, little baby one.
Yeah. Anyway, so you start off.
Yeah.
How do you trace the instructions?
Right.
Do you just put plain paper on them?
Yeah. So these are all the templates here that you see on this pattern. If choose to buy this, are exactly the same size as the reindeer that you see here. So as you would do normally, tracing off a pattern, bit of tracing paper, pencil, and you're just going to draw it off, aren't you? You're going to trace it off. And I always, if I sort of ever buy things myself, patterns like this, I kind of never want to cut anything up because I kind of always want to keep it as it is.
It seems a shame, doesn't it?
Yeah, and especially as you've got the front cover where you've got your image of what you're making. So I think it's sort of a much nicer way to approach this is to actually just trace it off. All right, so all I've got is my pencil, standard piece of tracing paper, and I would trace off each of these little bits. And everyone knows how to use tracing paper. Bob it over onto the other side, just turn it over, and you would literally, now I haven't drawn the whole thing, I've just drawn a sort of line here just to give you an idea.
This is onto card, is it?
Onto card, yeah. And if I lift that up, you can see that you've got a line there. All right. So if it's not too clear and you kind of like need it to be a little bit bolder before you cut it out, you can just go over the top of the line there to make sure that you've captured all of the template piece. Okay. So you need to do that with all of them, with all of the pieces that you've got there. Now it does say on each of the templates how many you need to cut out. So for instance, the ear, the outer ear, which is this particular bit here, the darker shade of brown, it says to cut 4 of those out, and I'll explain that a little bit later. So for each of the templates, it's got the marking on there with regards to the colour you need to cut, and also how many are needed to be cut. Now the other thing I thought that was quite useful as well, because I knew that there was going to be a kit to go alongside this, I put together the little colour palette.
Oh, that makes it easier, so you can immediately see once you unpack your bundle.
Exactly, so you've got your nice little felt kit that you've purchased as well, and got all the colours in there, and it's quite easy to see that this top one here relates to colour number 2, which is mocha. All right, that's the name of the shade felt. So for instance, number 2, cut out, da-de-da, however many pieces of that particular colour that's required. So it's all really, really straightforward and easy to use. Okay. So you've gone about that, you've cut out, traced off all of your pattern pieces on the templates, and you transferred them onto a piece of card using the tracing paper, and you've drawn a line over the top if the line is a little bit faint and you need something a little bit easier to see. And then using paper scissors, what I would do then is cut out all of the templates that you've made up, that you've drawn out, okay? Paper scissors, because otherwise you're just going to blunt your nice sort of sharp embroidery scissors. So I'll just move, oh, here we go. So if you watch the demo earlier on, you'll see that I've got my Blue Peter prepared.
You've already cut your pieces out.
Yeah, so they're all cut out. And as you can see, it's got the actual markings on there, but that's only because I've got it onto my computer. You could just write that on yourself, just so that you've got, you know, you've got some sort of like indication as to what piece it is, what colour it is, when you're actually making reference to the colour palette.
Okay, so you've probably got enough felt here to make a couple, haven't you?
Yeah, you probably
when
have.
You look at
the
size of.
I mean, those are actually really big, aren't they?
So that's for the front of him.
You could, I think you get sort of 2 reindeer, maybe even 3.
Well, you need that. I presume you need that for the front and the back.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you probably get. You would get 2 reindeer out of the kit, which is fab.
Great, yeah. And maybe if you had some scraps over, like what you said before, you could make a baby one.
Well, all these colours as well, because, you know, like the pink, you only need a little bit for years. So if you had some of the other brown, you could start making more as well. But there's certainly enough to make 2 reindeer, and then bits to make more than that, because all of those, like the black, you use hardly any of.
Exactly.
And you get the whole square.
Yeah,
so fantastic value kit.
However, if you got the books as well, there might be some of those colours in there. You could make I'd say an owl maybe.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, those are owl colours, aren't they? Yeah. Okay, so there we go. We've cut out our template pieces now, and we've used our non-fabric scissors, our paper scissors, to do that. And what I'd suggest as well, because some of these are sort of quite intricately cut, so for instance the antlers there, you might need sort of slightly smaller scissors to get into sort of all the little nooks and crannies. Using a big pair of scissors, it might be a little bit awkward to, you know, manoeuvre. So there we go. Those are all of your pieces there, all cut out nice and neatly and ready to trace off. Right, so moving those swiftly to one side. Move on to stage number 2. Now I just printed out the colour palette as well, so I probably don't even need that, to be honest with you. So as I mentioned earlier in the previous show, tracing off around these templates has always been that bit of a bone of contention for me, and I use the fine liner to draw around it.
Rather than a pencil?
Yeah, because a pencil wouldn't really mark, and those fabric marking pencils, I think they're great on things such as fabrics, say, a nice cotton fabric, but on, say, felt, because it's so soft, and because this felt is so beautifully soft, it kind of doesn't mark as well, and it can distort the felt.
Just have a go with what pens you've got at home.
But not a Sharpie or anything sort of like really sort of thick. So just trace off really carefully, and because you're using card as well, right, it's kind of more stable and more supportive rather than, say, using a piece of paper. So you'd literally just draw around all of the templates for however many that was required. So for instance, this is the body, so you would need to trace off 2 of those, right? So you can see all of these pieces here. That bit is the top of his head. You've got all of his little details there, such as his little body markings. You've got
his little spots,
little face markings, little bit for his eyes, antlers, and his ears as well. Okay.
That's lovely, isn't it?
So
I love the colours because they are, well, they're very realistic, but they've got that little vintage vibe.
Yeah, I know, that's what I really liked about it. I mean, I'm a real sort of stickler for these felts, and I have literally got what they call, I think, jelly rolls, and I've got them in every single colour. So it's just great. I can sit there in my workshop and at home and just sort of like place the colours together and think, oh, well, that works really well, but that's too bright. Let's get rid of that. So it's been great sort of having, you know, a full sort of assortment of colours just to work from. Just
so you've selected them for this kit, so we know that they're right.
Definitely, yeah. So here we go, we're at this stage now. We've drawn around all of the templates really carefully for the correct amount of times. You can only see one of the the body shapes marked out there, you would obviously need 2 of them. So using now, you know, your nice, neat, sort of like sharp little embroidery scissors or whatever scissors you've got handy, you need to start to cut that out. Now, as I have said already, just cut inside the black line. Because if you cut inside the black line, it means that when you sew them together, you're not going to get any residue of that felt tip mark sort of like staying behind. And you can just see how beautifully this felt cuts.
Yeah, well, I mean, there is felt and felt, isn't it? There are different qualities of felt.
Yeah. And you can get sort of different, you know, made from different things. There's acrylic felt, isn't there? And there are
recycled bottle felt.
Yeah, exactly.
But then some are thinner than others. I've bought some felt where it's very, very thin. You can almost see through it.
Yeah,
And then some felts are thicker, but you want something a bit soft.
Yeah. And I think that's what's quite nice about this is, you know, especially with the end product that you're making as well. So just turn that around. So you can see I've used my little scissors here, and I'm just going to cut out each of these little shapes for however many times I've drawn around. Okay. Now the ears, I did mention earlier about the ears, and I'll just talk about that now. If you look at the outer part of the ear, which is the dark brown, I said earlier to cut 4 of those out. Now, I quite often do this on a lot of the things that I make, and I do double up the layers. Now, the only reason I choose to do that is, say, with his ears or, say, the antlers, you want them to actually stand up. So sometimes, depending on the thickness of the felt that we've just been discussing, can be a little bit sort of maybe a bit floppy, and you want something that's going to be a little bit firmer. So the reason for cutting out, say, 4 of the ears means that when you have cut them out, you're going to put 2 together and you're going to run a blanket stitch around them. But I'll come to that again when I get to that stage a little bit later on. And that just gives it more support, a little bit, you know, extra substance there, a little bit of bulk and body to him. So that's all your bits and bobs, and you will have cut all that out. And if we just move all of this out the way for now, just brush it to one side and tidy that up later.
Yeah, just brush it. I try that in my workroom as well. I just brush it to one side, and then I can't find it, so I've brushed it to one side. Or I cut through it.
Yeah.
Because I'm not looking. Even funnier. Not. Look, see, now I'm clearing up for you. I've dropped.
Oh, thank you.
I've got ears on the floor.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Oh, and eyes on the floor.
It's fine. Okay. So.
Here we go.
Right. So, for instance, now, if I move that, we don't actually need that just yet. We've got our body that's been cut out.
Naked reindeer.
A naked reindeer. He's totally nude. Okay? We've got all of our pieces here. And if you look in the pattern, just move this down so it's on the screen so you can see it. You've got your basic stitches there that you're going to use to actually put it together.
So it's all hand sewn?
All hand sewn. There's no machine involved in this reindeer at all.
Cut it all out and then sit in front of the telly.
That's the one. Watching a nice film or something.
Nice Christmas movie.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Making a nice vintage reindeer for your tree.
Yes, perfect. And then just saying to every now, somebody bring me tea.
Yeah.
In my dreams.
So you've got your simple stitches that are used in this particular reindeer are just the running stitch, my ever favourite blanket stitch, goodness knows how many of them I've stitched over my lifetime, and a back stitch, and those are the 3 stitches that are used throughout this project. All right, we've got a colour design guide that I've put together there as well, and this is really good for this next stage, which I'm going to talk you through. You've also got a key to the stitches as well, so you've got your running stitch and how that's actually seen on the design guide. You've got your blanket stitch and you've also got the back stitch there. So for instance, if I just run down his little leg with my nail, can you see where the blanket stitch is? It's just indicated by those little dashes that are indicated, oh sorry, there. And the running stitch, if you look around his ears, the inside of the pink, you can see that's the running stitch. Okay, so at this stage now, it's quite useful to refer to this design guide, because this tells you where you need to put all of your little components together. You've got your 2 antlers, which are actually 4, because you're going to marry them up, and there's going to be 2 antlers for each antler, if that makes sense. And again, that's just purely for strength, and also to give it a little bit of body. So you've got those. You've got your ears. And again, as I said, you'd marry those up, 2 of those, and 2 of those. Again, for strength. We've got your pink bits, but we'll leave them to one side for now. And then you've also got all things like your little facial features. So when you're actually working with these little pieces, which are kind of quite small and you know, dainty, refer to the guide. The guide is really important as to the placement of where each of these pieces goes. So for instance, if you look at the little face, the sort of like a muzzle, I suppose, isn't it? If you sort of position that sort of a little bit towards his neck, okay, that would be the right place. You've got something like the marking on the top of the face as well. You've got these 2 sort of like almost eye patches, haven't you? That you place, position those.
All reindeers have eye patches.
Yeah. Okay, so you've got them. And then you've also got these other little bits. And then you've got all these shapes that need to be layered.
So do you layer them up, or do you sew them on one at a time?
What I would do now at this particular point, do the first layer first.
Okay.
So if we just sort of look solely,
it's really funny.
He does. He looks
it's like
up.
A skull.
Yeah, it's like, but he's getting his clothes, isn't he?
He's not quite as naked.
Becoming less sort of nude now. Do your first layer of little pattern pieces first, and it's up to you. I mean, you could literally take those off. You could look at this bit here, position that, and sew that on. And again, you could either use dressmaking pin or just blob the tiniest amount of glue.
Yeah, I guess that's quite, I think I'd do that, because that just holds it in place.
Yeah, because you can imagine, can't you, if you've got sort of like a dressmaking pin there.
Yeah, that's true.
It could be quite big and sort of quite bulky, and it might not sort of hold it as firmly as perhaps how it should be held.
The fabric glue sticks would work really well for that.
So you know that really once you've got that glued down with a tiny amount of glue, and you do only need the tiniest amount, because if you put too much on, sometimes you're in danger of it sort of coming through to the other side, and then you get something that's a little bit unsightly, don't you? So we can see here, just make sure that's in screen. If you look at that actual particular marking there on the face, that's held in position by a running stitch. So running stitch, basic sort of like sewing stitch that everybody's really familiar with, and you would just literally do the top of just above the eyes, okay, at this moment in time. All in the instructions, which are, if I just show you over on the other side, can you see that? all broken down. Step 1,
Oh, okay.
Step 2.
So it tells you which bits to put on at which points.
Step 4 and step 5. All right. So you run in stitch now.
It's nice that it's broken down. So would you think you could do this with children?
Yeah, I mean, I do put kits together, and when I first put the kits together, I thought, well, okay, what sort of age would these be sort of like, you know, focused towards? And I used to be a teacher many moons ago, and I thought, right, okay, maybe 8 years plus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, if younger children didn't want to make them, then obviously perhaps a little bit of guidance at, say, 8 years. But I think once
it's the sort of thing you could do together as well,
yeah,
isn't
which
it?
is a nice thing to do, and especially at Christmas.
You've dropped an eye.
It's fine, thanks.
Never drop your eyes. But like you said before, you could enlarge these and make a cushion, and then it would be, you could do it with them.
Yeah. And I also quite like that other idea as well that you mentioned previously. You could just basically put the top part together, and if you've already, say, got a cushion, take the inside out.
Denim jacket, always on for a on a denim jacket.
Yeah, that would look really cool, wouldn't it?
Vintage reindeer denim jacket.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Instead of a Christmas jumper.
Yeah, the alternative.
Or front of a Christmas jumper, big one.
Yeah.
That would look amazing, wouldn't it?
You've given me ideas.
I think it would look very nice on the front of your jumper.
Do you think?
You need to make a vintage reindeer Christmas jumper.
Yeah. Yeah, the colours would go, wouldn't they?
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, so that was just an example there where I've just put the face marking in, and that's just held in place by a running stitch. The ears, I'll just come to the ears now at this point, and I did say that you need to put 2 pieces together for strength and durability. They're not stuffed or anything, they're just literally sewn together. So my most favourite stitch of all, blanket stitch, you're just going to run a stitch that goes around the outside. Now, let me see. For those of you that may be not familiar with a blanket stitch, but I'm sure you all will be, I'll just go through this very quickly again. I always use my thread doubled up, so it's like twice the thickness. So for my ears, what I'm going to do is always go on the inside. Okay, so you're just going to, if I just open that out, just so you can see that a bit better.
Yeah.
You've got centre. I'm just going to get the needle. I'm going to take it up through the top part first. Oops, my needle knot isn't quite thick enough, but I won't pull it so tight. And then I'm going to go right to the back, bring the needle up again through the fabric, the felt, and I'm going to take this length here, and that's going to wrap around the needle. And you can see what I'm doing here with my fingers. I'm pinching that tight and holding that in place. You could choose to use a dressmaking pin if you wanted to. Totally your preference. And then I'm just going to pull that very gently and very evenly. I'm going to place my stitches, carry on with that method all the way around. So this time, different from starting off, needle up through the 2 pieces of felt, wrap the thread around the needle, and pull it gently to the side. I always pull it away from the stitches where the stitches are placed as well, because otherwise I find that if you start sort of pulling it in opposite directions, you can end up with like a little bit of a knot. So what you do is you just literally take all that all the way around, okay? The other thing you could also do is, previous to that, if you didn't want any stitching on the back of the ear, you could stitch the pink bit on first using a running stitch, then put the back piece on so that there's no stitching seen on the reverse. And again, that's just purely personal choice, all right? So you'd run the blanket stitch all the way around, so you've got your double layer, and you could have either previously sewn that pink part on or sew it on afterwards. It doesn't matter, either or, it's your choice. Okay. So that's all of your bits and bobs there, and you'd be taking it all really slowly, okay, bit by bit. Then you position the sort of muzzle part on. Again, Just referring to the design guide, making sure I'm getting all my stitches correct. Again, that's just a running stitch to hold that in place. And you can see that the nose, I think we might have lost the nose somewhere, but it doesn't matter. The nose would actually just go on top after you've stitched the muzzle in place.
Look.
Oh, he's there.
The nose is still in the bag, along with one of the possibly eyes or spots.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh no, that's a foot.
Oh.
Oh well. Oh well, doesn't matter.
It's still in the bag.
Yeah, so you'd have your little, there we go, just move it down. Little oval shape there, which would then get stitched on top of the muzzle. So you can see it's just a basic sort of layering up of one piece of the body. You've also got these sort of little little shapes here, which are like his little body markings. So you could position them, and again, you know, they're on there. It doesn't have to be sort of like, you know, spot on with my design. You could put them wherever you wanted. So again, each one, just a little bit of glue, bob it onto the back, and again, you can just see it's a simple little running stitch that goes around the outside just to hold that in place. So you're basically working up. Everything's just sort of layered and stitched in place as and when you come to it. Now, the ears and the antlers, you will have sewn two pieces together, and that's using the blanket stitch. You're going to put those to one side for now, because they're going to come along at a later stage. Now, the leg as well. We've lost legs.
Oh, he's legless.
he's a legless reindeer.
Yeah, I'm sure I didn't drop him on the floor.
So if I just very quickly cut out these...
I don't remember seeing the leg.
No. Maybe they've slid out from the plastic. Perhaps I need to use paper bags instead, and be more friendly to the environment along with it. Here we go, though. We've got two legs.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah.
I can't see his leg on the floor.
Okay. Here we go. So as I was just talking about the ears before, I just sort of move that in. We imagine we've got everything now all stitched in place. We've got his eyes, we've got his muzzle, his nose, his little body markings, etc. And we've also put on all the little bits and bobs for his feet. And is another little sort of shape there that needs to go on as well. Little fawn piece. You've sewn all those top bits on. You've got this spur leg. Sew the components on this separately, and the other little bit of fawn. And again, with the ears and the antlers, you're going to leave those to one side for now. And you've got two of them, as you would do the antlers and the ears.
Backs and fronts.
Yeah. So we've got to that stage now. And ta-da!
Next stage. Magic that is. There's somebody just sitting down here on the floor cutting all these pieces down.
I've got a little elf here.
Yeah, just sitting here with lots of packs of felt and a pair of scissors. Where's the missing leg?
Right, okay, so we've got to this stage that I've just discussed. And we've got all the markings sewn on, we've got his face all in place, we've got a leg, and we've got two antlers that are being stitched together for double strength.
Oh, so you stitched them first.
Yeah, so
right.
that's all blanket stitched around. So they're actually sort of separate pieces. I've glued them together, separate pieces there. And you're just putting those together for the extra strength, and you're running a blanket stitch all the way around. And those would be then finished and ready to put in place. You've got an ear here as well, two ears. and as I have said, there's an ear that's got the inner ear sewn on. You then blanket stitch around the outside to get something like that, and that's finished. And you can see that's nice and firm, isn't it?
Yeah. You can feel like it's going to stand up.
Yeah, it's more solid.
I think I would do that. I would sew the inner ear on first. That would please me more.
Yeah. So you can't see any stitching at the back.
That would please me more.
Yeah. Okay, so you've got that, and then you've also got these two little bits for a tail, which are here.
Yeah. Every reindeer needs a tail.
It does, yeah.
Hannah's light on.
Again, two bits have been cut out of the tail and they've been stitched together in the same way as the antlers and the ears, and that is ready to go in as well. Now, I mentioned with the leg, you've got two legs sewn together with the components on the top, and it's all nice on the other side because I've sewn the front part, the details on first. Blanket stitched around the outside. Now, I've always been a bit weird about this in terms of when I did my cat book, I didn't want to sort of do the cat so it was like all four legs sort of.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? So what I always
do, like a kid's drawing where you've got like a cat walking sideways.
Yeah, it's sort of almost in a way gives him perhaps a little bit more of a three-dimensional sort of look about him.
Yeah, because if all four legs went down straight.
Yeah, it just looks a bit strange. So what would happen now at this stage, you've got all your bits there. I'll mention the brads again, and are the brads in the pack? No,
but the brads are available separately.
Available.
They're not in the kit, but they are available separately.
Okay. So you've got these brads, and these
$3.99 for the brads. Okay. You get 100. These are perfect for animals' eyes, as well as many other things. But $3.99. They're like those old, and I still can't remember what they're called. Paper fasteners.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, paper fasteners.
But they are perfect for little eyes and things.
Yeah. And if you buy the books as well, then you've got a pack to make everything else.
Or other things. I mean, people use them for all sorts of little
paper crafting or anything really. Details
on things. So $3.99 for brads.
Okay. So thick darning needle here, because you've got actually, if I count it up, you've got 1, 2, 3, you've got 4 layers of felt there.
Okay.
And that's quite thick, isn't it, to sort of push a little tiny brad through. And they're made of metal, but I don't think they'd survive actually trying to be pushed through 4 layers of
thin
felt.
Metal.
Yeah. So ideal thing to use at this point would be hold it very carefully. I mean, if you've got, say, a cutting mat, you could literally just put it down onto the cutting mat.
We can give you a cutting mat.
Oh, right, okay. You've got everything here.
Yeah, I might give you a smaller one.
Okay.
We have everything under here. Sandwiches, trifles. Becky just looked at me when I said trifles. No, we haven't got trifles. Well, I wish we did.
Depends on the sell-by date, doesn't it?
Yeah, true. But we do have rotary cutting mats.
You're nodding. I'm getting worried.
I know. Becky's after my trifles and everything. Full buffet.
Oh dear. Okay, so we've got the darning needle, and safest way to do it is if you've got the cutting mat, which has just been kindly given to me, very centrally.
Or a breadboard.
Yeah, breadboard would be another.
I use that when I'm putting in rivets.
Yeah, another useful tool. Just sort of like push it through. I mean, the other thing you could do with something like this to sort of give him a little bit more character, I suppose you could have him sort of looking in another direction, so you could position the brads.
Or make him cross-eyed.
Yeah, sort of like slightly off to one side, you know, so he was looking in a different direction. But once you've made that initial hole, then it's kind of a little bit safer to actually pick up and push that darning needle through. I mean, although this is a darning needle, this is actually quite sharp, so, you know, you do have to be careful for injuries and everything. So your brads, little metal ones, they've got 2 sort of little prongs on the back, and if I just separate those out, and I haven't got my glasses on, So I'm trying to sort of see very carefully what I'm doing here. You can see there's two little sort of metal shanks, aren't they really, that open out. So what you do, I'll just get one that I haven't opened. Oops. Is carefully just push that through to the back. Splay out those two shanks, push them down nice and firmly so he's not going to lose an eye when he's hanging on the tree. There we go.
Perfect.
How cute is
I know,
he?
he's so cute.
He's lovely, isn't he?
He's so cute. He's just little face.
And you can see as well the back stitch, which is explained in the patterns, is used there for his mouth. And he's got a lovely little smiley mouth.
He has got a little, but because you've drawn all that in, I feel like I could copy that, because that's the bit I'd be slightly rubbish at. But I could copy that. And you've put eyelashes.
Yeah, I've got eyelashes in there for a little bit of detail, you know, just like extra quirkiness, I suppose.
Every reindeer should have an eyelash.
Yeah, definitely. So there we go. We've got to that stage, and then you would have your back piece. And you need to marry that up now really carefully. All right, make sure that all the pieces sit nice and evenly on top of each other. And you could use dressmaking pins at this particular stage if you really wanted to. This is where you need to insert all the little extras. So for instance, the ears. So because you've got two layers there, you're going to sandwich them between. And again, what I like to do is just put a little bit of glue on top of the actual ear. So sort of like, round about here, just put a little bit of glue in, slide that in and push that down. So you know it's not going to move anywhere.
Okay.
It's going to stay in that particular position. So you've got your antlers as well. So they would need to go in.
Oh, it's nice, and then you can choose the kind of positioning for them, can't you? The ears poking.
Yeah, I mean, you could just really personalise it to however you wanted to make him. So you've got your other antler here, which is actually not being blanket stitched because I needed that from a demo. But again, imagine it is blanket stitched, and you just slide that in, and again, blob a little bit of glue on the top part there, and push that in. So it's in place when you're going to start stitching. And again, with the tail, put that in, two little bobs of tail, place them in. See, he's coming together, isn't he?
He is, he's actually looking like a real live reindeer now.
And then your leg. Your spare leg. Just put that in.
Perfect.
Cute, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, okay, let's just move my little cutting mat there a minute, and we'll just come back to...
Yeah, see, that's easy, isn't it? Now you don't have to lose everything.
Yeah, that's right. So if we just refer back to the design guide again, just to do a little bit of a recap over that. You put all of your bits and pieces in, your ears and so on and so forth, and you're referring to the key to the stitches. You're looking to see whether it's running stitch or it's blanket stitch. When you're putting them together, those will be the only two stitches that you will need. So you've got all of your bits held in place, and you'll also see a little cloud shape here, which has got no stitching around the outside. That's because that's where the stuffing's going to go. Now, when I decided to stuff this reindeer, I thought, I'm not going to stuff his legs, I'm just going to stuff his body and his face. Because I thought, once he starts getting his legs stuffed, and it can be quite difficult, you know, sort of like putting some stuffing down sort of like narrow parts like that. I mean, it can be done, as I've used in my books and stuff, but I just a choice thing. I just decided to sort of like leave those unstuffed. And
I think it's nice for his legs to be floppy and dangling. Anyway.
Yeah, it gives him a little bit of movement, doesn't it? You know, he's sort of it's a bit more fluid. So you've referred to this and I get the next bit out.
You're going to have loads of reindeers this Christmas.
I know, I'm going to finish all these off.
I think you should finish them all off and hang them all on the tree.
Yeah. I think my sister's got her eye on one, so. Right. So we're at this stage now, and you've done your blanket stitch around the edge, but the important part to note, where the ears and the antlers go in, and the tail and the extra leg, there's actually just a running stitch is being used there. So instead of a blanket stitch, because you can't blanket stitch over, you know, something that's sort of protruding or sticking out. So that is just a running stitch. And you can also see at this particular point in time now, I've inserted this piece of ribbon. If you want to hang him on a tree, you don't have to. He could just be a decoration that sort of like sits on your mantelpiece or something like that. But at this particular moment in time, if you're going to use them as a tag, I'd sort of like insert that little length there. And we've got that red ribbon, haven't we?
So in the kit you get a length of red ribbon that's used for that.
Yeah, which is really cool. And I think I've got some here that was supplied to me as well.
So that's used for the tag and for putting around the neck.
You could do, you could use that around the neck as well. So, all right, we're nearly there now, nearly there. So you've left your opening and you've used your blanket stitch around the edge. You've used your running stitch to hold in the extra leg, the antlers and the ear and the tail, and you've left your little gap for your stuffing. Now, you can use a number of different tools to stuff your reindeer.
Because I guess you've got to get down his neck.
Yeah. I mean, I quite often do use the points of my scissors, to be honest with you, to sort of like, you know, push it down. And it can take time, this. It's important, I think, to also reference at this point, don't rush this stage. You need to take it really, really slowly and carefully.
Have you got some of those, I can't even think what they're called, they're used for surgery. Hemostats.
No, I haven't.
They're amazing. We used to sell them. I'm sure we still do.
Right.
So they're like tweezers, but they hold stuffing, and then you put them in.
And then just put them in.
And then when you undo, they just let go. So they're brilliant for.
I need to invest in some of them.
And they're really good for, like, if you know, if you want to pull a needle through fabric, and you can't get it through. They are the tightest
They'll just grip that, and they'll just pull it through.
But for stuffing small areas, because you can just put a tiny bit in, and then they will release.
That's
magic.
Christmas present list,
the
isn't it?
hemostats, but I'm sure we sell them, but we don't call them. They're called like stuffings.
Right. Okay.
But that is what they are.
I'll have to
they have
Google
slight ridges on the inside of the blades
to grip.
Yeah, they are.
Okay. Interesting.
You will love them if you haven't got them.
I'm sure I will. So take this stage really slowly and, you know, really carefully, because worst thing you want to do is to sort of like upset any of your stitching, you know, that you've spent so much time, you know, putting together and so on and so forth. So do take that stage really, really slowly. Now, when I stuffed him, as I said, just stuff him, just stuff his body, leave his legs, just stuff his body and stuff his face.
Because he's going to be doing that on Christmas Day anyway, isn't he?
Isn't he just, yeah? So you've got this polyester stuff in here that I've used. It's really soft, really gentle to use. And
I think we've got that.
Have you got some?
Yep. We have. Da, da, da.
Yeah.
This will make 3,000 reindeers.
It will.
Maybe not quite that many, but lots of reindeers. But this is the best toy. This is a really good toy filling. This is the one that I use because it's very soft.
Yeah.
And you haven't got to, with some toy filling, you have to keep separating it loads.
Yeah.
Because it's a bit clumpy, but this is nice.
Yeah.
So if you don't have any, it's worth getting. $3.99, worth it for lots. And lots
that is good. $3.99 for that.
Big bag. Lots of reindeers.
I'll be getting my stuffing tools and my.
I know. It's only $3.99 and P&P's $3.95 all day.
Yeah,
Alison,
that's
if you're
good.
interested.
That's good. Okay.
And the hemostats, I can't remember what they're called. Have we got those, Ben? You won't.
No.
No.
Okay, so again, if you're going to stuff a small area, you can sort of make little pea-sized shapes with your stuff in, sort of make it easier to sort of like put it in to, you know, smaller areas. So once he's actually stuffed and you're happy with how he looks, and also try not to overstuff as well, because sometimes if you do overstuff, and that's why when I said earlier, you know, take the stuffing sort of stage slowly and carefully, because if you are taking it slowly, you can see how he's building up and how he's taking shape. If you're just sort of sitting there and stuffing away whilst you're watching the telly.
A very fat reindeer.
Yeah, so, you know, take that stage slowly and don't overstuff him. Okay, so then that's him. Once you've stuffed him, you do your blanket stitch just to seal that side of the face up, as was demonstrated earlier on the ears. Right, and then all it's a case of is either using your red felt, your red ribbon. So you could literally just make, obviously you'd tie it around his neck, but I'm just doing it quickly. Let's just see what it looks like with a little red ribbon. So you could use a red ribbon if you wanted to. Pop that round his neck, or what I've used here on mine is just some gold raffia, and there's actually a lot around at the moment because of Christmas wrapping paper, and this is just something I've had sat on my work table for a long time. So I've used the gold raffia there just to sort of like decorate him, but it's personal choice. You might want to use a totally different colour altogether. And then you have got the bells.
So they're in your kit, the bells and the ribbon and the felt and the instructions.
So the bells, and how cute are they?
There's so many bells there. You could have one on every hoop and one on the end of the antlers.
Yeah, you could do. And what's nice about these bells, I don't want to open that pack there, you see, so I'm just going to get mine out. They've got sort of little what would you call them? Like little sort of
shank thing.
Just like a little button, isn't it, I suppose? So all I did with mine...
Well, it's like a little loopy thing on top, isn't it? I don't know, it's probably got a name.
Yeah,
but it is like the shank that you get on the top of a shank button. The kit probably isn't called that.
I'll Google
it's called a bell top loop.
Yeah. You've just named it.
Just made that up. Yeah, the bell top loop, yeah.
So what I did with my reindeer, I just literally took a piece of sewing thread because I didn't want it to be really visible, and I just pushed it through. And again, because I haven't got my glasses on, I can't really see what I'm doing. I'm working blind. I put that through. Okay, imagine I've done it.
I've got my glasses on.
Well, can I just show you mine? These are fab, because I've not charged them up, but they've got a light on. But you can actually just put them on. Well,
let me have a go.
Go on, you've got to have a go. And you can move them.
Oh, yeah. I can't see a thing. Oh, but when you get close...
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no? So threading a needle, doing everything. Yeah.
They're magic.
So maybe they're on your Christmas list.
Yeah. I'll swap you your glasses for some tweezers.
Okay, so there we go. Imagining you've used a little piece of sewing thread there, and I just caught it through the little shank, as we've just named it, and tied it round his neck.
Oh, nice. And you get 9 bells in the packet.
So, yeehaw. So one reindeer would only have one, wouldn't he? One reindeer would only have one.
Yes,
if
that's
you made
true.
more.
And you get 9 in your packet, which is quite a lot, wasn't it?
So there he is, and he's all finished.
He's fab. And so I was thinking, they'd make a lovely gift for somebody next, this Christmas, next Christmas. But you could put their name on the back, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could.
When you have like first Christmas or someone's name, because you can
embroider something on the leg.
Well, because you can get a couple of reindeers out of the kit, and then more if you add a bit more brown. It'd be a lovely gift for someone to have on their tree, wouldn't it?
It was. Yeah.
And I'm always rubbish. Well, my Christmas stitching, I totally overestimate what I'm going to achieve. And you could get ahead now.
Yeah,
you make everybody a reindeer. That's such a nice thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's fab. Well, thank you so much. I'll just run through the the kit. So in the kit, you get the full instructions, and as Alison has just gone through, they've got templates, all the details. They've got stitch guides, everything you need to know to go in here. Don't forget to write down today's date, which is the 12th of December, so you can watch back the demo, because Alison has really broken it down step by step so you can make it. In the kit, you also get all of this felt, and this is a really lovely wool blend felt. This is everything you need to make the reindeer, and you've got enough here to make 2 reindeers. In fact, you will need a little bit more of this brown, but other than that, you could make more than that. And you get the ribbon, metre of red ribbon, which you can use for the little loop on top of his head and for the bells, and you get a pack of 9 bells. So all you've got to do is provide some stuffing and a bit of time. That's all it. Now, if you've got loads and loads of felt and materials already and you just want the instructions, $9.99 for just the instructions, which shows you what amazing value the kit is. So $9.99. There we go. Well, thank you, Alison. It was lovely to work with you today. Have you got plans to come back with another brand new design?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I'll be back in the new year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, fab. Oh, well, I might get to see one. You have a great Christmas.
And you too. And thank you so much again for having me.
Oh,
I've really enjoyed it.
It's a
been
pleasure.
great.
I want one of these.
I think is that a spare one?
Yeah, I think that might be a spare one that nobody wants except for me. That was Alison with her reindeers, weren't they fab? We have got Yarn Lane coming up in a few minutes' time. It's all about the woolly cross stitch cushion. You're going to love these. We've got a whole choice of different kits and different designs, and we've got the wonderful Angie Evans who's going to be on to demonstrate them. So don't go anywhere. It's Yarn Lane in just a few minutes' time.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Good afternoon and welcome to Yarn Lane, and we have got beautiful, well they call them cross stitch, I mean in theory really they're needlepoint cushions. Needlepoint is just stitching with wool on canvas, whether you use 10 stitch, half cross stitch, diagonal stitch, full cross stitch, whatever. But we have got a whole host for you. Now unfortunately I haven't got all of the samples here, but we've got the pictures and the boxes, so we'll show you. So let me show you one here. Now this is gorgeous ginger cat. Now this is stitched in cross stitch. This is easy peasy. It's like painting by numbers, only stitching in by numbers really. But you can see it's all in full cross stitch. It's got a really, really nice texture, and honestly it's so easy to do. So I'll run through all the different choice of designs because we've got a whole host of different types for you and styles, and then we'll have a look and see what you get in the kit. So this is the cat. 40 by 40 centimetres, finished size, $29.99. You've got everything you need in the kit. So we'll just go through them one by one and then you'll be able to see them all. So actually I'll start on here. How about this one? This one is All Is Bright, which is kind of Christmassy, but doesn't have to be. It's quite nice really, isn't it? Just All Is Bright. Quite a really nice, bright and modern design. I will show you all the contents of the cushion, but we'll just run through them all. So that's All Is Bright. Guess who that is? I love him with his zigzag wallpaper. Do you think he's like standing in a 1970s lounge? That's Father Christmas. He's lovely, isn't he? I like his massive present and his bow. Then we've got the bee. There we go. That's lovely, isn't it? Nice and summery, isn't it? I know it's not really hard to imagine bees landing on daisies today, but lovely for you to make for the summer. Now because these kits have got everything you need in them, they're ideal as gifts for people. So anybody who would like to stitch them, they're really good for gifts. But, you know, particularly for beginners to stitching, to get them into it, because they really are easy to do. And next one. Home. Oh, I like that one. I love that. I like the typeface on it, but I like all the sort of the wavy lines and the fact you've got all these little colours. That's really nice, isn't it? And so many home interiors at the moment are quite neutral. So you've got this sort of like neutral palette with the mustard on the top, so it goes really nicely. That's half cross stitch. We'll go through them so you can see what each one does. And then that is the cat. That's the cat that I just showed you the real cushion for. Let me move over to the other side. Dog. Christmas sausage dog pretending to be a reindeer. I love that. He's even got a Christmas jumper on. That is so cute. Love his zigzag background. That's in cross stitch. This one is in half stitch. Shine bright. That's a Take That song, isn't it? Shine bright. Can't remember the rest of the words. Ben, can you sing the rest of it so you can remember what the song is? But like Diamonds in the Sky. I'm not going to sing it anymore. It'd be rubbish. I like that one though. Shine bright. Nice typeface. Then we've got the owl. That one's in cross stitch. Angie's going to be showing us in a minute the difference between the two. So you can see some are half stitch and some are full cross stitch, but we'll show you the difference. Like the owl. And then finally, and I've actually got the stitch, I've got the worked example. Look at the fox. Oh, really took out the tree then. Look. He's lovely, isn't he? He's a bit fantastic, Mr. Foxy, isn't he? He's very stylish. I like the fact he's got all the leaves. He looks like he's wearing a Fair Isle jumper and then leaves all over his tail. He's quite cool, actually. I like him. There we go. That is... Oh, you've got one more, Ben? Oh, I haven't got... Show me the picture because I haven't got double B's. Unless I'm missing one. Oh, yes, I have. Sorry. There we go. Oh, I like that. Because it's got like a gingham background. Now, that's the one that you're going to be demonstrating, Angie,
One of the ones I'm going to be demonstrating, yeah.
Oh, I love that one. It's like bees on a gingham tablecloth. There we go. I can into them. Okay. So, Angie, should we have a look in the box? So, well, anyway, welcome. Should we start with welcoming you to Sewing Street?
Yes, I'm quite excited to be on here.
It's nice,
brilliant.
So, have you been doing cross stitch and needlepoint for?
When I was a lot younger, I did lots of cross stitch. I did lots of sewing, lots of different things. But as I've got older, I found it very difficult doing the small cross stitches. But this now, I can start doing it again.
I think it appeals to a lot of people like that, where the holes are too small, and there's so many people I find who give up their crafting because I can't see anymore, can't thread my needle, and that's a shame.
It is a shame. When I found these, I just thought, great, I can get back into it now. The needles are bigger, the holes are bigger, my eyesight, I can see the holes.
And also for children as well. Which
Absolutely
is
perfect for children, probably 8 and upwards, something simple with supervision. But
so let's open one of the kits.
Yeah, let's have a look what we get.
I've got a fox. Let's open a fox and we'll see what you get. So, well, first of all, it comes in a box, which makes it really easy to wrap. Just saying, with a nice full colour picture, which is always really important. Then you get the canvas. Now, this is the best bit.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? So when you get your canvas, I suggest, obviously it's been in the box, it's been folded, it's quite stiff. You can iron it on the reverse side, but just put a cloth over it first.
Oh, okay.
And then a bit of steam just to get those creases out.
Just to flatten it out.
It is quite stiff, but I'm going to show you a little bit about the frame that we've got, which makes it so much easier for you to do once you start, but we'll go through that.
So it's all coloured in, and then what there is on the bottom, you see all these colours here. Well, oh, you get a needle as well. All the colours there are the same as the colours in here, so that you can match it up. We'll be talking about that in a minute. So there's the coloured canvas. You get full instructions and a chart.
You do. So what we try to do is make it accessible for everybody to do. So let's say, for instance, you're colourblind. So you can't work out those colours. But actually you've got symbols for each colour. So you're going to match a symbol. And then you're going to put a piece of thread next to.
So like original cross stitch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fab. So, and that tells you all about it. It tells you about how to make it up, how to do the stitches. It's really comprehensive. It's all in there. Even how to put the back on, which is great, and finishing off and making up. All the instructions. Now, you also get the cushion back, which I think is brilliant.
I mean, there's lots of sewers out there, obviously. A lot of you are sewers and they know what to do. But however, this makes it, you know,
it just makes it easy.
You can enjoy this. This is a bit you want to enjoy, isn't it?
But also, I know a lot of people who sew who say, "Oh, I've got all these finished things. I've not made them into."
You haven't finished them, yeah.
So this cushion back, look, it's magic. It's got the zip already inserted in it.
Yeah, all finished off around the edges for you as well.
It's all overlocked around the edge. So all you've got to do is once you finish the design, that's ready to go. And then most important, obviously, is the yarn. So all the yarn you need.
Everything you need, and again, it's all, you haven't got to separate it like you have with lots of cross stitch kits. It's all done for you. It's all numbered, so you haven't even got to worry about seeing what colour it is, like I said before, because each strand or each yarn colour is numbered.
Which is quite good, because when you've got some shades, particularly when it's in the evening, that are very close, it's not easy. I mean, I know with this one, this particular design, but then look at these two greens, which if you mix them up, but you know, they're quite similar, but they're numbered.
Yeah, everything's done for you, so all you've got to do now is thread your needle and enjoy your kit.
Brilliant. So, all you have to do then is decide which one you want. I will go through them again in a bit, but if you go onto the website, go onto sewingstreet.com and scroll down from there on the Watch Live, you'll see a picture of all of them, so you can choose. Because I will run through them again, but just so we can get on with the demo, if you can't decide, then have a look through there. So, I'll move the kit. Right, so once we've unpacked the kit...
so like I said, you can press them so they're nice and flat. Now, I would advise, if you haven't already got one, we do have these on the show, is getting one of these frames.
Okay.
These are amazing, honestly, to do your cross stitch, any cross stitch with or any of those kind of things. Now,
so that's the rotating tapestry frame. There's an image of it, and Angie's using it there. $15.99. It means that you can attach tapestry canvas. You can attach, even if you're doing embroidery, you can because you just tack it to it. You can put calico on it or any cotton fabric. So embroidery, tapestry, cross stitch.
Yeah. Anything you want, as long if you've got any stitching projects, these are ideal to use. Yeah, and this size is actually ideal for the kits that we've got on the show, so it's absolutely perfect.
Right.
Okay, so you may find that you might need to just trim down the sides a little bit because it's a little bit fatter, but that doesn't matter because when you come to sew your back on, you're going to be sewing it right up to the first starting of your cross stitch. Okay, and all I've done, if you can see there, so it comes with a little piece of hessian stapled onto the dowel, okay, and then just hand stitch and tack it along like I've done there. Once you've done that side, you'll do exactly the same on the bottom. So you'll have the bottom of your cross stitch and there's another piece like that that you will tack that onto.
Right, so just all the tape that's on there.
Yeah, and then all you'll do, sorry my love. Okay, so all you need to do then is once you've attached it, you've put your dowels into the grooves in here and tighten them up with the screws that are on there. And the same with the bottom. And then you will just twist that, so you'll tighten the top so that that's in place, and then you'll just twist that and screw that into place. Okay?
Perfect.
And once you've screwed that into place, that's there, nice and solid, and it's easier for you. If you've just got the piece of fabric, it's bending and you're doing this and you're trying to stitch it, it's so much easier when you've got it on a frame.
I mean, they're $15.99 and they're like such traditional things. The design of these tapestry frames has been around for years. You know, they are traditionally built and they are really worth having. It makes a difference to your stitching. Your tension will be better and it's actually easier to hold because that canvas is quite stiff.
It is quite stiff. Like I said, once you've steamed it a little bit, it does go a little bit softer, which is quite nice. And then once you've finished your cushion, then you can iron it over on the back as well, and that will help
But
it to be nice and soft.
It does help to stitch
yes,
it in a frame.
Certainly does, yeah. So there's a number of ways that you can do the cross stitch. This is a half cross stitch pattern, so this is your fox, okay. I've actually started it off so that I can show you how I've gone about it. Okay, so I've done the top line and I've chosen the colour that it actually says I need. I must get my colours out of the box. Sorry, there we go. Okay, so it's told me the colour that I needed. Let's just get my pattern out ready, sorry. Okay, so you can see by the actual canvas it's already coloured in for you, but sometimes when it's printing it can slip. So at least you've got a colour to refer to, but then you've also got your chart to refer
so you
to.
Don't, I mean, I know a lot of people don't like charts because it's tiny, so you don't have to.
No, you can just use...
But it's like a double check.
It's a double check, yeah, of course it is. So if I open that up, so as you can see, all these symbols here that are actually on the chart, so you've got equals, you've got squares, you've got pluses, you've got diagonals. On the bottom here, there they all are. Okay, and this here is the number of yarn that you need to use. Okay, so I started off up here, so right at the beginning, and they're in sets of 10. Those blocks are in sets of 10, so it's easier to count. So I know there that I needed 10, 19 of the orange, and it was the equal sign. So there's my equal sign, so I need to find colour 3. Okay.
And the colours are on the bottom of the canvas as well.
Yes, they are, yes, yeah. And all you need to do, I'm going to start off, I'll go back to that bit in a minute, I'll just start off for you. So needle again, very easy to thread. It's a wide needle, so it's very easy to thread. And all this is cut, so you haven't even got to cut it. These are actually ready cut for you, so I've just pulled that out.
Brilliant. And you haven't got to sort them either.
No, haven't got to sort anything out either. So first thing I'll do, because I'm on the second row, so I'll go down here. The first colour is yellow, but I'll just start with the orange for now, just to show you. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 going across, which will take me to here. You can count it as you're going across, or you can just follow the colour. Okay, so starting at the back, I'm going to pop the needle through. I'll hold it up for you now. Okay, pull it through. Now because I'm doing quite a few, to finish it at the back to make it nice and neat, just hold that little piece there. Okay, can you pick that up?
Yeah, if you need to.
Okay, all right, there you go. You hold that piece of wool there, okay, with your finger at the back. So now I'm doing my half cross stitch. There we go. So I've gone from bottom to top. So I'm going diagonally across to the next square up, okay? I'm going to pull that through. Oops, sorry, I've come out of it. Let's go again. And this will happen if it's the first time you've done it. You'll get used to it after a while, okay?
So are you going...
I'm going from left to right, bottom to top. Yeah. So left to right, bottom to top. Now I've kept hold of that piece at the back so that I pick it up. And that way you're actually catching it in, which keeps it really nice and neat on the back. Okay, I mean you can leave it and then stitch it through later on, but this is just my preferred method, but you can find your own way that you prefer to do it. Okay, and then it's just a case of keep going and do the amount of half stitches that you want to do. So we said about 16, but it'll take me right up to the yellow one there. So as you can see as well, where I've actually caught all the colours in, and that's how it will end up. And I'll show you why I've done this just now. Okay, so we'll just keep going, keep going, keep going. It's nothing worse than trying to work backwards. I'm just trying to make sure everybody can see what I'm doing.
Yes, I know. If you were at home, you'd be sat on the sofa.
It's on me knee at home.
Lap,
yeah, absolutely. What I'll do, I'll use my left hand. Not really left-handed, but And there we go. We'll just keep going across. Now, this is where it all goes very, very quiet, and there we go. We're going.
So you just keep going bottom left, top right.
Yeah.
All the way along.
Now that is a half cross stitch because this pattern does half cross stitches. However, I'll just show you quickly. Now if you'd gone all the way along and it was a full cross stitch, okay, you'll do your half cross stitches all the way across and then you'll come back.
Right.
Okay. So when you're coming back, it will be...
So is that the only difference between the two? So if it's a half stitch, you're just doing it
You're just doing one way.
But some of the kits are cross stitch.
Yeah, so you'll do your half cross stitch all the way across.
And they are bigger stitches.
Yes.
So I'm going to show you so you can see the difference. Can I show you on your camera?
Yeah.
So this is the fox and this is half cross stitch. So you can see it's fine, but basically there's more stitches to the inch, so it's finer. But you can then get more detail in it. But it obviously takes longer because you've got more stitches, but you can get more detail. Whereas this, the cat, is full cross stitch. So the holes in the canvas are bigger. There's less stitches to the inch. So it's quicker.
Yeah, and it's more, and it gives it more texture.
It's woollier.
More texture to it.
So that's the difference between the two. Now we don't do you can't choose, can I do this one? They're either half cross stitch or they're full cross stitch.
That's right.
So the full cross stitch are easier for beginners and also for people who can't see as well because the holes are bigger.
Yeah.
But you get more. But honestly, to be honest, either will work. Either will work for beginners or the holes are quite big because it's work stitching on canvas. But that's the difference. So and each of the kits are labelled. When you have a look on the description, it'll either say cross stitch or half cross stitch.
Yeah, that's correct.
Message if you've got any questions.
Yeah, so to do a full cross stitch, so we've gone all the way across doing the half cross stitch, and then you're going to come back, then you're going to go from right to left, bottom to top. So I'm just going over the top of that last stitch and taking it diagonally to my left, and that's a full cross stitch. Okay? I know this kit isn't meant for it, I just wanted to show you how to do a full cross stitch. So going back across, so you're going literally across that last stitch that you did. Okay? And that's how you create your full cross stitch.
Okay, fab.
Okay. So what I will do now, I shall just
undo that. While you're
just
doing
undo
that,
those two.
I'm going to go back through the kits again. So the one that Angie's working on at the moment is the one that's on screen, the half cross stitch fox. He's a very cool and trendy fox. Does remind me of the Fantastic Mr. Fox film, where it was all kind of illustrated like that. Have you ever seen that one?
I haven't seen it.
It's
no.
it's animated.
Animated, yeah,
but
yeah. I've heard of it.
The style of the animation is like this fox.
Okay.
It's very strange. Then you've got the night owl. I'm going to try. Do you know what? I'm going to do these in type. So this is full cross stitch, the night owl. Make a nice teacher's gift. Just saying, for next year. Then we've got the Christmas sausage dog. He's lovely, isn't he? Then we've got Father Christmas in his zigzag. But actually, look, these would make quite a nice pair. They're both against the zigzag wallpaper. He's lovely, isn't he? I mean, that's just what you need in your sofa at Christmas, isn't it? Like, imagine every year getting out going, oh, it's the Christmas cushion. Love that. Then we've got All Is Bright, which is really nice, isn't it? But again, if you have a look around at the moment, there are loads of these text cushions and tote bags around because they're very cool. So anyone would love one of those. That's cross stitch. I'm just picking up the whole cross stitch. Yeah. Bees. So that's the bee on the daisies. It's called Floral Bee. These are all 40 centimetres square, which I think is 16 inches. I think. Or was that 42? There we go. And we have the cushion, that's the cat. That's the one that I had here. There you go. That's what it looks like in reality. And right, and then in the half stitch, we have got the fox, which I showed you. Then we've got Shine Bright. Oh, the bees is that one. Shine Bright, like that one. And we have Home. Is that your favourite one, Ben? I love that. And I really like that's really cool, isn't it? And then the pair of bees on the gingham background. So those are all the half cross stitch. Now, did someone just message to say which is the easiest? I would say the full cross stitch is easiest because there are less stitches to the inch, so the holes are bigger, but you've got to do a whole cross stitch. So I don't know really. What do you think?
To be honest, I think you're right in the fact that the holes are bigger on the full cross stitch, but the concept's the same, so you're still only stitching two halves.
Anyway,
and they're quite big anyway. So
whatever you like.
The other thing I would say is choose a picture that appeals. I mean, sometimes you think, oh, well, that's a full cross stitch, so I'm going to get that one because that one's easier. But I don't really like the picture. Choose the picture you like, because then you're not going to put it away and think, oh, I'll try it again later.
Because it's not, I mean, it's although the holes are bigger, you've only got to do half a stitch.
Yeah, exactly. So, as long as you're enjoying what you're looking at, you'll keep at it until you get it right.
It's hard to say really. Just choose the one you like the best. Who knows? Right.
So just quickly show you that. So now I've done that row of 16. Now I've got to do one stitch in yellow. So what I would have done, sorry, I'm getting used to this. What I would have done, I would have threaded the yellow through the stitches at the back. So like this, fix them through. Okay, like I've done there. Threaded it up. And then I'm going to do my one yellow, which it says I need to do. And then, to keep it neat at the back, and you've got plenty of wool, so you're not going to run out, there's loads there.
Oh, okay, good. Right.
So this piece of orange now, which is the next colour I've got to use again, rather than thread up another one and have loads of bits at the back, I'm going to take that across the piece of yellow, and I'm going to take it with me, and I'm going to take the yellow with me to the next set because it's not too far away. And so it's all nice and neat.
Like fair old knitting.
Yeah, so like I've done here. You don't want my hair in it though.
So you travel the colours.
I've travelled the colours behind. Where there is lots close together, this is why you can see this here, because I've travelled them and then I've added, because it's too far away to bring that yellow, I've added a yellow there by just slipping it underneath these stitches here and starting it there. So keep travelling it across because it makes it so neat. It's a pity we can't see one of the backs of the cushions, but it makes it so neat at the back. It doesn't make it horrible and bulky, so when you put it together, it's going to be uncomfortable.
True.
If you prefer to sew the ends in, then that's your preference. But I prefer to travel it across, and now I'm ready to do my next set.
Well, it's nice to have like tips anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is.
Because lots of people may have done this before, but it's the sort of thing you kind of pick up and work out. But no one ever tells you exactly how to do it.
And I think this kind of craft, this cross-stitch cushions and things like this, way back they were very, very popular. Then they died for a while.
Yeah, they did.
But now it's all coming back, all the fashions, it's all coming back into fashion, all the old styles are coming back.
Well, I think what they've done is they've taken the old crafts here and they've brought them bang up to date.
They
with
modernised them.
Designs and sort of thing. So, you know, you might be thinking, well, I'd love to make one of these for someone I know, but they wouldn't like, they're too old fashioned. But you've got traditional designs here, you know, things like the home one. I mean, that's so modern, isn't it?
It does. It's
got
a modern
twist.
twist.
See that for sale in a designer store. So I think it's lovely that it also encourages people to take up crafts.
Yeah, of course.
Because if they're designs that suit everyone.
Yep, absolutely. I'm molting. My hair's getting caught.
You're going to end up sewn to that. I'll cut you out later.
Yeah. So as you can see now, I've just used the orange, and I've travelled across with the yellow. So now it's nice and neatly tucked behind the orange thread. Okay. And then it's just a case of keep going and just enjoy your craft. Take your time. Again, you've got the colours that you can follow. You've got your chart you can follow, and it's easy peasy. All instructions are written down there as well, so it's really foolproof Once you
yeah,
start,
and I guess also you can pick it up and put it down.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, so you haven't got to think, right, now where did I start? When you do an ordinary cross stitch, they say start in the middle and work your way out.
Yeah.
When I used to do, I have to admit, I didn't. I used to count my way. I used to count my fabric, take hours and start, because starting in the middle, if I ever put it away, it took me ages. Right, where was it? Where was that bit? And you struggle with it. So
I know, but with that, it's
you
just
haven't.
There,
you can go left to right, right to left, top to bottom if you want to.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's all there for you. And then
you can put it, and you can watch the telly.
Yeah, you can watch TV,
not
bit
like
of music in the background.
Yes, because you haven't got to count, and it's just there, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's just nice to have different points of reference just in case you do get stuck. But I find it, I mean, say a lot of you are probably better than me at it, following the colours, but I find it, I like to count so that I know when I get to the other side, it's going to be exactly right. It's no awful when you get to the other end.
I think also everybody does things differently.
Of course they do.
Different sorts of learners. So some people are very technical and they want the numbers and the chart. Other people just want to follow the colours. So it's unusual to see a kit where they provide you with both. I think that's really, really helpful.
You've got choices, haven't you? And it makes it a lot easier. And then now I've come to that bit, I've got my yellow there, ready to thread up. And really, that is all there is to it. It's so easy.
Yeah, they are. That's why it's hard to say with which is easiest. Depends what you prefer, really, doesn't it?
And so when you've finished that colour, and you keep moving on and you finish it all up, but once you've finished, you can come back to it at the end. Any loose ends you can trim off, or you can tuck them in, finish it off, give it another press, and then you're ready to put your backing on. If you want to as well, because if it's going to be a decorative cushion, it's not going to be used too much. It's just going to be where you've placed it. If you're actually going to use it as a cushion,
right? Yeah.
I do suggest, you don't have to, but it would be a good idea, because again, when you're putting these fillers in, they might pull them and damage them. Iron on some. Interface, thank you.
Sorry, I knew what you meant.
Oh, it's one of them days. Iron on some interfacing.
Okay.
That will secure the stitches. They're not going to go anywhere anyway, but also it make it a nice smooth background for you then to put your cushion pad in.
Yes,
so it will help.
So we have got the cushion pads as well, because you need, it's 16 inch, actually, they must be different sizes, because I've got two sizes. Right, okay, so these must be different sizes then, because I've got 16 and 18. No, they're not. Yeah, no, I've got 16 and 18, but these cushions are all the same size.
They're all the same size.
So what I would say is it depends how squishy you want it. So if you want your cushion to be, that one's different. The fox is bigger. So this is just so... I'm confused now. I think I've worked it out. It depends on what you want your finished cushion to be. So now look at the cat. They are all 40 centimetres finished size, so which is 16 inches. If you want the more not so filled, a bit squishier, then go with the 16-inch cushion pad. Because if you want that more relaxed look, and this is definitely personal preference, then use the 16-inch cushion pad. Have we got that one? Okay, $7.99. But you know what? You could use these for any cushions, not just for these. But this is 16 square. So if you want this more squishy, more relaxed feel, go with the 16-inch cushion pad. But see, these are the same size kits. But look, this one has got the 18-inch cushion in, right? So this is firmer and plumper. So it depends what effect you want. Whereas this one, that's the 18. Whereas if you go with the 16-inch cushion pad, it's squishy. So these are the same size kits, but it just depends. And some people prefer to have their cushion pad bigger than their cushion cover just to get that fuller look. But other people like it to be squishier. So you just need to choose. Ooh, that way. But they are all the kits are the same size. So it just depends on what look you want.
Yeah.
I think I've worked that out. So why have I got two different ones? Because they are different squishiness.
Oh dear.
Depends on the squish factor.
Can I have my bees back, please?
You can. I
Just
stole
to the front
your
there,
bees.
thank you. Stole my bees. Okay. So what I was going to show you with this one, I've done exactly the same. You get everything else in the kit that we said before, okay, with your backing. Again, they're all separated for you, just like in the other kit. Okay. I'm just going to show you a different way that I started this one. So again, it's everybody's preference.
Okay.
This one, like you said, has got a nice background to it. Okay, so what
I've
I've done...
lovely gingham,
It is, it's lovely, isn't it? So what I've done with this one, I'm working these squares, because they're in blocks.
Right, rather than going across in rows.
Yeah.
Right, yeah,
and then I'm going to do my detail a little bit later. So if you have a look at this bit on the antennae on the bee there, okay, so I've worked my blocks, and then because that bit of detail is in one of those blocks, I've actually put that in.
Yeah, you need to.
Oh, sorry. I'm not used to looking that way.
I know, it takes, and even I get it wrong. And I do
I'm
all
not
the time.
used to the overhead cameras either. So because that's just a small bit of detail, I've actually put that in the same way as I did with the fox. I've just threaded it through.
Yeah, if you just put it flat because it's overhead.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've just threaded it through.
Yeah.
And done that little bit of detail. Where the blocks are not, so here, these haven't got the blocks in, I will put that detail in after I've done my blocks.
Okay.
Just how I prefer to work. And you see it growing as well a lot quicker, and you start to really think, oh, I can't wait to get onto that detail bit.
Yeah, I suppose, it's just all
There's different ways.
Isn't it?
But I have done it in exactly the same way as the other one. So I've threaded it up, I've let it trail behind a little bit, and then I've just kept going. And at the end, I've just put the tail through. So I'll show you. Okay. So again, we get our chart, exactly the same as in the other kit. So I know here now that I'm 1, 2, 3, I'm 4 blocks down, I'm 3 blocks in. Okay, let's get it the right way so I can see it. So I'm 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks down. Yep. 1, 2, third block in. So that tells me I need to use the equals, which is there, and it tells me it's colour number 7. Okay, so again, all labelled, ready for you. So there's my number 7. Okay, and again, pre-cut ready for you, and you'll find each of these strands for this particular kit actually does a block.
Oh, does it?
So yeah, sitting working it.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was brilliant. So it works out absolutely perfect.
It's nice that they're pre-cut as well, isn't it?
Because you never know how much you need to cut.
No,
to be honest. I mean, if you're doing a long line, even with the last one that I was doing, you'll find some of the strands are shorter than the others because there's only a little bit of that area to do.
Oh, I see.
And you'll soon see it. It's easy to pick out. I mean, you don't have to. You still have plenty, but they've actually worked all that out and given you.
And that's why I think that's for $29.99. It's a really good price because you get all of the yarn pre-cut and labelled, and the printed canvas, and the cushion back with the zip in it.
Yeah, that's everything.
It's a really, really good, great value kit.
Yeah, and all you need to do is put it together. So how I thread my needle, many people might have needle threaders, but just show you how I do it. I fold the wool across the needle, just another tip really. Pull it off, and then you'll find it's a lot easier.
Magic.
It's just a silly little tip, but it works.
But again, you know, if you're doing this because you're getting fed up when you can't thread your needle, you get fed up with all the time. Then
I do too.
It just makes it easier.
And then, so I'm going bottom left. Oh, it needs to be that way, doesn't it? There you go. Pulling that through. And what I'm going to do with this, just leave that there, because I'm not going to travel it across. When I've finished, I will just stitch that in to this bit here. So like I've done here, look, I've just threaded it through. Okay. And again, we're just going, this is a half cross stitch again. So bottom left, top right, bottom left, top right. And that is absolutely all there is to it. Honestly, if you've never done it before, give it a go.
I know, and I think
it's so easy.
You'll soon get used to the idea of it, but it is a real great beginner craft.
It is, yeah,
or
definitely.
if you just like stitching, it's just a lovely way. It's mindful. You don't tend not to think of other things?
Yeah, just relax and just enjoy your craft, because that's what it's all about. We're too busy.
I know.
We don't spend time,
No, we are. And it's like, if someone says, "Oh, how are you?" most people will go, "Oh, busy."
Yeah.
No one ever goes,
Yeah.
"Well, I haven't really done anything, to be honest."
Yeah.
No, nothing.
Yeah.
I'm going to start doing that. Go, I'm not, no, nothing. Nothing. Don't do anything ever. But we all say we're busy because we are all busy all the time.
We are. We never stop.
And we should be sitting down watching Christmas movies.
Oh, I wish. I semi-retired ages ago and I'm still working.
Christmas movies. I saw this mug the other day and it said, "I just want to watch Christmas movies with my dog." And I thought, yes, that's me. I just actually want to watch Christmas movies with my dog and crocheting at the same time.
That's something I can't do. I've tried.
Well, you would
honestly.
love it.
I know. I look at all these things. It's the starting of a square.
Yeah.
I can't get my head round that it starts as a circle. And I just can't. I keep trying. I will keep trying, but...
The problem with crochet is the hardest bit is starting, because you've got nothing to hold on, but you've got to start in order to get to the easier bit, but it's not so hard. You need to get someone to start for you.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. So when I'm travelling back, okay, so I've gone from left to right. Now I'll go underneath there, and I'll go from right to left, and that's just travelling back. And I will complete this this block and go on to my next block.
Okay.
And then I'll
But
start.
that's quite good,
filling in.
because like you say, it does then really grow because you're doing one whole block at a time.
Yeah, and you'll enjoy it. You can't do it with every kit, but with patterns like this, which has got lots of block colour, of course you can. You can do your block colours first and add in.
But then some of them, like I've got the which like the sausage dog and the Father Christmas. I mean, they've got like, he's got a zigzag background, so you could do all the you could do the zigzags.
Yeah.
All the light green zigzags,
and then fill in.
move on to the dark green background. So when you can do that, that's quite nice. But I think that whilst you're stitching, it's a time to start planning all the other bits, what order you're going to do things in. You can really think that through then.
Or if you spend time before you actually start the kit by prepping the way you want to do it. I know we don't. I just throw myself in at the deep end.
I know, but you can have a think about it anyway.
Yeah, so you just keep going, and then when you've finished, you'll just thread the end in like I did before through the back. But you can see how quickly, I mean, if I was at home, like you said, that will be on my knee. It's far easier when you're at home doing it. But you can see how quickly that this is growing. Now, when you come to that last bit there, so you'll pop your needle through, you'll find that now that will go into the last piece of the white one there. So 2 pieces go into that, as you would when you're doing a cross stitch.
Right, okay.
Okay. And you just keep going and keep going. So I'll go into the bottom of that one.
It's like I love that one, that design. I like the fresh sort of gingham effect.
Yeah, yeah. And then just now I'll just talk you through finishing off.
Yes. Okay, so we'll speed forward a few hours, days, weeks.
Oh dear. You say it's not much to show somebody. Once you've shown them how to do it, it's just a case of.
Well, that's the good thing, isn't it? Because it doesn't take you, if you've never stitched before, or someone who's never stitched before, it's not going to take them very long to learn. But when they've finished it and that constant practice, it's not just about that means that they can do needlepoint forever. It's that practice of using 2 hands at the same time, going up and going down.
Yeah.
It helps you, which is the most popular? The double B's.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, which is the one
it
you're
is,
doing.
yeah, it is. It's gorgeous.
That's
it really
the most
is.
popular one today, the one that Angie's doing at the moment. But it's a great practice for sewing because it gets used to that whole sort of process of using a needle, using thread, going up, going down, and it encourages people, if they've never sewn before, to then take up other crafts as well. And you get a beautiful cushion at the end of it.
You do at the end of it. They do look lovely, absolutely gorgeous. And like most of your viewers, they are sewers anyway, aren't they? So
yeah.
They know what they're
doing.
But
then, we are all of us Sewing Street fans. We're always trying to encourage other people to get into sewing because more people who sew, the better. So if you want to encourage somebody to get into sewing, this is a really good thing to buy them. And because we have got a whole choice of different designs for you, then it doesn't matter who you're buying them for. You know, if it's a younger person, they will, I want something a bit modern, we've got that.
There you go. You've
Shine
got
bright,
it. Yeah.
being a shining example.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get some more kits out soon as well. So
They're lovely, aren't they?
and it's just so easy to do.
So how do we do the back then?
Okay.
So skip forward several hours
Yeah,
and weeks and whatever.
so you've spent
and
your
we've now
time and you've enjoyed it. So when you finish off, all we do is just thread that through, like I said before, and pull it
Okay.
through, finish your edges off. Okay, so to do your cushion, this will need trimming. Okay, so my cushion back. So this is our cushion back. Okay.
So once you finish, you have to take it off the frame.
You'll take it all off the
Then
frame.
what?
I mean, I can undo it if
Yeah,
you want.
do,
It doesn't
do.
matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So you can actually see how this works anyway.
So the frame is $15.99. It's a rotating tapestry frame. It has a cotton tape at the top and bottom that you actually sew your canvas to, but you can use it for cross stitch, whether it's Ada or linen. You can use it for canvas, for tapestry. You can use it for fabric, for embroidery. And the great thing is that, well, it's called rotating because you rotate the bottom and top bars round, which means that you can stitch on the area. So if you've got a really big canvas, if the canvas is longer than the frame, you roll it round. It needs to be the same width, but it is perfect for all sorts of hand stitching and very portable as well.
Yeah, so.
And well, it all collapses, so you keep it in the box.
Yeah. So all I'm doing now is I'm going to take it off the frame. So all I've done really is just a running stitch. So it doesn't take much to get it off the frame. So I'm doing this just for speed, so.
That's fine.
But there you go, you can just see how I've stitched it on.
Well, you can see how it went on now.
Yeah, there you go, yeah.
Opposite way to coming off.
Yeah. Don't look at my messy stitching, because I was doing this at like whatever time last night. So that's all I did, I just stitched it.
Well,
So
I
you have
love these
the tape
rotating
up.
frames because
Yeah.
they haven't changed in years.
I know,
They always look
I
like
know.
this because they work.
Yeah, well you can tell because this is actually from years ago, my original frame. Look at the colour of it.
Yeah, but
But it's been used and used and used,
Yes.
but they haven't changed. It's
No, they
exactly the
haven't,
same.
because they work.
Exactly the same. So there you can see where I actually stitched it on. So have your tape uppermost, so you can see where it's stapled onto the dowel. Have the tape uppermost, and then the edge just slightly down, because when you roll it, it'll stop catching those little edges in. And then just do a running stitch. Just tack it on. Tighten that one, and then put the other side on and really tighten that one. Okay, so let's take this one off as well.
Oh, well, you take that off, and I'm going to. Shall I go back through the kits, Ben? Right. We'll start with the double B's. Double B's. Oh,
Yes, you can have my double
Can I-
B's.
can
There
I
you
pinch
go.
your box back. Right, double B's. So 2 B's on a gingham tablecloth, but they're nice B's. They've got floral wings, so we don't mind them being there. Remember, you've got everything in the kit. You have got the printed canvas with all the colours on it. You've got all of the yarn pre-sorted, pre-cut, labelled. You've got the right size tapestry needle. You've got a cushion cover back with a zip pre-inserted. You've got full instructions and a chart if you want to. If you hate charts, you don't need to use it, just use the colours on the canvas. If you like counting, use the chart, entirely up to you. For $29.99, that's an amazing price that you get all of that in there. That is the double B's. We've also got, so I'm trying to do the half cross stitch, really modern one, home, very contemporary, very nice. I love that one. We've got shine bright like a diamond, shine bright. Then we move on to the, oh, there's one more half cross stitch, the fox. The fox, that was the one that Angie was demonstrating for us earlier. Mr. Fox. Love that one. Then if we move on to the full cross stitch, we've got Father Christmas with his zigzag wallpaper background. Ho, ho, ho. What does Father Christmas say if he's walking backwards? This is Charlie's joke, by the way. Oh, oh, oh. Love the joke. Love that. Then we've got the floral bee. So this is full cross stitch now. So you've got less stitches per the inch, but you've got full cross stitch. It totally depends on, I would choose by which design you like best, because there's not a lot of difference otherwise. How about a little ginger kitten? Then we've got All Is Bright. Then we have the Christmas sausage dog, who's pretending to be a reindeer. Remember what I said at the beginning about what these kits contain, they all contain that. So they've all got the cushion back, the printed canvas, all the pre-sorted yarn. And then finally the owl. Okay, right, so.
Okay.
Now, you've taken it all off.
So I've taken it all off, I've took out all the bits of cotton. Now what you need to do first, and remember I did say earlier that I trimmed this a little bit already.
Yes.
But what you want to do is, so you put your cushion back underneath and just trim this slightly, nice and neatly. Doesn't matter if it's a bit smaller than the cushion, but just trim it slightly. And then I would run a zigzag stitch or any kind of stitch, so like it shows you on here.
It shows you that?
Yeah,
okay.
It's just because once you've cut this, you don't want it to fray out, even though it's not going to go anywhere because it's inside your cushion. It's just good practice to just give a little zigzag stitch. You can either do that by hand or whatever, or by machine, just to stop those threads from getting away from you. So once you've trimmed it, obviously you're going to put right sides facing. So when that's stitched, you're going to see the edge. Okay, just pull that out. So you're going to see the edge of your picture, okay, all the way around. So when you put this through your machine, or if you want to hand sew it, use either a walking foot or a zipper foot, something where you can get really close.
Okay.
And then stitch as close to that as you possibly can, because what we want to do,
sorry, take that, yes.
Sorry. What we want to do, we don't want any of this showing in our seam here. So if you don't get right up to that edge, you're going to see some of the canvas that you've stitched on. So because it's a good guideline, the stitching that you've done, you get as close to that as you possibly can, and you just stitch all the way round, okay? And then when that's finished, if you need to trim anything off, you shouldn't need to, because that'll tuck in, and remember it's already been stitched nice and neat. You'll open your zip, or you'll open your zip beforehand, to be honest. I've done that before now.
I have. It isn't impossible.
No, you can get there.
You can get there, but it's difficult.
Yeah. Make sure you've opened your zip.
And you go, why did I leave that zip closed? I mean, you can just about get in there, can't you? But
and saying it just reminded me, oh God, I've done that. I'm not expecting.
Yeah, but that's because we've all done that.
We've all done it. The thing is, with me, I've always been able to sew, like I said earlier. I've been able to do cushions and curtains and simple things, toys and things like that. But during lockdown, my first grandchild was born, and well, she was born in 2020.
Yeah.
I thought, right, I've got my sewing machine, treated myself, I'm going to have a go. I love making clothes. I've actually got into making dresses, hoodies, all sorts. The simple things that I used to do, I keep making mistakes. So things like this just happen.
But a wizard dressmaking.
But I'm loving it, absolutely loving it.
That's the best way to learn, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I enjoy
forget
it.
to open the zip.
Yes.
And then you go, okay, so I won't do that.
Won't do that next time. So once you've stitched round it, and then you can turn it through the zip.
Right.
And that is it. Give it a nice little press when you've finished.
I think the fact that you get a pre-finished cushion back with zip already inserted is
definitely
genius.
And the thing is, not everybody's confident with putting zips in. I'm not. I can do them, but I'm not confident with them.
And it's done for you.
Anyway,
you need to be spending the time on doing all the lovely cross stitch on the front.
I know. That's it. That's what it's all about.
Put people off ever finishing things.
Definitely. Oh, I'm the same. I'm probably like everybody else. I've got that drawer. Oh, I'll finish that another time, and then something else goes in it, and something else goes in it. I did a cross stitch for my son when he was born. He liked the red arrows when he was little. He was about 1.5, so I bought a cross stitch kit. I stitched it. There's only a tiny little bit like that I had left to do. He's 25 now.
You need to finish
It's still in the drawer.
Well, thank you, Angie. This has been
Oh, wow,
brilliant.
that's
Thank
gone
you
quick.
for going through it in such detail.
Oh, thank you.
Because that really makes a difference whether you feel like you can do it. But
Yeah.
you've made it look really achievable. So.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't sure. I was a little bit nervous to start with, but I think, thank you for your help.
No, it's been great, really lovely. So all you have to do, I won't go through them all again because we've only got 2 minutes left. Choose the design that you want. Remember, these are ideal for people who love just love stitching, some mindful stitching, something that's not difficult, something that will take you time, enjoy the process, or it's ideal for beginners as well. Thank you so much for joining me on Sewing Street today. I hope you've kept warm in from the cold. Tomorrow we have got Vicks on air, and 8 o'clock Ben has put together some fabulous fabrics for the 8 o'clock hour. Fabulous fabrics with some Ben bundle specials. So don't know what they are, but don't forget to miss this. I think it's all about colours. Colour theory. Ooh, all about the colour theory tomorrow. Janet Clare is in at 9 o'clock with 3 little purses. I adore Janet Clare fabrics. It's one of my favourites, so that's going to be great. Yvonne is in Village Fabrics doing her batik book covers and wall hangings. At 11 o'clock, Janet Clare's back with her sewing kit. And 12 o'clock is all about the sewing machine. So thanks for joining me on to air today. I will see you next week, actually. Gosh, it's only 2 weeks till Christmas, isn't it? How did that happen? In fact, less than. I think it was 2 weeks till Christmas yesterday. So hope the rest of your Christmas shopping goes well. I've actually amazingly finished mine. Amazing. And I will see you back here next Monday.